Long time no see, calling all Heroes fans. Welcome to the Minor 1 playoffs operated by Esports U. I'm, of course, Tiny Shiny, joined by Kletchkey, making his first appearance on the Calling All Heroes broadcast. Tell me, buddy, we've been talking about this for the past couple of weeks. We've been getting excited. What are we looking forward to today?
I'm looking forward to being here in just general. I know you and I, like you said, you and I have been talking about this for a couple of weeks, couple of days now, and I'm just excited to see all the gameplay here, all of the players. I've been watching Major 1, and I'm excited to be able to say I'm calling Minor 1 first time within Calling All Heroes, at least in the caster booth. Can't wait for all of our matches, all 8 of our matches when we get down to this weekend as well. So we got plenty of Overwatch action for you guys the entire weekend, and it's going to be lots of fun to see what these teams are going to pull out, especially only a couple of days away from the mid-season patch as well. So this is going to be this weekend is probably our last look at what will probably be the meta.
And that's a really good thing to bring up too, Keegan, because this current patch is pretty much the exact same as our previous one that Major 1 was played on. There's not a lot of time between these tournaments. A lot of these rosters are the same. We're going to see quite a few familiar faces today. But to kind of explain how we got here in the first place, we're going to go ahead and take a look at our schedule and our graphics and kind of understand, give you guys a visual representation of what ended up happening. So we have our total of 6 Calling All Heroes events, 3 majors and 3 minors. Of course, Major 1 just happened about a month ago. We are in Minor 1 playoffs now, as you see, in June and July. All of this for accumulating those circuit points to qualify for the champs happening February 2025.
Yeah, and there's 3 majors here, there's 3 minors, so there's a lot of points at stake here, and it's maybe very early on as well, but those points accumulate, right? Even if you have that last chance qualifier right at the end there, every single point counts, and every single point you're gonna get out of the circuit as well is so huge, which is why, like, every team, I'm hoping we see more teams come up in the minors as well, because even if it is maybe a smaller amount of points, circuit is still pretty big at that to go over, considering there's only 6 tournaments to work off of for that.
There are, and it's the nice part about having this longer circuit-style structure is there's plenty more opportunities for teams to participate, shift around some rosters, and we may see some faces in some new places, which we'll talk about that a little bit more as we get into it today. But as you said, we do have 8 matches, right, that are coming up today, or not today, 4 today, 3 tomorrow. That's 7. I can count, I promise. But for our format overall, to get to this point, we had about 20 or so teams competing within the Stage 1 Swiss stage. So those top 8 now qualifying for this double elimination playoff bracket, and that's where these top 8, those prize pools, as in the cash prizes as well as circuit points, are going to come into play.
Yeah, and I love the Swiss stage structure, right? You get to play any teams that you want, certain similar teams, and then you get the best 8 out of that. You get all of the 8 matches up out of the 6 matches that you have played right inside of that Swiss stage. Top 8 advance on inside of the bracket, and you get your final 8 right here. A lot of the names familiar from that Major 1 top 8 at the same time too. So it's not like a lot has adjusted, but that means that those 8 teams are going to get more points towards it. And of course, the prizing at the same time too, right? There's still cash prizes to be handed out for this minor as well. 1250 for first place, 750 for second, and then third and fourth are both going to get 500. But the points are where it stands, as we keep talking about it. 450 points, again, not as much as the major because this is considered a minor tournament, but still 450 for a first place team is going to help you out immensely when you go towards the later stages, especially when, like you said, teams can still build up their rosters, teams can still build up in the last 4 tournaments, but having an early start, an early lead is so pivotal for your journey to go into the championship rounds.
Particularly when a lot of the faces that we see within these top 8 are returners. They're going to make some adjustments, of course, as the meta, the patches, and even the map pool can begin to change. So when we see teams like our Timeless Ethereals and Valentines of the world, that's like, all right, these guys, they're looking for these big scoring numbers towards that top points. But of course, it does come to this map pool, which we did talk about a little bit in some of our prep meetings. The importance that this is going to have with a more flexible option when it comes to these tanks, the fluidity that these teams have are going to be incredibly important this weekend.
Yeah, and I think the first things first, that control maps, Lijiang Tower being out of it, obviously the classic that everybody loves, out of the map pool, so teams having to adjust a little bit more. I know Oasis has been one of the maps that have been really, really good to some teams as well. For hybrid maps, escort, push maps, and flashpoints as well. Push, you can notice Runasapi was added this season, but not at all inside of this tournament, so teams are not going to have to get too familiar with it. Just get familiar with Esperanza Coliseo and New Queen Street. The map pool, again, more limited this time around, or more limited, I should say, not this time around, but more limited in the fact that it still has that composition that you kind of want, but with this Cassidy Farr combination as well, this map pool does get a little bit interesting because we could see Circuit Rail. I'm not expecting to see the map behind me, but we'll see, because who knows if and when we get to Escort, because I'm expecting a game 5 after overall anyway, so who knows. But when we get to that hybrid and push map, I know Cassidy and Farr is going to be really good, so we'll find out what we get.
You bring up Circuit Royale, Keegan, but we've seen so many games go to game 5.
Yeah.
The level of competition in Calling All Heroes, just in changing from the 23 to 24 circuit now to 24-25, the level of gameplay, it's gotten closer and closer, and every time it feels like there's more teams that are vying for this top spot. There's very few games that are going to be 3-0s. Many squads are going to be dropping maps, taking these more upset level games, which makes this form of competition all the more interesting. And we could talk about it here, but I want to show you the bracket to give you guys a true idea of what is coming up ahead of this weekend. When we look at these 8 teams, you have one in Valentine, which you're going to see, why isn't Valentine at the top of this quarterfinals? Well, guess what? They ended up dropping to Timeless Ethereal along with several other maps. The defending champion in Valentine from Major 1 has taken a step back. Timeless Ethereal have walked their way through Swiss stage, not dropping a single round.
Yeah, and that's the big surprising thing, right? That they have dropped a match, and that was that 0-2 against Timeless. So Timeless Ethereal having themselves a great tournament thus far. 6-0 again, pretty much undefeated overall against some of the top teams, right? Valentine, Pixies, Inazaki, and Fable. So those are your top teams that are going to be in here, and yet Timeless Ethereal, even if it's a 1-2, kind of, if you're just looking at scoreboard alone, just kind of ran through it perfectly. So Timeless Ethereal looking strong, they're looking mighty, and they're looking to see if they can keep this going, especially in a different weekend from what was Swiss.
A vengeful Timeless Ethereal is not one that anybody wants to look at. But another story that I've been keeping our eyes on has been the story of YFP Pixies and Inarizaki, the match that we'll be having on our broadcast to open us up. And Keegan, this is already a banger. This was our lower semifinals match back in Major 1. It went to 5 games just with how close they were. Some roster changes have come up in the place, but both of these squads have just been under that bubble. Timeless Ethereal, Valentine, those are the names you're going to hear us say a lot at the top, but YFP Pixies, Inarizaki, they want their names to be slotted right next to them.
Yeah, and if you're going straight up on what we saw back in Major number 1 at the same time too, this YFP Pixies teams kind of likes Game 5. They went into Game 5 against Timeless Ethereal back in the upper bracket semifinal of Major 1, and then the lower bracket semifinal. These two went all the distance. So here's your roster for YFP Pixies: Peace, Par, Hitori, Eske, and R. Mori. I know Peace and Par hitting shots all over the place, and Of course, that Cassidy can be very, very deadly inside of the composition. So Par going on that Cassidy, and probably their choice of character as well, is going to be really huge inside of this meta at the same time. Ana's also a really good pick here in this meta too. So this is going to be quite fun to see if YFP Pixies can pull off the win yet again against this Inarizaki team.
This DPS duo of Peace and Par, as you said, are incredibly deadly to look at. That Pharah that we got to see from Peace was one of the best in all of Major 1. But I also want to shout out Hitori, a tank player that's been on the rise over in EMEA, Overwatch, OWCS. And she recently came over to join YFP Pixies in Major 1. We questioned how she would be able to match up against some of these players just in terms of flexibility, but she far and well passed those expectations, especially with a strong Sigma and Winston under her belt, a true leader that we're going to be looking forward to as YFP Pixies continue their journey forwards, especially with Jake coaching them from behind the scenes. He's one of the brilliant minds that you're going to find in Overwatch.
One of the brilliant minds alongside him and reinforce. I mean, just the big brains here. I'm loving to see what kind of compositions they're cooking up right now. Let's see if the chefs are in the kitchen right now. Let's see what compositions they come up with, especially like we said earlier, there wasn't as much time between Major 1 and Minor 1 as there was, and of course there really wasn't any patch notes changes in between there either. So kind of maybe seeing that Cassidy Far again is going to be really fun, especially like you were saying, Hitori earlier on, it's going maybe on that manga at the same time that manga was doing really well. That'd be great. But now we get a look at Inarizaki's roster line, and Inarizaki's roster line is going to be something interesting to watch for as well, because their healing line going all the way to game 5 going earlier on inside of that Major 1 was really good. At the same time too, Santana was a really good tank, but the big one too, Merge built, and you and I were watching this game earlier on. Merge was one of the Kirikos that were just building up ultimates time after time after time, and so Merge is really going to be key here for Inarizaki to win this one out.
Merge is, but how about Nyanza too? Persona was the big name on Inarizaki's roster, a hitscan player who's now moved on to a different roster in Exo Azathoth. So Nyanza has massive shoes to fill heading into this weekend. We look at somebody like Missin has incredible flexibility when it comes to their hero pool amongst those flex DPS, that Pharah in particular, but Nyanza picking up a hitscan from somebody such as Persona, I mean, you're going to be needing a lot of that to match up against Par, against Peace, and this makes this match all the more testing for either of these teams. If YFP Pixies move on up, they may as well start securing that spot amongst those top 3 once again. But Inarizaki, this is their chance to actually beat that final test and make themselves a true team to contend with here.
Yeah, and of course, these two teams battle of the top 4, like we keep saying, inside of Major number 1, and they're already starting off on the quarterfinal side. So what a absolute banger for us to start off on as we try to reveal our game number 1 map right now. And it is going to be what we saw earlier on in that Major 1, right? That first map that the higher seed got to pick, or the higher seed will pick overall. That map is going to be Oasis. So Oasis kicks us off here inside of this very thing, and you and I, again, prep meetings and all, we saw what they pulled out here. We saw the Pharah, we saw the Cassidy being pulled out. I'm hoping we get to see that, but at the same time too, what I'm also hoping to see, as well as a lot of people going on side of the socials right now and checking out all of the posts that are going to be happening, as well as all the clips. So check out the OW Esports, follow it all over on YouTube, Twitch, and X right now. Check out all the posts that we're going to be having there as well, because this is going to be a lot of posts and a lot of fun we're going to have this weekend.
Calling All Heroes is a blast, both up here for us on the desk, but also for the viewers, the players, everyone who is involved, and it's going to be a great weekend. So make sure that y'all are hitting that follow button and stay up to date with all of the action. There's so many narrative storylines, these fun little matchups that, they just make me so happy. And Calling All Heroes is such a great place for these players to come out and showcase their talents and abilities. And Oasis just happens to be that very first battlefield. In terms of that control level of gameplay, Keegan, you were talking a little bit about how specifically these tanks are going to play around the different map architecture that Oasis has to offer.
Yeah, and it depends on the map structure, right? It depends on which map we're going to first. Obviously, you have the city center store, which gives you that little rotunda of space to kind of back off if you need to a little while, or you have University with that hole in the middle as kind of just, not environmental per se, but still makes a big difference as to how you're going to charge in and how you're going to approach. And at the same time, two gardens, right, with that center pillar and kind of the entryway at main. It's going to be a testament to see which team is a little bit more aggressive here to push through some of those little environmental things things that you can go through on this map. And with the Magas and the Overrun and the Cardiac Overdrive at the same time too, this is going to be really fun to see because the Pharos were popping off, the Casses were popping off, and this is going to be a battle of which DPS can pick off the mirror first. If you can pick off a Pharo, great. You're the only big damage you got to really worry about is any Cassidy's hitting a headshot or the Fan the Hammers at the same time too, which means Magas got a little more to run in. At the same time, if the Cassidy gets picked off, same thing. You really only got to worry about a Pharo, but unless the Pharo, if the Pharo is going to hit a lot of things, not so good for you there either. So this is going to be really a battle of if we can get the DPSs, that would be the big thing. But Oasis first map is going to be really fun because it's exactly the way it started between these two teams back in Major 1.
Looking at Santana in particular, known for their Mauga, a nice performance in the last major, but it isn't a player that I've seen too much of outside of like this Mauga Ramantra sort of brawl style. If we're looking at Hitori on the other hand, who prefers a Winston or a Sigma here, it's gonna make for an interesting clash of styles, but just with how this gameplay, these notes are really sorting themselves out. The DPS have so much power in their hands. Those Pharah players in particular, whether it's going to be Missin or somebody like Peace to really set that tempo early on, there's only so much that these tank players can really control the pace, buying room for the DPS to work.
And you say earlier on as well that it's going to be whoever sets the pace. But at the same time, too, we saw it earlier in Major 1 where there was I believe it was YFP that had a 99-0 at one point and it flipped all the way to 199 at the end in favor of Inarizaki. So this, it may be setting the tone early, but this is going to be the game of whether or not we see 0 ultimates, anywhere between 0 and 10 ultimates in any given fight, because they can pop every single ultimate possible. We can try to cast that as best as we can, but at the same time, if everybody's going to press Q, it's going to be a matter of which Qs come out first, and that's this game, right? That's this game of Overwatch. Which ultimates are going to be used more efficiently, which ultimates are going to be used at the right times, right? And at the same time with this composition too, which one is going to hit more shots, especially on the Cassidy. Now that flashbang is a little bit more, and of course it's not a magnetic grenade anymore, it's a flashbang, right? It's back to that flashbang where it's more short range. So Cassidy's are really going to have to more or less rely on their skill, rely on maybe not so Fan the Hammer unless they really want to get aggressive with this Mauga, right? But same time too, as long as you're hitting those shots, you're going to be in great shape to win this.
And there's a lot of that setup as a team and how they're moving as a unit. While on paper, it gets a little explosive, it can get a bit scrappy and messy. There's a lot of buttons that are pressed at the same time, but a lot of that sort of tempo piece will come from the supports, which supports are underappreciated. I'm sorry to all my support players out there. You're very hard to notice. In certain metas like these, your ultimates, though, are some of the most important ones in the entire game. I know as a fellow support, Keegan, you took offense to that, and
yes.
I'm sorry. I'm the Tracer player who likes to stand at the front.
You know, when you ask us for healing, just stay in front of us. just stay in the line of sight. If you're asking for healing, stop running around the wall.
Oh my gosh. Hey, the nice part about Lucio, Kiriko, and even Baptiste is there's some AoE. You don't have to be like right there. But and I did want to shout this out too. Merge is insane when it comes to building up these Kitsune rushes. Has won almost every other fight. When I was watching back some of the tapes yesterday with you, Keegan, it's just incredible how quickly that they can manage to build those up. And the same thing goes for somebody like Aramori, SK Regime. These are some of the best supports you find in this tournament.
I was about to say that we were watching again tapes that we were seeing yesterday as well.
Yes.
The Kitikos during a barrage, I believe it was back in City Center. I can't remember it off the top of my head. There was a point where this Pharo was barraging, was in so much trouble, but the Suzu saves it and gets a triple at the end. That's how good these Kitikos and support players are. That's why they're the top of the top in calling out heroes. You can make that saving grace play, and even if the Kiriko Suzu gets changed to where you don't have that hard knockdown save anymore, you still have that opportunity to heal your DPSs, save your DPSs during an ultimate like Deadeye, like Barrage at the same time. So these supports are going to make all the difference here. Like we keep saying, that it's going to be whoever can build up to the gates first, whoever can build up to the Kitsune rushes. It'll probably be a combination of that, the cage plus the Kitsune rush at the same time. Hey, Rage in the cage, I'm all for it.
Hey, but hey, maybe we don't get any Mauga at all, Keegan. This is our kind of gameplay. It will be Hitori starting on that Winston, and that's such a good pick here, especially with controlling this Garden's high ground.
Yeah, it's going to be really good trying to control this high ground at the same time, too. Santana's on the signal, which means they do have a little bit more shield of what's going to be up in the air, but Inarizaki knows that they cannot make a mistake here against this far, so they're going to try to defend it as much as possible. But like you were saying early on, high control, trying to belong to the Pixies. already. You can see the pressure that is being pulled up, and he's 18% along the way, but Merge and the Baptiste already 25% to a window.
It wasn't ideal for Inarizaki to stay on the high ground, but Santana is just in so much trouble. Merge didn't even have time to press the the lamp because your tank just fell over so quickly. Par and Peace, that's the advantage of having the Winston to buy all of the space for the DPS to work, Keegan.
You're buying so much space to work as soon as you dive. You get that backline early on, and now that Lucia having to run away, the rest of the DPS is going down at the same time too. So YFP Pixie's off to a great start here. They have no answer for the Winston as well. So Santana's like, all right, let's just go on over, switch to what we know. That is going to be the Malga. No switching over to the Kiriko just yet because you still have Merge doing enough healing for now. But until until the Inarizaki can find a way to take down these DPSs, look, they're already up to a barrage and maybe even a Deadeye this fight.
Peace is just practically untouchable on this high ground. Santana you can't play in the open. The Rockets, it's like shooting fish in the barrel, but the barrel is completely wide open. There's nothing that this team can do. They're playing on the edge. Immortality Field is already gone. Playing over here with SK as well. You're just asking to get booped. SK knew it was her time to shine, and she's gonna send two reeling for the hills. Add a third onto the list. This is a frog you don't want to be messing with.
SK already starting off on, and this is just on fire Lucio right now, and only 58% along too. He's sound barrier, but man, oh man, YFP Pixies with an absolute tear of a start. Now they're gonna have a Deadeye. Now they're gonna have a barrage to handle with. Inarizaki's got nothing on the board besides a window. If they can build up to a sound barrier, maybe they've got it, but they gotta only poke a little while. But what that does, that means YFP Pixies are just gonna be that much closer to the fight win here, and they're already forcing the Cassidy on.
I mean, look at Peace. Peace is a menace to society. Inarizaki don't have any wiggle room. I talked earlier, Nyanza has a massive task on her head, and that's what you do. You need to get Peace out of the equation. It's gone. But sure, Aramori pops the Kitsune Rush on the objective. Merge tries to put some of this aggression down to rest, and Inarizaki, despite going through this as a losing battle, they're still managing to come up, and with very minimal resources too.
Yeah, and YP using the Primal Rage just to maybe stay on a little while longer and help that out, or at the same time to the Kitsune Rush, like you were saying, Inarizaki only has to pop the window. So to win that out, it's going to be tough to try to flip this all the way back to 199, but Hitori and Aramori are going to go ahead and switch. Hitori's going to go onto the Sigma, Aramori's going to go on to the Baptiste instead. YFP still having 3 on the board, which is the Deadeye and the Barrage and the Sound Barrier, but Inarizaki also has the same thing. Bigger one, Santana coming up on a cage.
Oh, but yeah, you don't even need it. Miss Sun goes in with that rocket barrage right where YFP. There's nothing you could really do in that situation. So Inarizaki are great at holding these offensive angles. It's so much easier when you have the Mauga here.
It's so much easier too. And again, you don't, like you said, you don't even need the cage for this fight. Now you can just build that up again. And YFP Pixies know they have those 3 ultimates in the bank, just not the other 2. And they're trying to see if they can count on Inarizaki not having anything else. But it'll still be 3-3 ultimates here in this fight. Sound Barrier to lead in though.
It'll be the responding sound barrier out of Velvet, though, but Peace, yeah, no, anything but a peaceful demise. Bar, almost not reeling over the edge, will be okay for the time being. Can't say the same for Santana, though. The cage fight goes down, rather an attempt to keep Inarizaki in this, and it's Nyanza coming up in the kill feed. She's, so far, been doing an excellent job coming through for this team.
I feel like Santana maybe overused that cage a little bit. The fight was already won considering you had 2 picks there already, but now it's maybe just a switch, and Santana's absolutely going to do that. Switching over to the Sigma, not going to be able to build up an ultimate unless the Sigma has some insane ultimate building here within the last 25%. I don't think they're going to get there, so this is going to be drive fights on either side. Big thing, though, to watch out for. Merge does have a window in 5%.
And it's going to be on the high ground, too. You put that in front of Nyanza, what can YFP realistically do? Peace has got to hit some insane rockets, has their sights set onto Missun. Sliver of HP, has to wiggle her way on out, grabs the Mega Pack, it's okay. Merge, though, is in a heap of trouble, eats a boulder for breakfast, and an Amplification Matrix isn't getting all that much use. The main support is gone here. Inarizaki taking any damage is going to be permanent. Aramori can respond with her own Amplification Matrix here shortly. Inarizaki taking desperate attempt to try to regroup, and it's an expensive one. No tank, no Nyanza, and YFP are sitting all over the objective. The barrage, good for nothing, but a 99 to 100 close, Keegan. Can't say it's where I expected after how this round started.
Yeah, 199, at least they captured it, considering it went all the way to 199. It started 99-0, but for YFP Pixies at the same time, big thing, you forced the Baptiste down earlier on. The window you were able to push through that, get rid of the Baptiste, and a big chunk of the healing that is Inarizaki's merge, so Velvet was the only one to heal, and at that point, it was just easy pickings from there. So YFP Pixies, good start for them. and now trying to see if they can stick on the same thing. Remember, folks, if you were back in Major 1, this is a little bit different, right? You had the Kiriko and the Lucio at the same time. This time around, it's Baptiste because you know you can get more healing and more AoE out of it along with the window. So let's see if Inadizaki can push through it because they were on the cusp of it. They just couldn't get past that last barrier right at the end of that final fight just because of the Baptiste going down way too early.
No real changes, though, coming into this point. Merge and Aramori staying locked in on the Baptiste, which will probably a lot more team healing, more burst than you would see from a Kiriko onto one player. It'll be Inarizaki, though, opting to play in this room, which Peace is absolutely happy with. Look at these rockets raining down. Niang's poked her head out and decided to go immediately back into that small room. Santana used the majority of their cooldowns just to try to break on out. YFP Pixies will get the first cap just by a good choice in that early start of the fight.
Very good choice early on in the start of the fight. So now you give yourselves a little bit more room, right? And it's just going to have to be a battle. Inadizaki is going to be the one to have to push up into you.
Okay.
Missun's already got it. Hitori and Peace, and at the same time, too, that's big for you because that, you don't have to worry about a tank. They got to back off already.
Hitori got a little bit too far up there out of Aramori and SK's range, so Missun Nianza took advantage of that. That's exactly what Inarizaki needs to do. Play patient in these battles.
Yeah, Missun getting the picks now 50% along the way, but here comes YFP Pixies, right? We talk about the ultimate percentages building up very quickly for this Pixies team. 71 already and 69 for Peace and Par. And already Nianza does have the ult advantage here in terms of numbers, but in terms of how they're matching up, Peace and Par.
Okay! All right, snipe midair. The Battle of the Skies, always an entertaining one to watch, but Missun taking down Peace, I mean, this is something we need to be keeping more of a tabs on. Missun has been doing great on the Pharah and zoning out. It's so difficult to walk into any of these rockets. Par figuring that out firsthand, well, at least twice-fold through an amplification matrix. YFP Pixies need to put a band-aid on this bleeding.
That's such a good window as well from Merge. That's placed perfectly inside of that left door, as well as keeping a check on the right main door as well. So they're not able to push in at all unless you're going all the way around. But Peace and Par still holding on to their ultimates. Armory will have one of their own. Deadeye to start us off, though.
With the Deadeye, Nianza, Hitori had nothing to do but watch her own fate unfold before her eyes, or rather her doom. The response from Par, but without a tank, it's not the wisest move for YFP Pixies to really push up here unless Peace finds some sort of pickoff, but it doesn't seem that they're finding too much luck in that department. Application matrix down, and that's a snipe. Velvet exploded into a pile of dust. Inarizaki, you need to find some way to move through, but Missun is just a threat that hasn't been dealt with. I don't think that she's died this entire point so far. SK, that's the gravitic flux, responded with the sound barrier. It's finally starting to get somewhere, but that sound barrier from Velvet, it better pay off in the long run. Aramori is down. This is still very doable for Inarizaki. At bare minimum, it forces the YFP Pixies to use every single one of the ultimates that they had in their possession, and it's not clean. There's very few players that are on this objective, and only now is it cleaned up.
Velvet using the sound barrier to get them to that 99%. Santana doing a wonderful job as well to keep them up too. So Gravitic Flux just to make sure they're a little bit more astray, gets them all the way to 99 in final fight territory. And yeah, like you said, using up all the ultimates in the bank. Now the only thing they'll have is a barrage. Inadizaki coming up on barrage, Deadeye, and window at the same time. So this app matrix could very well start us off.
Oh, but the boop onto the Deadeye makes it almost more deadly unless the boulder comes flying their way. Peace looking to cause chaos in the back line, but a peaceful end to that ultimate. We merge amplification matrix, hoping to shove YFP Pixies back and get some space. A flip over here for Inarizaki. That's going to be another overtime wick burning, and without Hitori, there's very little sustain that the Pixies can work with. Missun identified that target. Par has to come up big. It's a boop onto the Cassidy, no touch in order. And Keegan, we're headed to that round 3.
We get another game 3 between these two in
Wow.
Oasis. What other way would you want it between these two great teams right now? YFP Pixies getting that first one, 199, barely holding on, and then Inadizaki's like, all right, you know what? We don't need that point. We can get this. We can get University and then take us to City Center at the same time. Played it perfectly with Missun. Like you said, I don't think Missun died maybe at all that round, unless it was towards the end of that 99%. So Missun's doing so much work right now on this far. They just can't kill them. And now Nianza as well, hitting all of the shots on the Cassidy too. Inadizaki's looking really good. Santana and Velvet making great decisions to hold on to that 99, allowing Inadizaki to push in and forcing YFP Pixies to use ultimates. Inadizaki's looking good with momentum going into City Center.
I am curious to see how this Winston dive sort of works out. Missun now being on the Echo is more of a threat to Peace, but I also haven't seen much of Santana's Winston. I'm not sure what to really expect here, and it's not much. If Merge isn't alive, you're not going to get that same amount of healing. In Arizaki, it's an instant retreat that YFP Pixies are doing a good job of gatekeeping.
Gatekeeping for right now, just holding on to that little edge before it gets to that unlocked phase, which it finally does. They're not even going to try to contest this because they know that they really don't have an entry way to work off of. Now, Misson, you would think, has the advantage here, but really, because they don't have a hit scan, Peace is going to have a lot of help for this. You don't have a hit scan at all, right? Hitodi's the only one that can get up there for, or rather, I mean, Par does have that kill onto Misson, but for Inarizaki, nothing to take care of Peace right now. But Par's already taking care of Misson, and that's huge for you.
That was Par and Peace. That was a direct mid-air from YFP Pixies Pharah player, and has had enough of Misson dominating in terms of the Pharah matchups. And just get a Winston flying at their face, so Peace will do a little bit of a back off. If we know anything about City Center, though, it's very difficult to get a full wipe, especially if Par has basically gotten every final blow for YFP Pixies this round so far.
Yeah, Par's really not being contested, although down to low health bar here and now. Par's just going to sneak around the corner. Doesn't know that it's up in the air. There it is. Okay, so there's the final blow. And Par, again, not being really too contested, even by this diving Tracer, because if the Tracer does dive, right, you still have the Winston, you still have a Kiriko and Lucio to help you out at the same time, too. So for Misson right now, Misson's challenge is to try to get rid of Peace earlier on before Par can even get to you. But look, Par's already got a Deadeye. Peace is going to have Barrage at the same time. Inarizaki 30% at the least away from an ultimate for their DPSs.
Santana and Arizaki, they really haven't been able to orchestrate any dives on this map. They always lose somebody going in because Par and Peace are uncontested, or Hitori just goes in, following up on the damage from the Pharah player. And what do you really do? Dive does not seem to be in Arizaki's playbook, or at least not even close to the same degree where YFP Pixies currently stands. We're getting close to final fight, Keegan, and Peace wants to help ensure that. Has the barrage in pocket. Definitely thought about it for a second there, besides the hold in.
I think we may see a similar situation to what we see in Major 1, where everybody's going to have their ultimates and it's just going to pop, because everybody but Velvet is going to have something here in what is final fight. Pixies have 4 check marks, Inarizaki has 5, Inarizaki has 4, Pixies have 5. Let's see what happens.
The Deadeye Kitsune rush. Better be running for the hills unless you're Velvet, who got stuck to the side of the center point. Sound barrier in play. SK giving Peace, making sure they can live through at least one barrage. This has been YFP Pixies all day long. Keegan, when it comes to flexibility and variety in this compositions, that's been YFP Pixies. That's their playbook. That's Hitori's playbook. Dive clean, 100 out to close it out and give YFP Pixies the series lead.
Yeah, YFP Pixies, I think we saw it earlier, right? The Winston, great character for Hitori, and that shows you exactly why. Hitori commanding the entire floor, commanding the entire playbook there for the Pixies, diving onto the Lucio earlier on in that earlier fight halfway through City Center, and just getting absolute space. And you can see here in play of the game as well, SK on the Lucio at the same time, just doing some work, just doing SK things. I mean, let's just face it, it's SK doing SK things. Yeah, it's SK doing SK things. That's all we can say about it. But yeah, but at the end of the day, right, Inarizaki, they had that second point, they had all the momentum. It's just that for the Winston and that combination that they had, they chose to go for the Tracer and the Echo, just not as much of a response as you would like with that composition, because Par was hitting shots and Peace was, well, being Peace on the far run. He totally just taking way too much space.
What this map number 1 told us, Oasis always provides us a great look into the overall outcome of a series, because each map forces teams to rethink their strategies and sometimes compositions, which in this case, that is what happened. When we saw this dive on dive mirror, that is YFP Pixies all day. If YFP end up in the driver's seat or a map is selected where dive is plausible, it ain't looking good for Inarizaki unless something is cooking behind the scenes that we didn't get to see there. When it came to the Sigma matchup or in a defensive stance, more specifically from Misson, that's where Inarizaki started to shine. You can give the far room to succeed where your YFP Pixies have to walk into you. It looked incredible, but as soon as the wheels started to fall off the bus there, things started to get a little shaky, which is also why these teams can be so closely contested. Their strengths are in different areas.
Yeah, it seems like that first Garden map, right, kind of felt like, all right, what are they going to pull out? Because you saw the tank and the support switching over and over, right? You saw them switch onto the Mongo, what was the Sigma, what was the Winston at the same time. You kind of felt like that was just kind of to settle in to see, okay, what are they good at? What is going to happen here? And especially with a 199, that doesn't really give you all of a tell, because yes, you got it to 99-0 and you were dominating on that, but as soon as a switch happened, maybe that started to go awry, and that's when it kind of felt like teams are still trying to figure out. That second map is where Inarizaki kind of got it together, right, on that Sigma composition. And then the third map, he's totally going to that Winston instead, making that all that dive, all that space possible for you for that team is really, really good. So now our next map coming up here is going to be hybrid. Between the 4 maps that we're going to see here, I'm interested to see what Inarizaki is going to be picking, especially for the fact that against the Winston, you really don't want to go anywhere that's going to help you out, especially on a dive map.
Yeah, no. That would not be ideal. Anything in my mind that says Paraiso, don't even go there. That map should not exist if you're in Arizaki right now. Anything else rather plausible? I could see a Midtown happening, especially if you're pulling out the Sigma again. Santana is very good at the Sigma when it comes to enabling the DPS players, which that's where Arizaki succeeded, is when Missin could shoot things and Neonza could shoot things. Everything was great for Arizaki. As soon as that didn't happen, and it was instead YFP that constantly took this initiative, and with the dive, it just moved too fast for Inarizaki to go ahead and keep up. With hybrid having a bit more of these set roles, Keegan, that will allow for more changes of the scripts just based on where in the map that were being played.
Right, and remember, folks, there's only 4 maps that you can get here inside of this, right? And Umbania, Kings Row, and we're being told right now that I guess we're going back to Old Faithful. I guess Kings Row will probably be the next map that we are going to see here. So this is where things can get a little interesting, right? Kings Row is going to be the next map pick. Obviously, Old Faithful, this is what you call Scrims Row here, folks. This is what you call the map that anything can happen on. And I'm assuming we're still probably going to see the Cassidy and Farah being pulled out for YFP Pixies. At the same time, too, who knows? Maybe on the other side, Inarizaki is going to cook up something that can counter what they have right now, because they were not too bad on the Sigma, although Inarizaki took that over back on University. But that could very well change here on Kings Row.
It'll be up to the teams. Kings Row can be a rather flexible map, dependent on what's being played. I'm assuming YFP Pixies is going to elect to defend here, just because it does provide an advantage knowing where you have to push the payload to eventually. But for now, we'll have to assume that Inarizaki feel more comfortable on these close quarters maps, and it's once again gonna fall back to what's Missin doing, what's Peace been up to throughout all of this time. Pushing through these initial choke points is going to be the most challenging part, especially on this first objective, and then that little bridge at the beginning of that streets phase. Once we can get right through those challenges, we may see a little bit more of that adjustment. So will be YFP Pixies actually on the attack this time. We'll have to see what they end up rolling out with, especially since Inarizaki actually will be on the Genji instead of the Farah.
Yeah, the Genji here with no nano boost to their name right now. Merge still stays on the Baptiste, meaning those swings are just normal as can be, but it can still be very much a threat. But for Inarizaki here, you don't have anything in the skies, right? But if Par is hitting shots, maybe you don't want to be up in the air all too often anyways, and already forcing out immortality fields on either side. This is going to be an aggressive start here, because all they're doing is pushing through the gates, and if they wanted to, it's already Peace and Par just hitting everything,
Peace!
Especially a snipe like that.
They're just uncontested right now. Neon's Merge, they can only do so much against this terror in the skies, and Peace, anything but peaceful. As sports down, some players from Inarizaki are sustaining, pushed up, and kind of just let Peace have at it in their backline. While that helped the spawn so much closer for this attacking team, YFP Pixies are going to move quickly through this first objective.
Yeah, and you saw it earlier, right? Far with the changes, with the most recent changes of the dash having, that means you can be a little more aggressive, or you can even use that to get out. But the aggressiveness of Peace just keeps on going. And look, Peace is already pushing them out back all the way to what was their first spawn. They're going to have to push all the way back now, because Velvet's not even going to be able to spawn. Velvet's all the way back. Yes, it's a Lucio, but that still provides you enough room.
I needed to see Peace, or excuse me, Missin, swap over to that far. The Genji, while Missin's Genji, it's great to watch. I love it. She just isn't going to do much. I mean, now Peace, look how much more scared they're playing right now. Respect towards this Farah player. And just standing around these tall buildings, these archways, you're not going to get any sight lines from somebody like Par. Missin isn't playing afraid right now.
Yeah, Missin's not playing afraid. Even if you didn't do all too well on the Genji, you can switch on over right to the Farah and contest this team. And underneath the archway is such a scary situation, too, because you know you have straight sight lines. And already a barrage comes out.
Oh, and the immortality field from Aramori was perfectly placed, and it's enough to grab Velvet. The immortality field, though, in response to these amplification matrices, there's so much more value to be gained. Missin already building up to the garage despite just switching. Inarizaki made the right choice.
Yeah, made a great choice. You can see the impact that the Spar is having. And now YFP Pixies have to play a little bit more back. Yes, you have a Gravitic Flux and a Sound Barrier at the same time, which is SK outpacing Velvet for right now. But Inarizaki coming up on 2 ultimates on their own piece, using the Barrage, Nyanza using the Deadeye, or having the Deadeye now to counter that out. We'll see if this works out.
Gravitic blocks Velvet, not quite up with Sound Barrier yet. Now that is necessarily needed, and Nyanza did enough to scare YFP Pixies back par, looking to do the same thing with their own Deadeye. Find these players in the corner, that speed boost, saw the advantage. It was Velvet, had to pull the Sound Barrier just out of fear. At least gets a trade out of it, so it's better than nothing, at least in this longer run of this battle. Not too many ultimates left to be pressed other than Santana's, but they're not going to use it unless they absolutely have to. Inarizaki coming up in the kill feed, cleaning, and we're right back to where we started at this initial archway, Keegan.
Yeah, the archway is such a deadly place to be held, but now they're going to have it maybe a little bit differently as well. They're going to hold it right around this corner on the streets where this far doesn't have a lot of room to work with at the same time. So great use. 3 ultimates on either side used. But look, Nyanza already coming up halfway to another Deadeye. So Nyanza's just hitting all the shots right now. Santana holding on to the Gravitic Flux. If this is going to be big for them, especially now that the window's going to push them back even more to waste time.
Oh, the Ant Matrix, and yeah, the piece was not going to float their way to safety, but Nyanza claiming heads and bodies along the way. I mean, this is incredible stabilization from Inarizaki.
Look what one Genji swap does to all my people that are playing quick play. So Inarizaki right now. Look, I mean,
Nice.
Nyanza is going off on a tear, 79%, already up to a Deadeye. Peace will have a barrage to work with, but if this is an indication of how the supports are working right now, Inarizaki is doing such a wonderful job keeping their team up. But here comes the barrage. I'm assuming Peace is going to go all the way around for it here.
They're a little bit scared. It's the accretion, actually, that's thrown their direction. All right, big scary boulder. That one at least goes wide. Aramori taking advantage of the S keys being held, and Inarizaki won't be reclaiming any of that space.
Ooh.
YFD move around this corner for free. Santana swooping around the backline. I love this. Grabs at least one player in the Gravitic Flux, but there's an application matrix, excuse me, a lamp in the way of it. Trades across the board, but it's Nyanza who gave Inarizaki this advantage. It's a 3-player advantage that Missin isn't going to let go so easily. Inarizaki gave up space, but they're able to come back up and keep themselves on their feet.
Yeah, and YP Pixies, now they're going to switch on over to the Kiriko. What a move from Inarizaki to go all the way around the building, past the window, go all the way on the other side of it, and just scare the heck out of YFP Pixies. Now Inarizaki having a little bit more of an advantage, right? They have the barrage. They'll have a sound barrier coming up at the same time SK does too. But the big thing, if Merch is able to build up this ultimate like we know that they can right now, it's going to be big. That window can force out some space as well.
Oh! Unless Missin gets a barrage off and nobody saw it coming! That's 2 players down, instant fight win. There's no way that YFP Pixies continue to move forwards. Look at the ult charge. Everything for Inarizaki is going right on this defense.
Oh, Missin's just doing everything here. That Genji swap was so good. Now to the far instead, and Far's just been doing absolute work. So now YFP Pixies coming up on 3 ultimates here already. Inarizaki coming up on both support ults. They could help them out survive, because we know that when both of the support ults are up, hey, they make a lot of room for themselves as they go aggressively in.
Gravitic Flux out from Hitori. Pony response. Inarizaki didn't even pull a sweat out of that one. Sound Barrier, though, is enough for YFP Pixies to push on forwards. Take care of at least one, and Hitori is cut off from the rest of her team. Santana being bullied into a back corner. The tank has to go down here before Missin. It takes YFP's names on a list, and it's not a good list to be on if you're a Pixies fan. Far retreating back up the stairs, hoping for some sort of regroup. Aramori paints the red carpet down on the point, and that celebrity status is enough to finally power YFP Pixies through this second point in just about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was about to say, the time bank started with just about 5 minutes on this clock. They're gonna get it. The second point, oh, what a shot by Nyanza, but they're gonna have this with only 95 seconds left to go to push this all the way. What a hold by Inarizaki, and they're still gonna have more to say about it. Missin with another barrage, and Tana's gonna have a flux to work with as well. They're gonna play right around this corner to their advantage, especially when they're afraid for their lives of what Missin's about to do.
You can't be fumbling over your own shoelaces anymore. The Immortality Field thrown in.
Field.
Merge gave that barrage all the value. Missin would have been as good as dead if it wasn't for the back tease player. Inarizaki, they're going to get this hold again. YFP Pixies, you don't have 5 minutes to play with here.
You don't have a lot of time. Doesn't that immortality field give you that flashbacks to what we saw back in Oasis in Major 1, right? The save by Merge to keep that barrage up and ready to go and keep it all the way through. So what a play by these supports. Inazaki still coming up on 3 ultimates of their own now, playing with what they can. Pixies are going to have 2 here, Sound Barrier as well as a barrage, unless he totally can build up to a Flux at the same time. Window starts us off.
Immediate response. SK, that's the window. Nice rock, though. Santana shutting down that barrage as soon as it started. We don't have Mission to work with. Inarizaki been relying on her to shut these fights down. The YFP Pixies, with that threat out of the way, it feels like it's almost smooth sailing from here. Tori dodging the rock and Rabbinic Flux pancakes. YFP Pixies, perhaps a completion is in sight.
It's in sight, and you're happy about this right now because the only thing Inarizaki has is a Sound Barrier to hold on to this as long as possible. Somebody's got to get out there. This Lucio's got to get out there, though. That Sound Barrier's already used.
And then have to use it just to break through the door, the close hole that was going on. And you're not going to have Ninja or Velvet to continue this battle. Listen, is going to do all that she can to slow down some of this momentum, but with Par hitting every single shot, it'll be a struggle bus over the finish line with no time remaining. YFP Pixies, doesn't matter how they got there, but oh boy, they got there at the end.
Pixies are breathing a huge sigh of relief. Like, all right, we finished the map. It was so stressful, right? 5-minute hold, a nearly 5-minute hold from what was Inarizaki there. It's on after a switch from the Genji to the Pharah, making so much of an impact, but finally YFP Pixies coming up with the right answers at the end, especially when you knew the Deadeye, right? Gravitic Flux Deadeye combination so good, but luckily for Hitota, you hold on to the kinetic grass to make sure you're staying alive, and that allows the rest of the team to work with you and keep you up as the Sigma. So now for Inarizaki, they're gonna have to try to do something similar to YFP Pixies, right? Get that first initiative pick, make some space, especially with that Pharah. But the problem now is that YFP Pixies have that advantage, right? They have that 3-point advantage. They know they're going to be at least playing another round should this go 3-3. But right now, I'm seeing Misson on the Widowmaker to start this off, just to maybe see if they get an initial pick. Look, I like it. It's the classic start of King's Row, right? It's just to see either scout or just to get that initial pick off already, because pieces on the Far is still Par on the Cassidy. So let's find out, because Inarizaki right now, right? They have the work to do. If they can push through like YP Pixies did on that first point, they're going to give themselves so much good. Oh, and look, there's the Le Seraphim dance.
That's how you hype up your team mid-game. Good job, Aramori.
Hype up your team by anti-fragile. Anti-fragile.
That's the mentality that YP Pixies need to be going into this, though. It is Inarizaki that you have to argue have the bigger struggle, just because of how difficult it was for them to break through YFP Pixies when they had any form of defensive setup on control. And it's going to be another test here. Inarizaki struggle to break through, then we'll have to question how this rest of the series is going to happen. Hitori, though, thrown incredibly low. You don't have a Baptiste here. The healing is so much lower for YFP Pixies right now, and that's going to come back to bite them. These longer sustained fights aren't going to be great. That's going to grit Inarizaki this initial push, which, all right, you climbed the hurdle and made it look like nothing. Yeah, the big thing between the Kiriko and the Baptiste, right, is that the Baptiste has a little bit more healing, especially on the AoE and the burst as well, the regenerative burst. So that's a lot of healing that's going to be in an AoE range, whereas YP Pixies, the only thing you have in terms of an AoE is going to be that Suzu, and that Suzu is a long cooldown too, so they know they can take advantage of it. As soon as that Suzu's used, go buttons on, green lights on. They've already got them fighting now. The time bank is similar to what YP Pixies has. Question is, can Inarizaki push through, unlike what YP Pixies had to struggle to do in that first point? This first choke, we saw how long Inarizaki held YFP here for, like, what, at least 4 minutes? I would say at least 3 minimum. Yeah, no, it was crazy. It's not an easy point to break through with Peace. You just can't see Peace. The rockets are being spammed down, like, where am I getting shot from? Nianza has to be the one to apply more of this pressure, or maybe mow down somebody else, such as Hitori. The immortality field being forced this early makes it all the more difficult for Inarizaki to find that opening. Not bad here for Inarizaki, though. You don't lose anybody. You're not losing a lot of time. You can regroup for just a little while until you can find that first pick. Windows out already. This is going to force them all the way back if they decide to use it. A barrage at the same time, too. What a shot from Peace before they die. And that's an instant trade out. So 4v4 on the board, and Aramori still has his Kitsune rush. Should she pull this, that would be plenty to overwhelm Inarizaki right now, or at least force some more of these major ultimates. All the Qs are being pressed, yet the health bars remain relatively the same. The difference is the positioning, where this hold is taking place, the barrage, the Deadeyes, and how many ultimates have we got in this fight? We've gotten 4 from either side. We're just about to be 5 at the rate that we're going. An absolute slaughterfest, and it's finally Santana who breaks the ice in the kill feed, and it'll be Inarizaki moving through the choke of death.
Yeah, more ultimates usually, or sometimes doesn't mean the win, right? I shouldn't say usually, but sometimes doesn't win the fight, right? But look at the difference right now, too. Inarizaki, Velvet just used their sound barriers already up to 50% to another one. And this is an insane game from the Lucios between an SK and Velvet battle that you'll love to see here between these two teams right now. So 3.5 minutes, they get past the choke point with more time. 3.5 minutes to work with, but again, barrages and Deadeyes are going to be key here.
It's Nyanza, though. It's the Deadeye out first. Inarizaki don't want YFP setting up another defense here, and that's great initiation on their part. Once YFP have the tides under their control, it's not going to go over well. So getting this capture out now and close to, what, 4.5 minutes here to work with? I mean, YFP Pixies, they got to find a way to pump the brakes fast.
Yeah, Peace had a glimmer of hope right in the eyes, just like 0.01. I have a chance, but no, Peace goes down there. So yeah, you have a barrage still in hand, but the thing about Inarizaki is they are using their ultimates to great advantage. They're only using maybe 2 or 3 at a time here, and they're giving themselves a lot of space to work with here. Santana's doing a lot of work, having a gravitic flux almost in hand. Merge will also have a window if they want to push through this choke point first.
Because these rockets, and it's Hitori who gets overwhelmed. That was great timing from Merge, and with both the ultimates and the immortality field. Inarizaki have been using this Baptiste utility to the absolute perfection, and it's just overwhelming. YFP Pixies know that this isn't working. They're getting snowballed. That's a later stagger onto Peace, so a full regroup is going to be tight to pull out here.
That's a stagger. That's not what you want in this situation. And now you have to go to fuck.
Oh!
Misses though. Winston jumps out just in time, so now you're gonna have a chance at this. But it's just body blocking the entire door before the final 3 meters.
But they're on the point, and that's what matters in the end. Missing, causing chaos in the skies. Both the Faras hit the deck. With these Deadeyes now, the next option in the books. Without a tank though, Par is cleaning the field, not allowing their team to get snowballed just as quickly. YFP Pixies had such a good time on the offense, and it's strange to see them struggling right now. A stagger here, much needed, because this time bank isn't going to get lower anytime soon.
Yeah, the big thing for the Pixies is they want this time bank to go underneath a minute. That is their guarantee to have another chance to attack here. And right now, well, they're playing so far up. If you had a Somber here, you could maybe see 9 them in the final 5 meters. Good thing you don't if you're Inarizaki or if you're YP Pixies right now. But here we go. He's holding on to Winston instead. Already up to 80% onto a Primal Rage. Just switching in that last fight, by the way. But Inarizaki right now, Merge having 80% to a window. Pixies will have a Deadeye available to them as well as a Primal Rage probably in this fight. The dive composition here is going to be what makes the difference. If this Genji can make some work off of what is that backline of Merge and Velvet, you're going to have some good chances to try to stall out even more time.
Inarizaki had 0 answer to this dive composition last time it came up, and now his piece on the Genji as well. Should amount to something. Par helps keep their tank alive, zoning players of Inarizaki back, but with the Primal Rage Force, regardless, Hitori chunks down at lightning speed, still manages to stay on her feet, and Merge working overtime to do the same, but the Monkey slams them into the corner, and there's no more to be seen from Inarizaki. This is a great last-second switch from YFP Pixies, and they're managing to scrap it together.
Yeah, the Winston switch is working out well for you, especially on Hitori's best character right now. And that Primal Rage 1 is really all you needed. 1 is the only thing you needed on side of that Baptiste to force them back, forcing out what is another 30 seconds here from Inarizaki to regroup. So a minute 50 seconds, but they know on their time bank, they know they gotta go, because if they don't make a minute, both sides are gonna have another attack.
Yeah, all these ultimates put out the Gravitic Flux sound barrier, completely nullifying the other, but Velvet didn't have the same response, and just having that overhealth here, both the poor outs of YFP Pixies completely negates anything Inarizaki had planned there.
Oh, Par, check the PC a little bit. Oh my goodness, just hitting shots and over and over. And Peace now coming up to a Blade at the same time. Missing will also switch on over to the Genji too, but big change here. Santana's going to go over to the Maul, going to put pressure on this Winston to bring out the Suzu early on of YFP Pixies. So Peace coming out with the Blade. Maybe they force out the Blade early on.
But look how much space Hitori buys for Peace. There's not a fear in the world. We know how iffy Dragon Blade can be as an ultimate, but due to the support of Hitori, of Aramori, the Pixies have nothing to worry about.
They have nothing to worry about in terms of the attack now, too, because they've got it under a minute. Both sides get another attack here. The primary goal was just to stave that off for what was a minute left. So now the ultimate goal well in your sights, because that cart is still within 2 fight territories as well, the way it's pushed all the way back.
And Deadeye from Bar, who got boomed off the map! What a play from Velvet while laying the sound barrier down. She might have just saved the team and given Inorazaki a chance at a full completion. YFP Pixies don't really have too much else to work with. The cleanup is here, and they are gonna have to stagger to get a final touch.
Par switched on over to the Tracer for a little while, but we'll go to the Widow instead. I thought they were going to come into the full dive here, which they might be doing. Yep, full dive for YFP Pixie. So Inarizaki with advantage, at least on ultimate side, but Hitori still has a primal rage they can work with. Final 15. Nyanza's already taken out Par, though.
Nyanza, that's a great elimination to start this one off. It's up to Merge and the rest of Inarizaki to push them forwards, but Merge being beaten to a pulp. Hitori has her eyes set on the Baptiste player, but somehow Merge stays on their feet long enough to keep Hitori at bay and even take them out with the support of Missin and Arazaki peeling for each other, but it's not pretty. Regroups have to come quickly. The spawns heavily favoring the defending squad, and Amori's healing is doubled. What else can actually be done in this point? Santana can get the touches, sure, but Aramori is chucking these kunai out like nobody's business. The touches, all that started off well. Inorazaki, this looks like their map to lose, and that's exactly what it ended up being. Oh, it was so close, but a defensive side and map will come back and favor the Pixies in the end, pushing them up 2-0.
That's got to be one of the craziest Kings Row I've seen in a long time. I mean, sheesh. It was three. And by the way, this is like reminiscent of what is a deja vu, which I'll talk about in a little while back here, but play of the game coming to Missin with that barrage. And again, the Baptiste immortality field to just help out the far a little bit more, make the focus on the immortality field instead, just doing all so much work. So shout out to the support players there. But meanwhile, what a deja vu this is, right? I mean, first of all, the deja vu meaning that 5 minutes for YP Pixies to go ahead and get their attack side in and complete the entire thing, whereas Inarizaki also gets 5 minutes. Both stalled out for their entire time, but the problem was Pixies in the end getting the better picks and using that dive well to their advantage in that final fight territory. So that is well done by the Pixies, who are now 2-0 and looking to just take this over and looking to end this entirely. But the big thing now is that I was going to talk about deja vu as well, because it was 2-1. If you go back to Major 1, right, it was 2-1 back on that first map on Oasis, and on the next hybrid map, which was Hollywood, big difference, Hollywood and Kings Row, but it went 3-2. Unfortunately, this time around, Pixies get the better of both maps instead of it going 1-1 to start. So now in a sweep situation here for what will be Inarizaki's pick. They did this back in Major 1. I'm assuming this is going to be New Queen Street yet again, unless this is going to be interesting. So let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this entire set so far that we've seen it. Man, oh man, what else do you want to say about the DPSs here? P starts us off, just the aggressiveness of the... I'm loving to see the aggressiveness of the Pharahs, especially with that new dash that they have in hand.
This has got to be one of the most defensively defined series I've ever seen, and that is due to these DPS players and the space that their tanks are able to provide for them, especially. I mean, as soon as Nissan and Nyanza had something to work with, Santana planted their feet down, and Inarizaki held that point for a solid 3 minutes, another minute and a half when it got closer to a second point completion, and turned a 5.5 minute time bank into absolutely nothing at the tail end of it. And this is what we're going to be seeing a lot of, just with the nature of Farah, Cassidy, and even Sigma as a hero. The ability to control space relies a lot on having these premeditated angles where on the defense it's easy to come by, but on the offense you're the one that has to make the space on your own. And only those few moments in Snowball, like we saw at the tail end here for YFP Pixies on this completion, someone really has to come alive like Par to actually close out these points.
Yeah, and you were talking about making space earlier on, and that's exactly what, for YFP Pixies, they are doing well, especially at the end with that dive combination. That dive combo right at the end, making all that space, pulling out the blade, making sure that their backline is in so much trouble, because Merge and Velvet, you've only got one immortality field to work with. If you don't have a sound barrier either to work with, that's not good news for your backline, especially with a Winston or a Tracer and a Genji chasing you down at the same time, too. You are not going to find much of anything. And YFP Pixies, again, in this later part of the highlights, Par hitting shots, staving them all away. Yes, your main objective was to get them down less than a minute, and that's a feels bad moment for Par. But what Par says is, let me go right back at you with this Tracer instead, and giving them all the kinds of heck inside of that last dive composition. So right now, dive is working well for this team of YP Pixies, and if they keep this going, especially on a push map that we're going to see next, this dive is going to be something that Inarizaki is going to have trouble against.
It's all about that pacing, right? What do you do if you're a Sigma trying to set up your team to look straight ahead when you have a Hitori in your back line? If you have Peace above you and everyone else kind of just poking at you from a range, right? You're getting overwhelmed. And Irizaki aren't really sure which angle to necessarily look at, and it happens so fast that small second that they take to think about what their best decision is, where they're going to point their attention, someone's already dead, and you can't actually take a full fight, or if you can try, you're already at a disadvantage. That's the kind of tempo thing that is going to separate a lot of these teams when it comes to the actual ranking and their ability to perform. YFP Pixies, in this regard, have been over the moon impressive when it's come to these fast-paced styles of play. If it can be slowed down in the slightest, though, in Irizaki, you have a real chance to make a comeback here.
Yeah, at this point right now, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep. You have to make a comeback of some sort. You got to bring out the broom of your own closet, because right now you're on the cusp of Pixies bringing out their own broom out of the closet and advancing their way inside of the bracket at the same time too. And right now, this team that went third back in Major number 1 is looking like they can make a march of their own, because if this dive composition can keep going, it's going to look pretty good. So now, again, only 3 push maps to pick off of. Runasapi is not on this board. So New Queen Street, Esperanza, Coliseo. If you're in Narizaki, you want nothing that dive can allow you to go on, which is not a lot of push maps except maybe Coliseo, although Coliseo now, right, with the changes and all, maybe some people are still getting used to that back row or the open glass situation now. So who knows what we're going to see. Last time these two teams played in the major in the semifinal 1, they played New Queen Street. So what are we going to see this time around? Who knows?
It's going to be up to Irizaki. Last time it was YFP who got to choose that map. So whoever Irizaki deemed that to be the most comfortable. Normally when we're in these 2-0 kind of on the edge of one team getting a sweep situations, you're like, okay, this is scary, this is a problem. I'm actually not too concerned because of how close that these maps have been overall. Irizaki have the tools. They have an idea of how they can build something great. It's just missing a little bit of extra spark, a little bit of flair to push them over the edge when your opponents seem to be a step ahead at almost every turn that we're seeing. So with how close these two teams are, Irizaki, all it takes is finding that piece to push themselves over that tiny gap that YFP has separated them with. And not to mention, the mental game here is going to play a pretty big part in that too.
Yeah, it's right. It's just that little push, right? Both teams had 5.5 minutes on their time bank. It's just, like you said, they couldn't find that last ledge to grab on. They couldn't find their last, that last threshold to go off of. So they got to find some way to push through. And now in push, right, this is not 2 halves. This is not control points. This is one straight up game, right? One straight up 8-minute game where you're going to have that much time to make a difference. If you don't grasp onto that last ledge, that could make all the difference, especially in that last game between these two teams. 18 meters is such a close distance and push as it is, so that last ledge is something you got to go over. And now we're going on to our next map here, which again, Inarizaki picked that map earlier on back in Major 1. They're going to do it again, and we're going to go to the same exact map that we saw back on Major 1, which is New Queen Street. They're hoping that they can go ahead and use this far cast combination, make this a little bit more aggressive, and hopefully they're hoping that this dive of Hitori and the Winston does not get a hold of them, because that Primal Rage Winston, that angry monkey, is just going to be right up in your face if they decide to keep going like this again.
When we initially set the expectations for this series, it was this idea that Inarizaki have been outside the bubble of these top 3, even top 4 teams, and YFP Pixies, if they're able to stand up to them and actually make this reverse sweep, well, that title can easily be handed over. Interestingly enough, though, Keegan, we had 3 teams tie at 4-2 when they came out of the Swiss stage. Inarizaki, YFP Pixies are 2 of those squads, Fable in the 3rd seed being the 3rd one. So I'm so curious to see how this series right here defines how the rest of the tournament bracket turns out, because one of these squads has to go down to the lower bracket, whether they like it or not. And you have to think that this isn't going to be the last we see of either one of them. They're not facing a true challenge. This isn't that big dog yet. This is just the step to get up to that very next level. And so far, YFP Pixies have shown us that they're the ones that can make it. They have that little extra juice to push ahead. And Inarizaki pick New Queen Street as that final spot where they can say, and they can stand proud on the series.
They're going to have to make, and they're, like you said, one of these teams is going to have to drop right now. Inarizaki on the cusp of it. And the big thing about this too is that the last time they were in major number 1, they didn't drop down into the upper semifinals. So this would be a new territory for them to even get to this point of going down in the first round. So they're gonna have to try to reverse sweep this, and it's gonna start off here with a little bit more aggressiveness. They got to start by the shield. That is missing, picking 2 up, but Peace 1 at the time. What is going on?
I'm sorry, but that's 2 supports down, and there's only 1 standing in the entire lobby, and Marge, I'm pretty sure feels scared right now, but not as much as YFP Pixies do. Instant retreating, and that's the risky part, playing on this top ledge, New Queen Street.
That's the risk you take when the Fars are out and about. Nian's also now on the Ashe instead, but not even getting a chance to play earlier on here. But Inari Zaki, right, early start for them. They're doing exactly what they did earlier on. Now, can they hold on to it is the better question, because they get the first fight win, sure, and first fight wins usually mean if you can get the first 20 meters, there is a number to it. That means you're going to have a greater advantage. Right now, they're pushing all the way back. They know they have to place a little bit more back now because Peace and Far are back.
Everyone is now on their feet. We're at this usual stage in push where there's a bit more stall until someone gets a pick. In this case, that was Peace, and there's just not any pressure. Nian's picking up the Ashe, a little bit more ranged pressure and damage, but Cassidy's so good right now. Instant swap over is going to be much better in the long run for somebody who's in Arizona.
Yeah, and see, they already got the first 30 meters there, allowing them so much space. But Santana getting a accretion onto Peace. Okay, I mean, rock and roll, I guess.
Hey, that's something you see every day, and yeah, that's what you need. You get a little bit more confidence in your head. You're like, hey guys, I just hit a rock, it's so cool. And yeah, goodbye Hitori, goodbye Aramori. Yeah, Inarizaki are gonna flip that robot around, and it's getting relatively close, but that Winston swap is just the one we were waiting to see here.
Yeah, there's the Winston swap on over for Hitori. Par, and it's gonna have a Deadeye to work with as well as the Pharah too, so this dive couldn't very well make Inarizaki's headache come back. They will take the lead off of this because no one's going to be able to contest it for right now, but what they can do is wait for Hitori to give the go button. As soon as that jetpack is on, they are going all in for it.
Want to find a good spot to commit. This is good. This is a nice corner to set yourselves up on. Merge knows it too. Not too much to come out from the actual ultimate itself. YFP Pixies are more than fine with playing patient. You're waiting for your cooldowns to come up. Unfortunately, it is the Gravitic Flux that will strike first for Inarizaki, spelling the end of a one-splatted Winston play. YFP Pixies, without that initial spearhead, how do you proceed? Well, you take out the tank on the other end is much better. You just don't have any way to contest the cart. Missing just chucks rockets down mid, and that's Inarizaki regaining that significant lead.
Yeah, and getting the checkpoint at the same time too. So forward spawns for them, especially when they can when they have the respawns. When some people were down, they can just regroup. And now Pixies take it a little bit laid back to where they wanted to in midfield. But right now, just the speed of Inarizaki and Santana doing all they can, especially that accretion onto the far, tells you something about Inarizaki. They are not mentally checked out of this game just yet. They want it badly. They already have the lead as Robot goes back to mid. Here we go. Pixies with 3 ultimates on the board. Inarizaki with 3 on the board. Probably going to be either Soundbear just to stave off Barrage on either side.
Oh, but missing! Ends up committing it in a very small corridor. Getting Hitori, though, significantly more valuable in this long run. Aramori will commit the Kitsune Rush regardless in an attempt to overwhelm Satana, who tried to escape back, ends up with a sliver of health, and that's great collapsing for YFP Pixies, understanding the importance of eliminating the tank there. Deadeye gets a couple players low, but no eliminations to come through. It means this robot is on the roll, and Peace is on the hunt. 2 down to their name, and YFP Pixies want to tie this up now.
Peace, that's just too big brain, and that's just too much abuse on the one Baptiste. You use Concussive Blast just to go on the other side of the room and get him, and now they switch on over the Manga. Again, they're trying to put pressure onto this Winston, which it already does. Has to jump pack away, but we're tied now. We're going to be playing for a mid checkpoint here, but you know, Arizaki's call us to back off here, so Pixies are going to have the lead after this, which is big. Deadeye, Barrage available to you at the same time. Better thing, though, YFP Pixies take the lead off this.
Support ultimates, though, some of the best in the game, and especially with Inarazaki's positioning, you have to think that this is their fight to take away, no problem, unless Peace or Par does something a little bit bonkers. The lead is already theirs. There's not really a need to overstep themselves. It's a lot of just buying this space and forcing a mistake out. A couple players close to going down, and with Hitori following up off of Par's Deadeye, that's both Merge and Santana sent 6 feet under. Wonderful coordination out of the YFP Pixies. This dive comp, Inarizaki still cannot find an answer to.
Yeah, Merge throwing out the window thinking it might have done something, but unfortunately it does nothing for what they wanted it to do. And now Peace getting the barrage up again. Armori will have the Kitana rush at the same time too. Inarizaki's only got the sound barrier to work with. Peace is going to play so silently. Just waiting in the side rooms. Yes, you get the first pick, but is it going to be enough?
And it should be. There's 2 already down.
Okay.
You need to run. Yeah, there's no way the YFP picks just the
I thought it was going to be a sneaker run. I thought it was just going to be one of those. All right, let me get play right here just by myself without them catching up. But no, still they build up a big enough of a lead, though. It is 42 meters the difference, and that's at least 2 fights here for the Pixies to try to and hold this down for the next 4 minutes. But now they'll have barrage, they'll have sound barrier to work with as well. Pixies having those same 2 ults. Now they just got to push right past this Sigma after the chain from Hitori.
Yeah. 3rd swap now for YFP Pixies, giving us a bit of a different look. Armori's Kitsune rush, though. Much better ultimate used mid-fight. Once the health bars, some of these cooldowns of the opponents already expended. You get a second one that's almost full strength, so that's what the Pixies are playing for. You do need Peace to make that work. Nianza and Missing were on their back, and it's a great start from this Cassidy player who's been rather silent in these past couple of maps, so it's great to see that she's coming alive once more and trying to buy some space. It is the sound barrier, it needs to be committed. It wasn't an ideal situation from Velvet, but with how far Inarizaki are behind, picking up ground here while there's still time on the clock is valuable.
Yeah, I don't think the sound barrier here is a bad idea at all, just because of that space and that time you have to make up here with 3.5 minutes. Still some time on the clock, but here's the overrun just right into everybody. Oh, that's the case. And the brush counter!
Santana just raced into the back line, broke every single traffic law, pulled a Yui in a no U-turn zone, and good old police car Peace came up, blew them to bits, and yeah, that's enough fun on the Mauga for Santana.
All the traffic laws, that's at least a year in jail, right? I'm just absolutely running in, but gets countered out by the... I guess the punishment, though, was taking a barrage right to the face from Peace. So now Pixies have it back into their advantage. They'll have only the application matrix to work with. Pixies have the Deadeye and the Critic Flux. If they use this correctly and try to push out and force out that window at the same time, they can push through that. Maybe they'll have another chance here to go past the 100-meter mark.
It's going to be close, but if this gets much further, you have to argue, Keegan, that a return here is going to be all the more challenging. Deadeyes is 1, is exchanged for now. Merge, that's a book it backwards, at least an attempt, so that's 2 from the Baptiste to DPS coming alive in the body of support and with significant damage. That's really pushing Inarizaki over this little bit of a cliff. A couple more fights in a row, though, are going to be needed to actually get a lead going.
Rather surprised at Hitori using the ultimate here, unless there's going to be another switch coming, maybe. But Hitori using the ult there really had no advantage to you. You already had 1 or 2 people down at that point in the fight. So yep, there's the switch already. There's going to be the Winston back on because they knew Santana's here. So this is basically rock, paper, scissors at this point. Only problem, Pixie starting off with a 42-meter lead, meaning that Pixies can keep swapping as long as their robot is on Inarizaki's side of the floor. They know that they have the advantage with a minute 40 left.
Oh, the Deadeye on out! Danza almost caught Par, but gets Peace instead and has a DPS duo to follow up. Exactly the differential that Inarizaki needed to assert. It is SK, though, taking things into our own hands. That's another 2 going down to the Lucio. YFP Pixies, they keep persevering. That power, that initiative speed is just too much to stand. Even though Inarizaki are going to get this checkpoint here, Keegan, it's not going to be one that they hold on to.
They're not going to hold on to it for much longer. You only get 1 meter out of that checkpoint, and that is it. Yes, you have 4 spawns at the very least for everybody here. Santana should be up in time before that middle point is reached. But yeah, so you get all the respawns. You can hold it here right at mid for just a couple of more moments. But again, Pixies with this dive, he totally can. The only thing you have to do once that jump pack is inside of the team, it is a green light. All systems go. SK takes care of it. Bloodthirsty Lucio and all. And now 45 seconds left. Inarizaaki has to play perfectly the rest of this map with 1 fight, and it is over.
Last fight territory, and Inarizaki are going to need 2 to 3 in a row to make it happen. SK going down, no sound barrier available. Wonderful start. If you're YFP Pixies right now, you reset and put all of your tools into the 1 fight that you're going to take. These staggers, yes, they're going to hurt, but Inarizaki may still need to take out an equivalent of a second mortgage in order to push the spot over the edge.
Yeah, it's not quite the mortgage yet. Maybe just waiting for that loan to come into play, which already you do have that time bank of the overtime to work off of. 10 seconds left, though. They have to win at least one more big fight for you to win this. It is creeping up on 30 meters now, which means even one fight can make the difference here. But where the respawn points is and how fast Lucio's can go, this is going to be a overtime for a very long time unless they C9.
Every single ultimate being pressed. Velvet, the sound barrier hits the ground, but not for emergence. Santana falls to Par, who's sitting on the high ground uncontested. Everyone averted their eyes from the Cassidy, and only Par, the nail in the coffin, in Inarazaki's upper bracket run, making an early appearance in the lowers as the Pixies secure themselves that top spot. Moving on in our Calling All Heroes Minor 1 playoff bracket.
Look, I said that overtime could have lasted a long time, but Par apparently decided to, I don't know, turn on the hacks or something, just hitting every single shot. But here's your play of the game right now. This is missing. Okay, there's the concussive blast. Yeah, there's the two knockoffs. I didn't see that earlier on, but yeah, it gets both SK and Armori, which started them off earlier. Again, the team from Inarizaki just could not get onto that grasp, especially trying to counter out this Winston, trying to counter out the dive. Unfortunately for them, it happened too late because they was already 99 meters to what was a 56 meters. And at that point, Pixies knew for Hitori at the very least, you can keep switching because you can keep countering. If they're going to counter, you have the lead. You have that advantage to keep switching at the same time too. So what a job by YFP Pixies. Again, this was a match that went 3-2 back in Major number 1.
Yeah.
This time around to start us off on the first day of the weekend, it is a sweep. So if Inarizaki wants to get some revenge on this team, they're going to have to do a lot of work, especially in the lower bracket.
Inarizaki are still a very solid squad. It just seems a few adjustments that they have, the meta perhaps not being their favorite to play. Santana is not somebody that's really known for these dive compositions and can't really mirror it against someone such as Hitori, who's one of the best Winstons that you're going to find out there. Between that adjustment, Nianza coming in instead of Persona, just having a new face on the roster, it can be a little bit of a new change to move around to. Even if Nianza had a great performance throughout today, it's not the same. You have to relearn how to synergize, and Inarizaki, their run got a little bit harder. YFP Pixies continued to be that solid squad that are on this constant arc of improvement. This is the meta that YFP Pixies needed, and that genuinely have a shot at taking down the Valentines, the Timeless Ethereals of the world.
They are basking in this current patch right now, and they can only bask in it for what is it now, 3 days left to go before we get to the mid-season patch. And I'm assuming that there's going to be some changes to what is far, and maybe even in Echo, maybe in Cass as well, as they keep continuing to tune Cass. But at the same time too, when you're looking at this entire roster of YFP Pixies, right, Hitori is your key, can keep switching on to what is a dive, what is a Malga, what is a Sigma at the same time, and you know that they're going to do work with it, especially if you're going to be aggressive with it at the same time. So Hitori is a big key, but also a shout out to Armor and SK, right? SK back on that first map on Garden of Oasis, as well as that last point of push on New Queen Street. Just the absolute tear, the absolute bloodthirsty Lucio, which you love to see off of the damage Lucio, but also healing up the team, getting the sound barriers off at the right times, and making sure that this Lucio has an impact on the game, unlike just having the sound barrier in hand. Lucio making a lot of impact on the floor, so you love to see this from this YP Pixies team. And like you said, maybe could even make a run at the top too.
And that's what we're going to be looking forward to see down the line, because the YFP Pixies are going to have a tough matchup ahead of them. This was only a mere taste of what the Calling All Heroes Minor 1 has to offer. We have several more games to come down the line today, but before we get there, we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break, get our next team set up in the lobby, and we'll see you on the other side for some more Overwatch action. We've had a great match seeing our familiar faces back on the Calling All Heroes battlefield for our Minor 1 event operated by Esports U. Now, Keegan, we wrapped up our Series 1. It was a YFP Pixies 3-0 over Inarizaki, a match that we expected to have a lot of grudge, a lot of just kind of fist flying all over the place, back and forth, and it really looked like YFPs, especially when they put Hitori on this Winston, where she's so well known for. It looks like smooth sailing.
It was smooth sailing for them, and right, it may not have been looking like it, right? 2-1 back on Oasis, 3-2 on Kings Row, but you felt like that push map, right? As soon as they got that 40+ meter advantage, you felt like it was in their hands just because of the way Hitori could switch on over to different tanks, help out this team, and at the same time, too, right? The DPS were hitting shots right at the end. I ate my words. I thought the overtime was going to last a little bit longer, but Par was just hitting heads, clicking heads, and just hitting all the shots possible. So, I mean, it was just like, I thought it was going to last a little bit longer. Maybe Inarizaki would come through and get that final fight, but in the end, YP Pixies just shut the door right on whatever we had on our notes. We thought it was going to be a 3-1, a 3-2 maybe, but nope. Pixies are like, well, let's start off the day quickly. Let's start off the day with a 3-0. Why not? Let's just do it that way.
You know what? And then for YFP Pixies, who had to go on this big lower bracket one back in Major 1, big step forwards, and ironically they find themselves in a very similar position where they now have to face off against Timeless Ethereal for the round 2 matchup, which was another one that did go 5 maps. But before we get there, first I do want to look back at this series as a whole and what the big takeaways that we can look for this and what YFP Pixies can carry forward into their next game. We looked particularly at that variety of compositions that was played and specifically centered around Hitori, but of course I want to talk about the support, the DPS, and how the squad was able to work together in a whole, enabling Par and Peace to succeed.
Yeah, it almost felt like for this team, for YFP Pixies, it felt like they were well-rounded, right? It was all together. It didn't matter whether or not Hitori was on the Winston, was on the Sigma, was on the Manga. It felt like everybody was together, right? And that's what this, I guess when they changed it, right, the rock, paper, scissors kind of combination that they had, no matter what composition they ran, whether it be the dive at the end of Kings Row, right, the full dive with the Tracer and Kiriko, Lucio, and the Genji at the same time, even if they ran full dive, or even if they ran part dive with just the Winston, but still having the casting in the forehand hand, it felt like they were more, it was more composed, it was more all together, right? And this feels like a team that I know it was 0-2 against Timeless back, or it was 0-2 against Timeless back in the earlier matches, but it feels like this time around in a 1st-3 that they've got something together. The glue is meshing together. Can they find that in the last part? I feel like YFP Pixies right now having that first round momentum and into the upper bracket semifinals, which you're going to see very soon here. If they can keep this momentum going after a great sweep like that, they're going to have a chance to take down what is a very good Timeless Ethereal team.
Mm-hmm. Especially after a strong performance in a 3-0. And Inarizaki isn't a team to be underestimated in the slightest, Keegan. So YFP now having that confidence boost in their back, like that wind pushing them up, is going to be great against a squad such as Timeless.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and so for this portion right now for Timeless at the same time too, they're going to have to watch out for Hitori. That's going to be able to switch. But again, this team that went perfect inside of that Swiss stage, right? All 6 matches that they played were perfect so far. So for a team like Timeless Ethereal, they're not going to step off the gas pedal so easily. But the aggression that we saw from YP Pixies, they're not going to step off the gas pedal so easily either. So this is going to be 2 forces just running into each other. Which one creates the better explosion? Who knows?
And that's what we're here to find out, and you guys along with us. I do hear that we have an interview at the ready coming up with a dear friend of mine, and I would love to see her come up in a little bit. Aramori will be joining us on the desk. Aramori, how are you doing, my friend? Clean 3-0 to start off the day for YFP Pixies. I heard you got your victory salad. How's it going?
I'm doing good, Tiny. Hi, everybody. Yeah, we're feeling good. I love my team, and I'm really happy with how we played and how we adapted today, so far, at least.
And adaption is what you say here as well. When you talk about adaption for the entire game, right? You guys were kind of switching comms here and there, especially Hitori, just for you guys, just switching over and over. Talk to me about when we go, let's go back to Kings Row for a little while, how you guys had that 5.5 minute hold, right? And then all of a sudden, or that you guys had 5.5 minutes on your clocks when you first attacked and went all the way down to 0. What were the comms like on the other side for you as you were trying to hold on against this Inarizaki team? Tell me what you guys talked about in that halftime period, trying to hold on of what was a 5-minute time bank.
So yeah, once we got kind of pushed into third, I had made the swap onto Kiri a bit ago because I was knowing that we had the Winston comp in our back pocket, and I was ready. I was ready to go in. I knew Winston would be so strong. And then once we pulled it out, you know, it's really comfortable for us. Everybody gets to play heroes they're super comfortable on. Peace on Genji is phenomenal. Hitori is maybe the best Winston in Ka, dare I say it.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was just really good. And then that comp also lets SK kind of run around and, you know, be a dog, which is really good for her playstyle as well.
Yeah, and you and SK, I dare say, bloodthirsty duo here between the two of you, right? SK going off, especially, and then you going on the Kiriko at the same time. But I want to talk about here, and let's talk about composition as well, because right, you and SK were pulling out the Lucio, right, and then you're just pulling out different things like the Kiriko or the Baptiste. What goes into that decision to where what duo is going to be with what? Like when does the decision get pulled out as to when to swap here between what your duo is playing right now? Because obviously SK is going to stay on the Lucio, but when is your decision here to try to swap on over from the Baptiste to the Kiriko or vice versa?
It honestly is more preference than anything. Like if I feel like I need to help Peace more, it's easier to do that on like Kiriko, right? It's much harder to shoot Pharah in the air as Baptiste, right? And then also if we're playing Monkey as Kiri, I can just TP in. It's way harder to help that is as Baptiste. But you might see some Ana. You might see some other things. You just have to stay tuned and watch.
Ooh.
I'm very glad that we get to follow your journey because the Aramori Ana is an absolute treat to watch. And hey, even though I know you're not a fan of getting dived on and constantly harassed, I mean, that's just part of playing the hero. But if it's Aramori on the Ana, it's the tank that should be scared.
Yeah,
Well, I do
the
wanna
enemy
bring
team's
this up.
Winston should just let me. They should just let me be. Like if I'm on Ana, they should just see me and be like, you know what, that's faced, and they should just let me live. I think.
I agree with as a fellow support player. I agree with this.
Oh yeah, so we'll just make sure. We'll let Sniper and Stallhill know ahead of time to make sure to leave Aramori alone if she plays the Ana. I do want to talk about that game before we head in because this is the same situation that YFE Pixies y'all found yourselves in heading into this winter semis against a timeless Ethereal, who you have to say is in the best form that they've been in all circuit. Hasn't dropped a single map in the Swiss stage nor in the playoff bracket. With your YFP right now, like, how are you guys attacking this? How are you going ahead against a very confident Timeless squad?
Yeah, so this is definitely a grudge match for us, right? Last major, we ended up third after Timeless and Valentine, right? So this is definitely, we're trying to apply everything that we've been working on. Hopefully it will work. I think we can do it. I think we can win. I really do. But we'll see. We'll see.
Well, we're looking forward to it. It's one of the most anticipated matches of the day, and I know you are, Amori, are going to do great, as always, and we're so excited to see you get back out there with your team, and we'll actually let you go back to them now. I'm sure you all have a little bit more to talk over before we head into that match today. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk, and hey, we may even see you back later after your next match.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
I love our Amori. She's so sweet.
Yeah.
She's got to be one of my favorite people that I was able to meet.
And the salad's not a bad thing either. The salad is a great thing to have on hand.
I know that's a great like pre-game snack right there.
Oh yeah.
I did the mistake of not really eating before this, and I am running on adrenaline, which is is great. It makes it all the more exciting to watch these games unfold.
Yeah, I was gonna say too. I'm out in Hawaii, so it's like 9:30 in the morning. I haven't had breakfast at all, so but I'm running straight off of adrenaline too, and it was exciting just to watch these matches, and I'm excited to watch the next one as well. Like you said, we're gonna have another match coming up in a little while, so it's Timeless versus YFP, the grudge match. Like Armory was saying, it is time to see if the Pixies can go right at the team known as Timeless, because this is about to be I think it's gonna be a very explosive match considering the momentum that the Pixies are going in with.
Yep, a rematch that we've been waiting for all the way since Major 1, coming up to you right after this break. So grab your popcorn, people. You're going to want it. We'll see ya in just a couple of minutes. Your Calling All Heroes Minor 1 action continues here with our upper semifinals. A grudge match of all time, according to Aramori, and the YFP Pixies will be following their journey and now facing off against the undefeated, unrelenting Timeless Squad. This is a team that got a second place finish in Major 1 after winning 5 out of the 6 events in 23-24 circuit, not to mention the championships also included in that, to get a second place. This is a team that is scary to look at, especially if you're the YFP Pixies.
Yeah, and you talk about a grudge match, but I feel like Timeless also has that little extra chip on their shoulder by losing to Valentine. So they got maybe a part of that chip off back in the earlier rounds of the Swiss stage, right? Going 2-0 against that Valentine team. 6-0 perfect, Valentine 5-1. They're only lost to the Timeless team. So now you feel like Timeless is on a rampage. You feel like they're on a little bit of a march to get back to that grand final scenario. And this time around, be the one to get that 4 wins at the end of the tunnel. But you got to go through the stages first. And against this YP Pixies team that is inside of this bracket in the semifinal after a sweep of their own, you're thinking that both of these teams, even if it is a grudge match, which team is going to have the bigger chip on their shoulder? Who knows? Because right now, Part Piece hitting shots that we've seen just now earlier on. Hitori with the excellent swaps onto any of the tanks, any of the 3 tanks that they played so far. So who the heck knows right now? This may be a team between 6-0 and 4-2, but right now these two teams are 1-0. That in my mind right now.
And that's what it has been. Only one round, the full round of the bracket has played out so far. So let's go take a peek at that and see how all of our other games have shaken out. So we do know Timeless, of course, got that 3-0 over Blast Off, who are in the lower bracket, but looking at the bottom half, that is where are a little bit more interested. So it was all the top seeds who ended up taking the win at the end of the day. Exo at the sauce, though, grabbed a map off of Fable, who, holding Avery, one of the best Sigma players in Calling All Heroes, is looking incredibly strong. A great comeback from them, now facing off against Valentine, which is another match that we'll want to keep an eye on as this playoff bracket continues to progress.
Yeah, and the playoff bracket continuing on. Obviously, now the 4 teams dropping are all going to be the lower seeds. Maybe one of them makes the run, especially Inarizaki. Now, at least in the lower bracket side, being the highest seed of left in the lower bracket side. So the upper bracket, though, we continue on between Timeless and YP Pixies. Valentine still trying to make the march of their own, getting that 3-0 sweep against Andromeda. So this is going to be a really, really big game for Timeless here. If they can keep this march going, a rematch is right in the cards against Valentine. Yeah. See if they can knock them into the lower bracket first before we get that rematch in the grand finals. Potentially, although we have no idea, because if the Pixies if you're talking about seeds alone, can make the upset here, then this is going to be a very interesting bracket to go the rest of the way.
Well, I love the YFP Pixies and what they've got packing. You have to say that Timeless are favored here, Keegan.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't been shown any signs of stopping in these past couple of maps, Swiss stage, weekends, whatever you want to say it. Timeless is in prime form. And if YFP Pixies, Aramori says that she's feeling pretty good about what they've been cooking. Hitori, of course, is incredible when it comes to this Winston matching against a star-studded squad of Timeless players. Keegan, just looking at this roster coming ahead, and you have to think, what really can you find an answer for? And from all across the board, you have Senna, who is joining the team as a hitscan player. They didn't have one back in Major 1, or at least a dedicated one, alongside Bun, Sawhill, another incredible Winston player, Halo and Sniper, who's actually going to be on the support, interesting enough. So there's all of these it's going to be Z's on the support. That will be a bit of a change. So this is just an incredible roster all around that are going to match YFP blow for blow.
I also want to point out at the same time, too, you see on your screen it was 5 mercies there. That is just the team having absolute fun. That is not a bug whatsoever. Mercy that is not a broadcasting. That is just them having absolute fun. And you can tell, hey, as the number 1 seed, you're allowed to smile a little bit. You're allowed to have some fun here, especially when you have all the momentum from the Swiss stage. Have a little fun on there. Why not? Just put all the mercies there as the character you want to be shown on screen right now. But hey, get your Mercy bundles, man. I mean, the Mercy bundles for a good cause, and also a really nice skin. I had it since the OG days too, the pink Mercy since my Xbox days on the OG side. So I have the original, but I'm going to get the next one. I'm telling you, I'm gonna get the pink gold one as well. So I'm just saying. But anyways, we've seen them once. Let's take a look at the roster on the other side for YFP Pixies right now, because for the Pixies again, we saw them earlier on making the switches. You'll see in this roster again, Hitori on the Winston. That's not their only character, but I think honestly, like Armor says, the best Winston. Armor said said, best Winston in Calling All Heroes. At the moment, unless I see another Winston being played to try to counter it, I'm not disagreeing with it. But first time here, so, you know, who knows what we could see in terms of Winston. But right now, he's already doing an excellent job switching on over. And Armory and SK, obviously. We'll see if Armory pulls out the Ana in this case around. But SK, one of the best Lucios we've seen so far.
This is going to be a great matchup, especially I want to see that support department. Halo has a lot of experience, even in the Overwatch League as well, so seeing her match up against SK is always such a treat to watch. Maybe get that Aramori Ana thrown in there, too. I mean, that's kind of what we're hoping for. And the biggest thing, though, of course, these DPS, Hitori, how can they manage to synergize with one another? Sawhill didn't play at all in the Major 1 playoffs. It was all Sniper on the Sigma, the Mauga, whatever it may be, but Sawhill coming back in here tells me that the Winston is where Timeless want to set this bar up. Partnered with Senna, who also was not seen in Major 1 at all as one of the best hit scan players. How is this matching up? The Hitori versus the Sawhill as well as Par taking on Senna. I mean, these are some top level matchups that we're really looking into just on the individual level, not even to mention the team as a whole.
Yeah, if it's just the going right at each other, right, this is just a battle of who's going to mesh together more and who's going to get that first pick more, right? Obviously, both of these teams are playing at such a high level. That first pick is going to make the biggest difference, right? Or first to build up to that ultimate. We've seen Peace and Par, right, build up to their ultimates very quickly on the DPS side, and at the same time, too, Armory and SK doing all the work, right, with the immortality fields, and at the same time with the sound barriers coming up at perfect timing, either to stall out or to lead the team in. It's perfect timing on either end for YP Pixies. Now, Timeless, though, are the #1 seed overall. Will we see a repeat of that 2-0 that Timeless did? Well, this time it's a 1-3, so maybe a bit of a different story. Maybe Timeless will be on their heels a little bit, considering that YP Pixies did what they have done so far. Can the Pixies keep it going, or are they going to run into a wall called Timeless, the #1 seed?
Timeless are going to look to set up that wall, and in all honesty, if YFP Pixies can't do it at the start on Antarctic Peninsula, you have to question what really the outcome is going to be. If Timeless can start on a good note on their own map pick as well, it's going to be a very tall hill, a mountain even, for the Pixies to have to climb in the remainder of the series.
And Antarctic Peninsula is an interesting pick here, because I know a lot of teams have been liking Oasis or Busan lately, but Antarctic Peninsula, one of the newer maps to the pool, and actually the newest map to the control pool at the very least here for this game. And Antarctic Peninsula, though, the icebreaker start would be very interesting to see, just because of that one main walkway and that very big point that you see right there in the middle as well. It's also a very interesting thing if we're going to see the labs at the same time too, that one big main walkway too, or longer sight lines. Maybe we've seen Hansa's there before, but obviously with this meta around, you're going to probably see a Cass and Far at the same time. And the way that a lot of people have been looking at this composition, right? A lot of people have been looking at tier systems on what characters are big. On the DPS side, at the very least, Echo, Far, and Cassidy are your big ones thus far. And Iati might even get pulled out here, considering how strong she is with the healing pylon, but who knows? The way they want to play aggressively, I know YP Pixies are going to pull out that Lucio at the same time, but if Timeless is going to stick with this composition, playing the Genji very early on, this is going to maybe have a little trouble, unless, like you said, Senna, the newcomer to this team, can hit all the shots and beat out Peace on this far. We'll find out here in only a couple of moments.
It'll be a more poke-based compositions to open us up, exact same as we saw in the previous series on the broadcast. So nothing all that surprising, especially with the nature of sub-level. Controlling this high ground, especially watching Bun and Peace exchange explosives, that's kind of where it's got to be. It is Timeless. They get there slightly ahead of YFP Pixies, forcing Hitori back into a corner. So with their backs up against the wall and minimal cooldowns to work with, they're really just at the mercy of Bun, who now has full control of this overhead standpoint.
Yeah, Timeless is really pushing on to what Pixies have so far. The aggressiveness from the Pixies is trying to counteract.
Okay.
But Bard's taking already down Sawhill, which means Pixies have man advantage.
And that was a great identification too. Sawhill wanted to hold that space where Z's Halo had a little bit of a different idea. Hitori, Par, Peace all dumped their cooldowns onto the tank player at the same time, and that gets YFP Pixies back into the fight after a bit of patient play.
Bit of patience for this team now for YP Pixies. They can play back. Armory already has the window available, already has the application matrix. Z's will come out at the same time with their window, but maybe a little bit later. If Armory can use the window first here and force back what Timeless has, if they can just cut off the window, that's still enough time to force back even more percentages here. But also, Par coming up on a Deadeye faster than anybody else Timeless does.
Yeah, Par has been lighting up the kill feed so far. Senna, though, is on their tail, to be fair. I mean, she's been putting in the work, even it hasn't been seen in the kill feed. It'll be the sound barrier out from SK a hair too late in response to Z's, and it cost them Par as a result. So Senna rather happy sitting on the high ground. No more Cowboys poking in her direction, and that's just enough for Timeless to go ahead and clean the floor while hanging on to their sound barrier.
Yeah, both ultimates being used on the support side. Not good if you're the Pixies there in that fight, because Timeless can run up to you there after the sound barrier is over without a care in the world. Sawhill only needing the Gravitic Flux alongside of the window from Z's at the same time. So Pixies coming up on 3 of their own, but the bigger difference is that Hitori will have the Gravitic Flux. Sawhill will not. But if Timeless can use the Deadeye and the Barrage ready to go, well, then Timeless is going to have advantage here, especially on the amount of damage they're going to pull out, and as well as the sound barrier to help out.
To see where Bun's currently positioned and contesting this objective. Not ideal for Farah to get there, but you do have to play a lot more on the ground, and Bun is doing that just fine. That's a second to her name in just the battle alone. She's making this look so easy. Farah is incredibly oppressive on these defensive holds. We've seen that all weekend long, and we're not done with it yet.
Not done, and didn't even have to use an ultimate to win that fight. It was Bun just getting one, and then another one on the concussive blast, and that's about it. That's all you needed. 2 picks wins you the fight. And really, again, comes down to first pick scenario. Whichever team is going to get it, and that's the green light. And yes, it's just a poke composition, but this is what it's meant for. 1 kill, and it is over. And right now, with 58% along the way, Timeless is sitting pretty, considering that Z's is coming up on a window of their own yet again. 4 ults versus 4 ults coming up.
Timeless are one of those teams who played with each other for so long. They know how to tempo and combine their abilities, but in this case, Par take out the immortality field before Bun can do too much damage. But the difference is Senna is still on the high ground, uncontested. These ultimates mean essentially nothing from the YFP Pixies. That's the amplification matrix and Deadeye that go nowhere. And what? A sound barrier out of Halo? And this is just great fight planning all around.
This is excellent planning all around, and now they're going to have final fight territory here. Halo and Bun only needing to use their ults with the sound barrier as well as the barrage, but now Pixies having that ultimate advantage. Armory switches on over to the Kiriko instead. Deadeye's also, or barrage is going to make a big difference here.
Does it make a big difference? I see a dead piece, Keegan. It'll be the Gravitic Flux instead from Hitori. That grabs both Z's and Senna, pancaking them down onto side of Antarctic Peninsula. Nice accretion as well. Hitori popping off on the Sigma. YFP are in a desperation play of their own, and it takes everything out of Timeless in a result, a losing battle that YFP Pixies desperately needed to win.
It's a desperation situation, but if you're the Pixies, you're not all too bad about it, because you've got 50% left to go, and everybody does not have an ultimate. The closest person that has an ultimate now is Bun with the barrage, but Bun, again, has been so good the rest of this game, only needing that first pick to win out a fight. So if Pixies rather can stay away from what Bun is providing right now, that would be really good news as we hit a pause in the action. A little bit of a, I guess, maybe a tech pause here between the two teams. You can see 99 to 63 on your screen. Big thing again, nobody has an ultimate on the board. So this is going to be a dry fight all in all. But if Timeless can even find that just one singular pick, we're looking at a 1-0 start for them.
It's all it takes. In compositions like this, you lose one, the rest fall like dominoes unless there's a massive response. There's very few opportunities for clutch to come out, and if it does happen, it's going to be there's like 2 or 3 players standing after all the dust settles. And we've seen that a couple times throughout the day, particularly in that last full fight we witnessed where I believe it was 8 ultimates that were used in total alone. So
something of that nature, like 6 or 7 or 8. Yeah, something of that number. Something of the high number. But when all the ultimates get pulled out, right, it's more of a matter of which are going to land first and foremost, and which are going to have the most impact as we go back into the game here. And now again, biggest thing, Bun coming up on that ultimate, 63% more than any other DPS has, and trying to outpace the support. If Bun can build this up or even get a first pick, because right now Pixies are being pushed all the way to the brink here. They're being pushed all the way back.
Pixies have been letting Timeless shove them around and hoping that Timeless can overextend themselves and they can punch, which has happened a couple times. In this case, though, is Mori that's caught out. Senna landing a couple of those shots, and it's just enough for Timeless to push through and mentioned how important that first elimination is, and seconds, thirds are going to follow after. Wonderful aim from the DPS duo of Timeless, and that's going to go ahead, seal the deal on the sub-level of Antarctic Peninsula. YFP Pixies still have a bit to go before they can take out the champs.
Yeah, so remember when you said Senna got added? There's a reason why. There's an absolute reason why. And Senna and Bun, the combination here, outpacing the Cassidy as well, outpacing Peace and Par, is doing such a great job right now. And Sawhill, let's also give credit to that as well. Sawhill also making some plays too, making the shields work out, stalling enough time to make sure that Senna as well as Bun can make a huge difference on their end, just keeping Hitori at bay, making sure SK and Armor don't feel all too comfortable too. So well done by Timeless. They are looking like the group that can mesh it together. That's not to say though Pixies didn't have their own highlights. They did get a fight win at the start, got their own at least 60% along the way. So now we'll get to see if they can try to mesh together. Just like the Inarizaki was, Pixies had a chance. They just couldn't grab onto that final edge at the end. Timeless is going to try to push them to the brink. The speed, they're going to go right towards main very quickly. Who's going to get the better edge? But watch Center on the left side, because this is going to be a big turn. They're already getting pieced out.
I don't think YFP Pixies heeded your warning. Nobody watched Senna, and she's now gotten Peace, and that's the biggest asset that the Pixies are going to work with. Even gets SK on the way out of there. Fun piece of lore, Keegan. Senna used to be on the YFP Pixies ahead of this miner. It was a trade out, now on Timeless Ethereal, and it's looking out really well for the Timeless squad.
Yeah, well, Pixies not having Senna anymore is kind of just biting them a little bit, maybe, because Senna is absolutely hitting everything, and Z's taking down Hitori means that this time it's going to stall it even more. Yes, it's early on, but staggering like this is not good news for you. SK, you just got to get out of dodge, which she can't even do. That's just an unfortunate situation. Again, another stall tactic here for Timeless, just to keep holding on to this point. And now, look, Bun and Senna aren't even close to their ultimates, and yet Z's outpacing everybody. 75%. Senna again, headshots. What are you doing to them?
I mean, Hitori even swapped over to the Winston, and we know if YFP pull this out, they're like, okay, nothing else works. This is what our fallback is, and that's YFP Pixies are like, okay, something's got to change, and they can't even get that full fight. Senna and Bun have just been claiming lives on these approaches.
Yeah, but the problem right now is even if you switch to the Winston, right, it's late in the game.
Okay.
Bar is going to have to hit a lot, which at least you hit Bun, so that's a start for you. Can you keep this going?
A little tickling down onto Sawhill, but the amplification matrix more than enough to keep them on their feet. Par, though, getting pressured out in a corner. It's very difficult for YFP Pixies to find a target to collapse onto. Ideally, it is Senna, and with the support of both DPS, the supports can only do so much for a single player, and that grouping together, the tendrils, tickling everybody down to size, and giving YFP Pixies that first control.
All right, you got your bread and butter now. Can you keep it? Can you keep the toaster on at the
Sniper clunky!
Hitori gets Bun out of the air. And so now advantages go to the Pixies, right? They have point advantage. They have ultimate advantage. They're going to have 5 check marks online in this fight alone here. Timeless will have 4 if they can just poke them out over and over again. Bun coming up on a barrage, Senna coming up on a Deadeye at the same time. Sawhill, though, will start off with the Flux.
The Gravitic Flux answered by both of YFP Pixies support ults. You'd think that's overkill, but with Peace already dead, isn't even enough to keep them in the battle. I mean, YFP Pixies, it would be devastating to lose this fight, and especially with burning both of your key tools on engagement. And it just seems like that's going to be the case. Timeless Ethereal backed off, had enough damage to overwhelm, and here we are, more blue coming towards the objective.
Timeless winning that with only using 2 ults. The Flux starting it off from Sawhill, forcing out SK to use the Sound Barrier, and Armory and Par using the Deadeye Kitsune Rush combination. Unfortunately, doesn't work out, meaning that Timeless now have the upper hand on their own. Z's coming up again on another win, on another application matrix, 25% away. It's just been building up these ultimates so well. Senna and Halo also having the Sound Barrier Deadeye to keep Senna up, maybe, or even if they were to try to engage in, Halo's going to have that Sound Barrier to work off of.
Oh my gosh, as far as hanging on to a sliver HP, but Aramori, as she was saying, has a lot more support for the Pharah player. Only Timeless, couple of ults, and doesn't do much other than zone push with 97%. Zoning is a very good thing. This is final fight for both of these, for Timeless right now, and they're cleaning it up with every Q that they have left in the bank, knowing it won't carry over into the next round, because there won't be one, as a matter of fact. Timeless coming away with Antarctic Peninsula in confident fashion.
Upper seed gets the pick, and there's a reason why they pick it. They're comfortable on this map. They know the ways around it, and set that earlier on, right? The start of that happened on the icebreaker with Senna going onto the point already, taking out Peace, and it felt like already that snowball effect happened on that point. Play the game going to Baptiste, by the way, so shout out support's getting the pot G here, but the window coming up big, and as well, Z's doing a lot of work for that team. I think in that last point of Icebreaker alone had 3 windows to use, and that is an insane number, 3 or 4, if I'm counting correctly. But just man, oh man, the Baptiste is such a powerful aspect inside of this composition because you can build up ultimates so quickly. If that far is going to direct hit you, you just use regenerative burst as well as just the gun itself, the secondary fire just to heal, and you're going to have immediately just that impact for a regular healer, and that allows your Lucio and the rest of your team to speed boost on in. Z's is doing an excellent job, and talk about Senna at the same time. Again, add it in for this team as a hit scan player, and hit scan away they are doing. They're hitting all the shots. They are hitting headshots. There is not a single moment, maybe between the span of 10 seconds during a fight, or maybe a span of really 3 seconds in a fight where I do not hear a dink if we're on their perspective. If we're on the Cassidy perspective, there is not a moment of silence on those shots between a hit marker as well as a dink. It's just unbelievable the way Senna and Bun are playing right now.
Let's be honest, Keegan. How many full fights were YFP Pixies allowed to take on these maps? Unless, like, not many. Like, I can distinctively think of, like, 3 or 4. That's not a lot. Bun is getting away with too much. Senna is surviving in high ground in places she should not be doing, and she's just hitting every single thing. Par and Peace are great at what they do, but if they don't have any room to shoot their weapons, that is another problem. Hitori is just launching herself into a wall time and time again because of how far up Sawhill is holding with this Sigma. And to say, we usually see a lot more Sniper playing this Sigma hero, perhaps expecting to swap it up to a Mauga or a Winston, but Timeless stuck with it, and it worked out perfectly fine. When we look over to our next couple of maps, though, this is where subs could be prompted on the other side. I don't think so, given we aren't going to King's Row for once, Keegan.
For once, we breathe.
Oh.
Yeah, for once we are heading to a map that may favor out this team just a little bit more of YFP Pixies, right? You have a little bit of that dive aspect to you now that you have Hitori on the Winston. Numbani's not a bad pick whatsoever for a dive composition here. You're looking at a team that can go onto whatever, right? A Sigma change if you really wanted to, but this map is more meant for dive, right? And even if you that Winston has been impactful, especially on that initiating switch that they had on Icebreaker, so if the Winston can work out well here, this is going to be really good to their start. And now as we go into the map itself, in Numbani, one of the oldest maps here, I guess, within this pool, I should say, the oldest 2 maps, or oldest of the 3 maps, the only other map that got added in Overwatch 2 was Midtown. But for Numbani, at the very least, a dive potential, and something that may open the door for the Pixies if Timeless doesn't have an answer to what is the dive. But as we saw in Icebreaker, they did have that answer. Their names were Senna and Bun. So if Senna and Bun stick to the far and Cassidy and they're not able to get that opening pick onto them, things are going to be a little tough for them.
Have to be some major adjustments underway for the YFP Pixies. Well, the dive didn't work much. It was a 1 successful use of it on Icebreaker that was very short-lived. Plenty more opportunity on this map in particular. This isn't a bad map for Timeless, though, and that's what I want to point out, is Timeless can very well keep Sawhill on a Sigma. You can go ahead and put yourself on the Winston as well. But for now, we want to look at that defensive position. So Hitori running out on the Winston. Not too surprising. The changes in the DPS lineup, both are new heroes for this team today.
Yeah, completely new here. Peace going on to the Tracer instead. Par on the Echo, and Echo's been one of the top tier lists for a lot of people as well, considering that, again, flying character still alongside of Pharah. But we haven't seen double flyers yet, obviously, because you still want that hit scan aspect to yourself. But Peace going onto the Tracer, they're looking at this map as a full dive combination. What Timeless is going to do here on the Senna, on the Hanzo instead is going to try to stave that away, maybe get the long range shots. But no, instead, Bun will go onto the far just as normal anyways. Okay. Halo, though, on poke maps, though, Halo on the break, though, on some pokes, not too bad of an option either. And now that Halo knows that there may be diving, hey, break's not a bad option here at all.
You have to know that YFP Pixies are riding this dive, especially with Hattori on their team. Z's, though, is going to have a target on their back. Halo, his entire job, along with Senna, is going to be keeping Z's alive. Can't let the grandma break her back. Now, YFP Pixies have not found a spot to necessarily dive in yet. Waiting for the supports and ideally to peek themselves out a tad bit more, whereas Timeless are playing slow, farming for Z's Nano Boost.
Just farming, waiting away for it, and at the rate Z's has been picking up these
Oh,
ultimates that
Sawhill!
would be really good, but already getting them in the back line, they're forcing all the way Timeless back, and Bun and Sawhill are also low.
Yeah, that's an even further pull back. Z's is getting closer and closer to that nano boost, but it's taking so much time. Someone actually has to go ahead and commit, and it finally happens. Bun gets the better of Par in the duel for the skies, which is so much less pressure to go out onto that flying hero. So Bun is just single-handedly forcing YFP Pixies back. Another contest is in the cards. They're hanging around so close to this objective, and Peace can stall it out for quite some time on the Tracer. The recall, though, is predicted by both the Brigitte and Senna combined. The ultimates from Timeless, though, are just too much for that recontest to actually happen, giving the red attacking squad the advantage and the objective.
Yeah, Z's using the nano boost just in the nick of time with the barrage coming out, so that counters out that also covering Bun, I should say, at the same time. So Sawhill running right in, covering the far, making sure that they get enough damage. So now for the Pixies at the same time, 2 ultimates on the board. Pulse Bomb has to be big, and Par will come up under duplication too. But Armor using that Quintanilla Rush means that the only support all Pixies are going to have at this point will be the Sound Barrier. Halo coming up on a rally, which again, that shield bash can be so threatening to you, especially on a dive composition like this. Timeless or Pixies have to be ready for what's about to come.
That'll be the duplicate that's instantly disposed of. And that had to be 2 taps from Senna. And Par blinked and it was gone. As simple as that. Sound barrier from SK attempting to stabilize, but it only hits onto 3 players. Both Aramori and Par were out of sight lines and already dead due to Sawhill's rampage. And here's the thing with this. Sawhill is such a good Winston player. Aramori thinks that it's Hattori, but these two are just back and forth when it comes to these strong tank plays.
Yeah, Sawhill making a name right now, just absolutely taking names. 2 kills on the Primal Rage, and at the same time too, Par and Peace couldn't get anything out of it. That was 3 ultimates for the Pixies, whereas Timeless only needed the Primal Rage to win that. So it shows you the level of play that Timeless is at. This team is not 6-0 for no reason from the start of Swiss, and not the runners-up from that last stage of the majors for no reason at all either. They're looking with a big chip on their shoulder, and they're looking to run this down already with 3.5 only left to go before that last corner.
Look at that Bionet thrown in onto both Par and SK. The rest of YFP Pixies are struggling to stay alive, and Hattori even had to use the Primal Rage just to an attempt here, and this just isn't looking good for YFP Pixies. Timeless have so many ultimates to work with, zoning out the objective. Someone has to get in and touch. It will be the Tracer, but Peace has a sliver of HP to deal with, which doesn't last long against Sawhill, who's just playing King of the Hill right now, and that's just about as good and done for the second point of Nubani. Over 4.5 minutes for Timeless to work with. Something has to change for the Pixies.
Something has to. Timeless doing an excellent job at that last point there. Senna using the ultimate, and you saw how everybody was split up at that point, so everybody was off the point. That forces them on, because if they wanted to contest the point, one person was going to have to at least go down. But because of this composition, one pick is all it's needed, and Senna is just going to keep hitting Peace. Peace switching on over from the Tracer to the Far instead. It don't matter. Senna's still hitting shot. Final home stretch here, Molly, and this is not looking good. Pixies are backing up, and even now Par's dead. Home stretch time. Timeless is on the tear.
Every time that Pixies think that they can go in, someone just topples over all of a sudden. I say it suddenly, but Senna and Bun are just on the job. There's just no breathing room for the Pixies to work with. They're about to roll this card in. Pixies have not set a single toe on the objective. Par even swapping over to the Bastion as an attempt to move forwards. But you're looking at Senna. Has to go down. Barely misses that final shot. Pixies have a chance to push through with that Kitsune rush and providing some breathing room, zoning off the nano boost, but just a Hattori and SK's own demise. The barrage perfectly timed, punishing players who used all their movement cooldowns. Sawhill is still on the objective. Primal Rage to force anyone who dares to contest far, far away from that point. Going for the Pharah, doesn't manage to get Peace. Goes for it. No! The Primal Rage mid-air. What a way to seal off Timeless's attack in record time. This is a dive comp to a new level. Pixies thought that they have a good comp, which don't get me wrong, they do, but it's nowhere near what Timeless is packing right now.
Sawhill, what did you just do? That was, oh my god. That is reminiscent, I will tell you, of the old Overwatch League, and I can't remember which player it was, but man, oh man, just the absolute, just
the gusto to go off the edge of the map, even with the Primal Rage online, just to swipe away at a far is unreal. And that shows you the confidence that Timeless has right now. That's one clip worthy. That's one you're going to keep in the highlight reel. I mean, that's just an unbelievable play. So keeping the far off, letting the pressure subside from what the Pixies were trying to do time after time again. It, like you said, it felt like the Pixies didn't even take a tap on to the point at all. 3 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock, meaning they finished this entire map in a matter of 4 minutes and 4 minutes and 46 seconds, which means that not a single overtime point was needed for what Timeless was doing. And man, Pixies, if they're going to respond, they need to respond with the equivalent of a bomb and more. I mean, it's just Timeless is keeping them on their toes, putting on the pressure, and this dive combination. Soyo's like, oh, look, you want to dive? Let's go ahead and dive. I got you.
It's something, sure, but I wonder if you try to swap an Aramori over to the Ana. In all honesty, they want to make a piece at the start. Sure, he gets another shot up, but they're sticking with this Tracer Echo DPS line, which you gotta find Senna. Somebody has to do something about Senna. Same goes for Bun. Otherwise, this Pixie squad is getting absolutely nowhere.
Your only option, though, to try to stop Senna maybe would be a Sigma just to shield away all the damage, but at the same time, that allows the rest of the team to be run on in. So you get one jump, yes, but Hitori's just gonna go down quickly.
Hitori just popped like a balloon, and there's no way that she expected to get hit with that much damage. Timeless was Sawhill that jumped on over the entire peel of the team to keep Z's alive. Pixies can't quite find that dive target they want yet.
Yeah, and even if you went like to a situation where it's double flyers with Echo and Pharah, you're not going to get anything out of it because Senna's just hitting shots. So there's just a lot of question marks right now with Timeless, or with YP Pixies, because they're trying to dive on in, but the Brigida's just staving off the Winston or staving off any other dive potential that there is. And look, they're going to dive again, and yet Halo just absolutely tearing it up right now.
Wow. I mean, Halo can just sit there and hold left click and boop Senna off the high ground, or boops all hits off the high ground. It does everything you need to. Senna cleans up with a couple of shots, and that's a second team kill in just this first minute or so, Keegan. Timeless, like, they just can't be broken.
It's not a matter of Senna or Bun right now. It's Halo already having a rally at that fact, and rallies usually don't come up all that like quickly in the games that I've seen, but already Halo's got it. Bun will have a barrage at the same time too. All Halo has to do is just focus on protecting your Ana, and you're in a good situation. And SK's down now.
She tried to make a play by going for this more flank angle, but that's spotted out by like 3 different Timeless players, and she just gets overwhelmed. It's another one on a piece, and likely Par, who isn't looking so healthy. 2 minutes are done and gone, and Timeless, I haven't even broken a sweat.
Yeah, and haven't even needed an ult at all in 2 minutes. Haven't needed to use anything. Not a Primal Rage, not a Barrage, not a Deadeye, nothing. Still on the board. Timeless will have 5 ultimates. Pixies will have 4 unless SK can get one of her own here on the sound barrier. But this is probably going to be one of those Overwatch moments where it's going to be all out here. Pixies are going to have to go all in for this.
Yeah, this is the shot that Pixies are going to have, and not going to get another one like it. Barrage from Bun is countered out. Wonderful play, negating that ultimate while Hitori just shoves the rest of Timeless back. So YFP finally have some presence on this objective, but who's dealing with Senna? Now hit with a nano boost, and Hitori barely escaping through the bubble, and oh, Peace eventually walks right into Senna's crosshairs. Sound barrier from SK attempting to stabilize, but this healing that this Cassidy player is getting is insane. Z's working in overtime alongside Halo, neither of which have gone down, allowing Senna to survive nonetheless.
That was every ultimate used, nearly. I think that was every ultimate used, pretty much. But yeah, Pixies go for it. It was an all-in push, like I said, and they still get nothing out of it. That's how big Timeless is being right now. And look, Pixies are so desperate right now. They have to switch to the counter dive, which is Hitori on the D.Va instead. We have not seen Hitori on the D.Va yet. Maybe this makes a difference at all, but the way Timeless and Senna is hitting shots right now, you have no chance unless you can get a first big pick, which would either be Senna or Z's right now.
And this is going to be last fight, too. Aramori's hit with a Bionade, so it slows down the battle even further, and there's just no opening. Timeless are farming these ultimates back up again, just after using all of them. Last fight, Senna very well might get hers, assuming SK goes down here. Actually, a Z grabbing the final blow. Senna turning her sights to the backline. Bar falls shortly after. after YFP Pixies fell apart on this attack, Timeless are so dang good at synergizing these dives. Halo, Z's working the most possible things you could as a support player, but Peace and Aramori, they have a little bit more to say in this. Bun goes down. Okay, Peace, I see you, but who's dealing with Senna? Senna and Halo are still on this objective. It's just the two DPS that are trying to keep them down, where Halo has a massive shield. She needs to go down here. Great focus fire, but Senna is still alive, has so much health, and that's her fourth final blow. Even with Wild Pixies had a chance, it looked winnable there for a second. Senna is still shutting it down, one shot at a time. Timeless working with their X Factor in Senna. It just looks simply unstoppable.
Senna, you can go ahead and drop the Aim Labs link in here. You can just go ahead and just drop that, because this is just an unreal performance from the Castian. Play the game, yes, goes to Sawhill, who was doing excellent work on the Winston. I wish if this was going to be a pot G at all, it would be on that Pharah that was at the end there. But at the end of the day, you keep asking the question, who is dealing with Senna? Who is dealing with this Cassidy? The answer right now is they tried. They tried to, but right now Senna's just getting all the shots before they can even get in. And look, this team synergized perfectly, right? They synergize perfectly between the teammates, right? Halo protecting Z's getting that nano boost, and they were so confident as well. Remember, going to that last point, if you saw where that nano boost went to that last point when they pushed it for Timeless, that Cassidy was all the way underneath the museum sign, was all the way at the front. That's where you know that confidence came from at the same time too. And Senna's just hitting shots over and over. This is a team right now that, again, chip on their shoulder from only getting runner-up on the last major. Minor one, they won it, and they are looking strong.
If you're YFP Pixies, what the heck do you do about this? How do you approach a team that just isn't dying? Like, Timeless know that Senna is a win condition, just simply existing on her own. Like, a pocket from Z's, a pocket from Halo. Like, you have two bodyguards on you at all times, not to mention everyone willing to jump back and give their lives for this Cassidy player. I said it at the beginning of the day. I'm going to say it again. This is Timeless in peak form. I don't even think they can get much higher from here, but they'll continue to push those boundaries regardless. And being up 2-0 and a rather demoralizing loss, you have to say, on Numbani for YFP Pixies. How do you come back? How do you make this a map 3 to prevent yourselves from going down to this lower bracket?
You find a map that Senna can't hit shots on, so you know you're not going long range. Coliseo's probably out of the picture. You probably go to a map that maybe you're a little bit more comfortable on, maybe New Queen Street or Esperanza, but even then, I mean, long range maps, maybe not the thing considering how well the hit scans are working so far in open area. Maybe not too much of Esperanza then, because that is a lot more open areas. So, I mean, honestly, I would say New Queen Street would probably be your best option. But like I said, best option. I'm not going to say the correct option because I can't even say it. But, okay, so we are going to go to our next map of Esperanza, which means this team now, I guess, opting to see if they can battle this and go on that far, again, maybe more of that dive composition. He totally wants to go on their best character, which is still the dive composition. And obviously on the Winston, try their best. What if Halo and Z's, again, Halo and Z's maybe playing that Ana and that Brigida option earlier on just because of Numbani. This time around, I'm assuming right now that they're going to go back to the Baptiste Lucio, which, so in all fairness, still worked out for them. It's not like both the maps didn't work out. It's just now they have more options. This opens up the playbook even more for Timeless. And again, like you said, they're at full strength. This is the strongest they have looked, and I completely agree, because they're on a tear right now. They are making this Pixies team. They may be turning them into pixie dust very soon in this next map.
YFP Pixies are still confident in their dive composition after that, and I do have to give them kudos. Even Aramori said it, that's what they've been working on, the kind of secret ace they've been holding up their sleeves. Winston, in a good place, you can work to the strengths of every single player on the Pixies team, and it's an ideal scenario. So even though Timeless looked great, some of the best that you could have near flawless Overwatch back on Numbani, YFP Pixies still think that this is the answer and their most confident point to work off of, and we'll have to see how that actually ends up evolving. You do bring up a really good point when it comes to the support comps, Keegan. If Z's and Halo weren't on a brig, we may have seen a much different turnout in terms of this pacing. There was just a lot more healing and utility on the side of Timeless when they were playing on both the attack and defense overall, Numbani. So whether that changes up here, we'll have to wait and find out, and maybe even see a little bit of that come to light from YFP.
Yeah, and the big thing too is that Ana and Brigitte combination, right? As a support player, you always want to be in a position where, and always want to be in a composition where the enemy team is using as much utility as possible, as much of their cooldowns as possible before they can even get to you. Halo did an excellent job of protecting the Ana at that point and just swinging away. And look, YP Pixies, if they're going to hold this, this is going to be something similar here. But Timeless, again, going back to that Baptiste-Lucio combination that was so good earlier on the Antarctic Peninsula, and on a push map like this, again, another neutral point scenario. This is going to be interesting, but says, hey, Genji guy. Oh boy,
Wow,
there is some smack talk being going on here.
I like this. I like this. Maybe they're trying to try to get each other to play Genji. Unfortunately, no one is on Genji, and I'm sorely disappointed. I would like to see some fun or peace Genji.
I
in my
mean,
life.
you would love to see Genji, but as of right now, not very good. Especially just the blades don't do as much. Like if you're a Genji player, you are sad at the moment that Genji's blade does not do as much as you would like it to currently. So maybe that's the thing. But also, you can't really play Genji into this composition either.
Get our Moriana. You know what? That's even better. Our Moriana is the GOAT, and you have SK, her little guardian angel. If you've ever seen that clip where SK shields Aramori last second from a Diva bomb on Brig, oh, that's the flashback that I'm getting right here. It's already working out. Bun has gone down. Peace has so much more room to work because how are you going to heal Bun with a Lucio and a Baptiste? Well, you simply do not. YFP Pixies had the better composition to start this out, and it's up to Timeless to make the adjustments.
Right, you make that good point, right? Halo and Z's can't heal the far up in the air, so as long as you're hitting the far constantly, that healing doesn't go for much of anything. So unless they switch back to like the Ana and the Brigitte, or you have that Mercy pocket in hand, you really don't have that constant. So if Z's is going to switch to anything, maybe the Kiriko at the same time, who can use the healing of Fudos to go up in the air. But otherwise, Pixies have advantage here. Peace already to 73%, outrunning Bunt by over 30% on the ultimate charge.
And Pieces did a lot in that very first fight, but I'm more interested in this Nana boost that Aramori's been building up to very close. He does manage to keep the tank alive, so this is a huge win con to go ahead and work with, assuming the team stays alive. So many of these health bars are just at mere slivers, and Tori eats one too many rockets to the face, and Nana boost isn't even an option, so it does end up going out onto Peace after two players are down. There's a lot of confidence in a Pharah player with very limited support to work with. Would have liked to have that one back if you're the Pixies.
Yeah, big thing there is he totally going down earlier, but also I don't think Par meant to roll down into the team. So that just, it was more a combination of the roll plus the concussive blast from Bun, so that just spells all kinds of trouble for you. But Pixies now having an ultimate on the board, but the big thing in that fight was Bun also getting their ult. Senna will also have an ult as well. So the difference now is just going to be who's going to have the better ultimates. Everybody has an ultimate coming up except for Aramori, who used the Nana boost.
This one's going to be one of those big explosives, ultimate plays. Let's press Q and have fun! It hurts my head, but somebody comes out on top at the very end of it. Parsena has the better positioning, though, just sitting on this bridge that no one's going to be able to reach her. And this early rally is a good decision just to buy some of the space back and deny Senna those sightlines that she's been thriving with. Can't do the same, though, onto the Winston. That's a primal rage, 1,000 health. Didn't look like a whole lot in Hitori's eyes. She will manage to get away unscathed. Can't say the same for Bun, though. That's a sound barrier out in response to all of this aggression, and YFP Pixies don't really have anything else to do. They were already committed with their ability. Suddenly their opponents get 4 times the health. They're like, well, I guess that's it for that one.
Yeah, Senna having the Deadeye earlier on to try to beat out Par. They didn't have a defensive Bun, or Halo did rather. And now this fight is still going on, Molly. This is just an ongoing slaughter here, but Timeless now scattering out the Pixies. They are staggering them over and over. SK and Aramori gone, meaning that this robot's going to have some free reign for quite a long time as they start switching on over.
It shouldn't be enough to get the checkpoint, though. SK swapping over to the Lucio just to get back a little faster. That's going to make much of a difference. Tori is hanging around this point. He still has this barrage. Timeless should be able to take it just off of the Amp Matrix alone, and it doesn't seem... okay, got contested just barely, and at the cost of Tori. There's not much sustain that you can realistically go for, so Par and SK can get all the trades that they want. This Amp Matrix on the high ground is good enough to send them running.
Yeah, and already 3 kills. Not only that, though, they did get rid of it, but they're going to... I feel like that's an interesting decision. I'm not too sure unless that means that's on a swap coming. But Peace goes down. At least luckily you hang on to the barrage. But yeah, you and I are both kind of interested as to why they did that. But no, I mean, we'll still stick on the Pharah at the very least, or on the Ana. But maybe that barrage was just to stall enough time for the rest of the team. Because look, here comes the cavalry at the very least.
Hey, the team was regrouping. I guess you're just hoping for Peace to stay alive a little bit longer. Like, YFP, they exist, sure, but Timeless just has these closer spawns. Even if you get these eliminations out, the robot still has to pass through that middle point. And Peace is playing way too risky. Just flew straight in front of everybody on Timeless and got melted instantly. You can't be doing that in front of people like Senna and Z's. They will shoot you and not have even blink an eye at it. That's another for Senna and Bun, and Timeless are going to finally get past that butt scratch phase and get even more round.
Yeah, they're going into a situation now for the Pixies where this is in dire straits here. You remember last time, right? The last map they played on New Queen Street, back when they took on their last match here against Inarizaki, they had that 40-meter advantage. This time they're going to be 40 meters down unless they do something about it. Par does have a Deadeye available as well as a sound barrier. If you can time that well together, you're going to have enough time, but Halo and Senna also having theirs is going to be a big thing. Who's going to beat out who? Big thing is going to be the Flux to start.
With the Flux, Par attempting to do something about it, gets a face full of shield instead. Sound barrier for SK doesn't hit onto Hitori, so there's only a limited amount of aggression you can take. Now a boost from Omori. Surely, third time's the charm here. Hits onto the Winston. Sound barrier is out. Doesn't do nearly enough for somebody such as Z. The Bionade as well. Omori is on another level. When it comes to this Ana, I love to see her on this hero. It's always such a treat, and she's given YFP Pixies all the win cons in the world.
No, Armor said, I hope this Timeless team just leaves me alone. It's just chill. Well, they weren't leaving her alone. The Sparrow of Bun wasn't leaving her alone. So you know what she does? Sleep dart. I'll make you leave me alone, sort of a thing. So it's a Bionade plus a sleep dart onto the fire, which is great. You're able to land those. You got to land a lot more though, because now you're looking at a 32-meter deficit here. Timeless though coming up on a barrage of their own. Sleep dart could be big on that. Hitori having a primal rage, but Par going down early is not good news, especially in that small room.
I mean, it's a small room, sure, but what about where the robot's positioned? That means that YFP Pixies can't really get this first point unless they clean up. The robot is moving away from them, so even if all the pickoffs are going the direction of the blue squad, it's not going to matter too much if they do not get that robot moving in their way.
Well, but the good news is that they got it back to midfield in general, so the spawns are still farther back. That allows Timeless to actually work with the space that they are now given. Bun's just going to die because they did regroup with the rest of the team. No need for staggers anyways. You know they're not going to take the lead. They didn't even take the first checkpoint, so that allows this robot to stall out enough for Timeless here. So if Pixies are going to have any chance of this, they got to make a lot more room, knowing that there's a check mark that they still have to wait for.
Yeah, they'll have to give it a little bit more time, which isn't terrible considering your team ended up dying in that last fight. So it's just a matter of where Armory can do, who's getting beaten around like a punching bag by Bun. She's a little bit out of position, but has enough sightlines on the back line. It'll be a barrage from Bun in response to Peace, and that gets 3 times more work done. Wonderful ult out of Bun, and that's going to get Timeless on a roll. There's still room for YFP Pixies to work, but it ain't going to be easy.
Yeah, you're happy, though, if you're YFP Pixies. At the very least, you get out the respawns, and now Par is going to switch on over to the Genji. This is fun and all, but it's a little bit of a risky pick, in my opinion, here, considering the way Timeless has been playing with this poke composition. This is going to be Par's game right here if they can dive the background, and they don't have like a Brigitte or something to stave off the Genji at the very least. Oh boy, this Genji's a risk.
It's a risk, sure, but if you're Par, you're pretty good at hitting shots. If you're Senna, you're a little bit smoother at it, have to say. It's a nice combo off the Graphitic Flux. Easy fight win for the Timeless squad, and that's really all you're going to need to get even more meterage.
And now again, checkpoint pass, they get the respawn points, and even then, look at the staggers, the snowballs that are going on. Armory's gone. You don't have a big heal anymore. You have a sound barrier, but if you're Pixies, you're trying to mitigate as much of this damage as possible. You're doing damage control, but with 90 seconds left to go, you basically have to play perfect the rest of the way here, considering how many fights are left in this game. And now SK coming up on sound barrier as well as a nano boost. That's the only ultimates they have.
It's not a lot to work with, and you're going to have to win several consecutive fights just to get the lead. We're looking at 3 in a row, and with the nanoed Winston, Senna trying to scoot her way on out, but doesn't get to release the Deadeye, so that's plenty of damage done, and only after the nano boost here, that would be the ideal situation for YFP Pixies. Hitori making use out of the ultimate from Aramori. Now the YFP Pixies on one of their last legs.
You know what was also really good about that situation too? Armory was the only ultimate used. SK held on to the sound barrier. He totally also held on to the primal rate. And Timeless had Senna use the Deadeye. That is such a big play for you. You have opened up a door. Although it may be small, you still open up the door. Respawns are now in your favor. Just got to push the plot. It is 27 meters away, but Timeless is also on a tear. Z's will have the window. Halo will have the sound barrier. Timeless can run right at them as long as SK sound barrier is out first.
One more fight. All the Pixies need to win to keep themselves up in this upper bracket. The sound barrier's out by Hattori beating their way through the back line. The Faras have exchanged blows. It's enough, but the later sound barrier usually is the better one. Timeless on the chase, and there's very little response that YFP Pixies had. They've expended all of their fuel, running on fumes, rather. A soft retreat at the end, but Hattori can't even get back to the objective. That will be Timeless, keeping themselves hot. And moving on to these winter finals, yet to drop a single map.
Yet to drop a single map in this entire minor series, and right now they are on a tear. Like you were saying, they are on fire. They're getting on fire still. This is just the second game, and I mean, this is just an unbelievable thing to think about. How in this tournament so far, they are just absolutely wrecking house, and now they're the first in the winners finals against a team that's either Valentine or Fable. Which from last update, right now it's 1-1 between those two teams. So that's a pretty interesting series going on between the two of them. But Timeless doing doing what they do, just getting the broom out of the closet, taking care of the Pixies, sending them down to the lower bracket final, or I'm sorry, to the lower bracket quarterfinal, I should say. But still, I mean, just everything working, right? All the gears in motion. Timeless getting Senna online, right? On board, online. One hitting everything with the Podgy on the far, or well, was close to a Podgy on the far, and then Sawhill countering out what the dive was on the Winston, as well as doing their work on the Sigma, and both of the supports, right? Halo and Z's doing their immense job of keeping this team up and alive. I'm telling you, Timeless, #1 seed, and they are looking like it so far.
It's great. It's very rare that I'll look at a game and a match and I look for big uh-ohs. Like, that shouldn't have happened. Were we doing a little bit of feeding? Timeless didn't really do that.
No.
There weren't any points that I'm like, what in the world is going on here? Even the fights that they did lose, it was because the Pixies had an advantage or just took an initiative and had a favorable fight, which was great on their end. YFP Pixies, though, are also a team that plays off of punishing for mistakes, which worked a little bit at the beginning when we were still on these Sigma compositions, but we never really saw happen again once the dive became more of the staple there. And that changed, looking for it against Timeless, who is a darn near flawless squad on their own. It was just something that YFP Pixies couldn't work with, and all of those things began to add up. This was a valiant effort at this tail end here, a much closer map than it was back on New Bonnie's. YF Pixies went down fighting for sure, but it just wasn't enough to stop Timeless.
Yeah, and you can see just the momentum that Timeless had, right? They were down, mind you, again, look at the top of your screen. They were down 51-0 at the beginning of this game, and then all of a sudden they started to mesh together along with what they had, the switches, right? Z's and Halo went on to the Baptiste and Lucio. They finally got it all together. And at the same time, too, everybody's hitting shots. And like we were saying earlier, later, Soundbarrier usually wins it out. And that's what happened in that last fight. And of course, the Barrage, Bun popping off with 2 of their own here. And Bun and Senna, just this combination of a DPS. And I feel like, right, with these kinds of compositions, if you get that first pick, you're able to win. That might not be the case with this team for Timeless. If one of them goes down, the other one can just as well get the same pick off and make it a little bit more even. And look, Senna hitting that headshot yet again. And yes, this was a winning fight, but Pixies had to invest a lot. It only had to invest the nano boost there, but still, just Timeless with too much of an advantage at the end of that game and won it all here in the final seconds at the same time too.
It isn't the same rematch that the YFP Pixies were hoping for when they approached this game, and for Timeless, it couldn't have happened any other way. And this is a team that's heading into the winners finals and looking just as scary as they did as when they started this tournament, if not even more so. Either Fable or Valentine will be meeting them there, which if that's tied 1-1, I'm very intrigued to see what direction that match is taking. But for now, it'll be us bidding YFP Pixies goodbye and sending them down to the lower bracket as they await their next opponent coming up. But for us here on the desk, we're not quite done with this matchup yet. We are going to have Senna join us for an interview in just a little bit. So we'll go ahead to a break and see you with Senna in a little while. Our winners semifinals have come to a conclusion, and many of our questions have been answered, such as, how good is Timeless really in this tournament? How unstoppable are they looking? Well, Keegan, the answer is they are pretty dang unstoppable. 3-0ing YFP Pixies and making it look pretty easy along the way, too. And a lot of that has to do with this addition of Senna to the roster, hitting basically every shot when we saw her on the stream, as well as this incredible synergy that this team has from playing with each other so long.
Yeah, and it felt like this team has, right, you talk about synergy, it felt like this team was at max level synergy. Everything was going right for them, especially on Numbani. Full holding Numbani is a little tough, especially against the dive combination like what YFP Pixies had, but they did it all together, right? Halo Z's together, putting that Brigitte Ana combination in full force. When Halo ult, you have to do is boop away and swing away on that, protecting the Ana, and at the same time, Z's getting the nano boost, right? That DPS duel. What more do you want to say about Senna as well as Bun? Because again, we talk about how this composition in this poke composition rather is a first pick scenario, but in this case, even if one went down, you saw it on that last point on Numbani in that very last fight. Even if one is gone, or even if two are gone, a player like Senna can make a huge difference in just landing shots and keeping it alive. And look, even rolled into the bubble at the end, rolled into that last Winston bubble just to protect themselves from any damage right at the end, when even if the Winston was right around them, just making sure that they're in an impactful performance and an impactful position.
You can't ask for much more from a Timeless performance like this. And when you have a team that's so good at something that is it, I wouldn't say it's like hard meta, like you have to be playing this singular composition, but something that's pretty difficult to counter or play just as well, with the small intricacies of timing, abilities, coordination, everything along those sorts. And if you just can't find an answer in that small time window, well, you're just as good as done. That's what we saw from YFP Pixies, and Timeless will continue their run into those winners finals, awaiting either Fable or Valentine. And to get more idea on their journey so far, we do have Senna with us here on the desk, and I'm so glad that we get to see her join us. She's been on a couple interviews with us before, but making a return, one of her first appearances on the broadcast, on the stream, in this new circuit of Calling All Heroes as a whole. Senna, how does it feel to be back?
Feels amazing for sure, because I did not play the last tournament.
Man, it must feel amazing for you that you are back inside of this back inside of a Timeless roster now that is absolutely popping off, made it look easy, and especially going back to that first point where it seemed like there were kind of maybe a few fights here and there, but overall it just made it, you guys made it look easy. So in your mind, what is so great about this team that you guys are going out undefeated and just making this run look completely like free for you guys, really?
I mean, I think this meta is just really good for us. Like, yes, we don't have Sniper today, but even Sawhill is very good at Sigma. But if we have Sniper, I mean, Sniper is the Sigma guy. I am just solid in Cass. Z-Man, or Z, ZSS is just insane at BAP. Obviously, we all know this. And then Halo is just Halo, Halo things. And Bun, just really good for her. So it's just like, it all works together. Great comp for us. And I think we should be completely fine for the entire tournament.
Yeah, and you said solid on the cast. That may be an understatement. We may need to check the PC later, because you were just hitting so many shots on side of that Cassidy. Now, take me through as well for what you said just now. The rest of the tournament, you guys are going to be good the rest of the tournament. You guys could be in a rematch with Valentine here very soon, after their match against Fable, and you guys could be very well having that kind of. I guess you weren't with this Timeless roster earlier, but the rest of the team seems to have that chip. How well do you think this team is going to do now that with you and the rest of the team kind of synergizing together at this point in the tournament?
We're going for 0 map losses. We just got to do it for the last tournament. But the thing is that we have played against Valentine even in scrims, or no, not that many scrims, but we had some scrims, and a small tournament before this Calling Heroes, and we just had a better read on this meta. I don't know if they have gone to the Sigma. I am not sure. The last time they played, they were on Ram and Maga, and yeah, we were like, it's just Sigma's comp. It's just better. So I think we should be just fine in the matchup.
And we'll have to hear that confidence from you too, Senna. You're going for the golden stage. You're going for the entire golden run. We were in the Timeless Dynasty for the past Calling All Heroes circuit where Valentine, you're kind of saying, took a chip off of Timeless's shoulder and, you know, likely looking ahead where you'll face them at one point or another. Is there really any fear? Do you think there's any struggles that you think that Timeless can face heading up, or is it just easy, quick sailing? We're gonna run on through this bracket. We're claiming the champs from here.
I think we should just be completely fine. The only issue we could potentially have is me not keeping up with the team. Because first of all, I am newer on the team. Like I just joined. Like this is the first time I played with them, or well, second tournament technically, but first month. But overall, it's been completely fine as long as I don't like get stressed out, because I feel like I'm the worst player on the team, so I feel like I need to perform and I get stressed out at times. But if not, then we should be completely fine. If I just play, if I pull my weight, we are good. We're all good.
And we never had any doubts of your synergy with the team throughout the entire matchup today. So Senna, please proud of yourself and your performances, as well as your team too. So we'll be following you guys into the winners finals later on today. But for now, you guys get a little bit of a break to kind of regroup and reset and prepare for that matchup coming ahead. Thank you so much for coming on the desk for an interview today, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
Yes, no problem. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow, and you couldn't have had a better addition to this Timeless roster. And it's not like that they were struggling before. Like, I would never use that word to describe Timeless, but Senna just has every single answer that you could possibly have to the screen. And it sounds like she's participating a lot within the communications and overall operation of the team as well. For only being there a month, Keegan, that's just the extra improvement that she can have.
Yeah, she's already making the impact, right? And we saw it time and time again with different plays. I would rather have to go back to that Nimbani game right at the end, right at that overtime hold at the end. That's the clip. That's one of the clips of the many clips we have of Senna just absolutely popping off. That was the piece de resistance, if you will, of just absolutely popping off. And you know, she said it earlier, right? If there's no stress at all, then they're good to go. But I don't think I felt an ounce of stress from that entire team at all in that entire series whatsoever. But this is going to be a team that, right, is number one seed, looking to see if they can claim that title back on the top of the hill when we get to that grand final. And right now, I mean, this is already minor one, but I mean, this is major one, minor one, right? We're already 2 tournaments in. This team already looks like they're going into major 2 with a lot of push, even if we're still in the middle of the tournament of minor 1.
Yeah, Major 2 is just right around the corner. I believe it's only a month away. So make sure that you guys are following all of our social channels and as this channel as well, so you can stay updated, as well as sign up to participate in Major 2, whether it's in the stage or maybe finding yourselves here in this playoff bracket to have a chance at getting those circuit points, qualifying for champs, and a little bit of a cash prize along the way. The talent continues to grow here within the Calling All Heroes scene, and it's been such a pleasure to watch it flourish recently. And good news, Keegan, we're only halfway done with our games today. We still have 2 more coming on up. We're gonna go down to the lower bracket for our lower round 2 and follow it up with our winners finals to close out Saturday's gameplay before heading into our top 4 tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. So much more games to come today. We've had some great matchups here on the Calling All Heroes Minor 1 broadcast so far, and I'm thrilled to continue our journey today and dipping for the first time into our lower bracket, where we're seeing one team that we got a little glimpse of earlier in Inarizaki, but they're joined by a new foe, Keegan, that I can't say we were expecting to see too much really now. I was expecting to see them way down the line.
Yeah, no, I thought this would be a little bit maybe more of a different matchup here, but it is going to look like we have a different lineup inside of that winners finals as we take a look at the bracket right now. And for the winners final, I mean, it was winner semifinal, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Timeless getting their win on a sweep. Fable, though, will make an appearance inside of the winners final, the number 3 seed, making an after taking the win against what was last Majors champions 3-1. So Valentine now starting on the back foot themselves. They're inside of the losers quarterfinal for what I believe is one of the few times we've seen them in this, if not the only times we've seen them in this position.
And no, this is the team that swept all the way through, qualified for the grand finals, through the upper finals, and here they are in the lower round 2. Like, this is ridiculous. Nobody expected to see this coming except for perhaps Timeless themselves. Senna gave a hint that Valentine hadn't really adapted to this meta very well, that they're not playing either this Winston or this Sigma composition, but have been sticking with the Mauga or even some Ramancha where Kindred feels more comfortable, and it doesn't seem that that's faring well against a Fable who we know to be a very heavy Sigma team. So now facing elimination much earlier on than we anticipated, this is going to be one of those matches that are the ultimate proving grounds for both Valentine and Inarizaki.
Yeah, and you can take a look quickly at the lower bracket here. Blastoff and Exo Azathoth are both out now as well. So Valentine versus Inarizaki. And you felt like Inarizaki just maybe needed to get the ledge. But now they are inside of this losers quarterfinal after a great sweep. That's the momentum to take against Valentine as we take a look at this matchup here between these two teams, right? Inarizaki, we saw earlier on, take on the YFP Pixies, who won. Pixies won the matchup 3-0, sending them down to the lower bracket. But what a start for them, as you can see on the board right now. Nianza, though, going for the Baptiste pick. DPS, promise. We promise. That Baptiste is a DPS. Well, it could be a DPS on its own anyways. But it will be... Oh, no, I'm sorry. So it will also be Santana on here at the same time, too. Santana was doing great work earlier on, too, on the tank. So that's nothing to dissuade. And then Merge at the same time. Be aware of Merge because Merge is one of those support characters that has saved a lot of times, has saved a lot of different fights, has made their presence known on the support side. Yes, we may not have seen that earlier on inside of that YFP Pixies game, but Merge is still a great support character. Santana's still a great tank as well. And the DPSs can do their work if put all the pieces together correctly. So we're just going to see if they can merge together after what we saw earlier on today.
Inarizaki is a team that wants to see a poke or a brawly style composition on the other end of the battlefield. Well, Valentine might just be the roster to deliver that. We go ahead and look at this roster, and let me tell you, it is stacked from top to bottom. You have Wisps, this hit scan superstar, especially on this Widowmaker, is just an absolute hoot to watch. You have Zoe, who's been really stepping into herself in this past upcoming major and has become one of the most household names within Calling All Heroes. Mari, the most flexible tank player that we often coin to be one of the best in the entire tournament, followed up with Wicca and AGMR on the support line. There's not much else that Valentine really lacks. The only thing that I'm scared of is what happened in the Fable game. What went so wrong where you're now struggling to keep your heads afloat in a 3-1 match? Is the Sigma going to come out to play? Is that something that Mari really wants to do? It's not one of her main heroes. In her hero pool, she likes a lot more of this JQ, more of this, diva sort of dive that we've been seeing, even a little Doomfist. So if that's going to happen, it could. It's very possible on a map such as Ilios, which is Valentine's selection here, which I can't say I was expecting to see that one today. Ilios is always coined as that odd map out, the lonely middle child that never gets talked about in terms of Overwatch maps, just because it can be kind of silly at times.
Yeah. You always feel like though that most times, if anything, if Ilios is in the map pool, that kind of is like the last one. If let's say Li Xiong were in this map pool here, Li Xiong would be first, and then if you had to go all the way, Ilios would be the last one. That's more of the, you found your rhythm and you know that you can go at it. But this time around now, right, they want to start a little bit crazier, right? I mean, we've seen Oasis and Antarctic so far. We're gonna get our third different map here to start Control today alone, by the way, and we only have 4 maps inside of that map pool, so I'm going to take that any day of the week just to see different maps. But Ilios is going to be our starting map, like you said. And again, with the way that Valentine and you know, I mean, you in your notes, you have plenty of heroes that they're going to be able to play here in Valentine at the same thing. I have the same thing where they're just have a plethora of things, and that's what Ilios is for, right? You have environmentals like you do on the well. You do have that lighthouse, and at the same time, long-range map like Ruins, and a little bit more open air for that Pharah at the same time. If we are indeed going to see the same meta with the Cass and Pharah, I'm interested to see if Valentine can adapt to it, especially, like you said, they fell 3-1. Maybe there's not that much adaptability to it, as well as what Senna said earlier. Maybe they haven't gotten adjusted to this meta quite yet. If they are, this would be one of the maps to do it on, because it does give you that opportunity to kind of shift things around a little bit depending on what the map situation is.
This is going to be a fascinating matchup, particularly in the DPS department. In my opinion, Zoe's Pharah was the best in Major 1, and it wasn't super close. Granted, that was with a Mauga. It's just much, much different than if you're trying to play with a Sigma at your back, or even something like a Winston, which I'm not expecting to see a whole lot of, but that Pharah is still going to be a major part of gameplay, particularly starting out on Ilios, and Zoe is that player for me that you need to be watching on Valentine. If Inarizaki want a chance to prove themselves and get a shot here, and an early one at the defending champions from Major 1, doing it here in lower round 2, it ain't gonna be easy, but they're sure gonna try their hearts out. Ilios, the oddball of all of our control maps here, and is bound to get a bit chaotic. Missing, and was from what we saw and that previous series, just was dominating on that Pharah, but I don't know how close that's going to match up against somebody like Zoe, unless that's already something it's been hurting. You're coming off of a loss that I guarantee Valentine did not expect to take today.
Yeah, and the big thing, you talk about the Pharahs in general here. I know that last match was more about the Cassidy, if anything. Bun, we called her name a lot, but it wasn't as much as Senna did. Now we get to see a battle between the Pharahs here, if the Pharahs do get pulled out overall. I'm interested to see, right, the tanks. Kindred is not playing in this one, so Mari will get pulled out again. Main thing is, can they adapt to what this meta is? Can they hit the shots with the Cassidy? Can they take down this Pharah? Like you said, not expecting a lot of that dive potential with the Winston that we've been seeing throughout the rest of the day here. So if that's the case, Sigmas are going to be key, Malgas are going to be key here at the same time. But no, okay, Valentine, we're starting off on Ruins here. I like the way Valentine is thinking, though. Hear me out. The Widows are going to start this off. And then if, oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe it was a little bit of a bait. It is Control after all. Both sides are going to do it here. So we might see mirror comps to start. Zoe's going to try to get them there faster with the Symmetra. Missin's already going to go on the Pharah to start. No Symmetra teleporter. And Zoe, yep, Pharah. So exact same thing. Only difference, though, that we have seen the entire day, though, is that difference between the Widowmakers instead of a Cassidy. So they opt for the more long range because you do have that the Pantheon to go through. Wisp already starting us off with a good shot.
If Wisp is on the Widowmaker, watch your heads. Velvet did not, and I'm sure she is regretting her choice. Wisp, easily the best Widowmaker in the entire tournament. Danza, you just can't do that against Wisps.
You can jump shot. Wisp in different angles there, whether it's on the ground or up in the air. Wisp is hitting shots right now. And that Widowmaker, right? We talk about first pick potential in this scenario right now. A Widowmaker finding a headshot onto anything is bad news on this map. You're allowing way too much space. And now Valentine has way too much space to work with. They can stay on this point. Here comes another jump shot. Oh, nothing there for right now.
I said that the Pharahs will be running this map. I lied. This is the exception. Widowmaker is the name of the day. I mean, Wisp is still hunting for these players. I mean, Missin just can't do anything right now. It's stuck to the pillar.
Let's see what happens here. They're going to go ahead and fly right on up to start as another look for around the Widowmaker right on side. That building, nothing there, hits the body shot, but not much else other than that. The ultimate-wise, AJMR does have the ultimate available, coming up in just about 3%. Missin's almost off of the map, thanks to the Pharah, but stays alive in time. Good thing Santana stunned out for a little while, thanks to the accretion, and AJMR is going to be hitting more and more shots, and Valentine's going to hold on to this.
And that's what you needed to expect. Valentine knew that Inarizaki had to play into their sightlines, and they played so far back, forcing them to play into Wisp crosshairs. Inarizaki were so scared that entire fight, and they still should be. Now even more space is granted for Wisps to hold, and if Inarizaki can even manage to take a full fight here, it's not going to be easy. You need something to come out of this graphitic flux, and ideally before someone loses their head again.
Yeah, you just need a pick here in general if you're Inarizaki right now. You're finding anything. Infrasight's going to be up.
Okay.
Infrasight's already found Missons, found the Immortality Field and the Gravitic Flux. H-Dash there to secure at this point. Everybody's going to find themselves a pick. Wicca finds two. It's a team wipe here for Valentine. 80% final fight territory.
And it was only 2 ultimates that had to do it. Wicca holding onto the sound barrier is going to be key to success. It nullifies anything that Santana was going to do, leaving it up to Missa, who's been silenced the entirety of this round so far. And with only 1 fight to do it, it's going to have to be a quick retake with Nianza applying this pressure to the Widowmaker just long enough for the team to get in.
Zoe, you're going to do this to them. Zoe's going to go right behind them. Dashes
Zoe!
on in. Rocket Barrage is there for 4. It is just all over. Zoe played the sneaky game, sneaky beaky like, gets the team wipe. It is 100-0 clean point for Valentine.
If you're Inarizaki right now, you are taking a step back and being like, whoa, what the heck just happened? And this is the thing with Valentine, the reason they succeed is they have all of this star power in their various angles, and they play off each other. They know who is good at what and have enough trust in one another in order to synergize. And in moments like the tail end there, relying on Zoe to come up with the barrage from the back end, even if that didn't get 4, it gets plenty done for Valentine to do it, and Inarizaki just could not get a peep in the entire map. And now swapping back over to this dive, which we saw in their previous series today was not exactly their favorite nor the most successful, but running into somebody like Mari, who's pulling the Doomfist, a new hero from the day for her, but one that she is very well familiar with.
Now this is interesting here. Okay, I thought Zoe was going to stay on the Symmetra, but the big thing is Mari on the Doomfist instead, one of the top heroes you have for Mari in this case. Very flexible tank, and it's about to show here. Inarizaki on the dive at this point. They'll go ahead and take the first, or at least the first touches on this point, but the point doesn't unlock until the next 8 seconds. The Doomfist will dive right on in. Wisp already hitting Merge is a big play for you, only relying on Lucio healing, and the green light is on. Valentine loving what they're seeing right now. Already their first pick and force them inside of the side room. Velvet goes down at the same time. First point, Valentine yet again.
Wonderful played by Valentine. When you're playing this Doomfist Pharah, the entire objective is to divide and conquer. We saw Merge get flown off the side of a building, and Valentine's like, ooh, lone a Kiriko, don't mind if I do, and that's the entire playstyle for this map. Holding down on this choke now, somebody like Missin, Neonza, has to dislodge AJ Amar or even Wisps to have a chance at breaking through these normal chokeways that are so good for this DPS lineup.
Good blink away for right now. Takes out the flashbang for only a couple more seconds here. Inarizaki looking to make a move if they can. Nobody with an ultimate on the board quite yet. Nanta's the closest one to a pulse bomb, at the very least at 80%. But Valentine, knowing that they can back off, they have control of the point. They are just waiting for some kind of green light to go. So far, it's been Zoe or Wisp to make it happen, and they are stuck in this corner a lot, but good thing you have the jump hack to get out just in the nick of time. But slow and steady, trying to win the race here, unfortunately for Inarizaki. If they keep this pace up, it's not looking all too good. Wisp is able to take down the answer to start, and that's the green light. All systems go here. Wisp is still somehow alive, thanks to the sound barrier Wicca. That's all they need to win out this fight. Lucio goes down. Yes, they use the pulse bomb. It's 1-for-1 on all.
Okay,
Valentine
Wisps.
holds on.
Okay, Wisps. Okay, Wisp just got a casual 4K in there again. Is why not? And jeez, like, what do? Inarizaki are running into a wall. It's good that they're playing slow and waiting for these major cooldowns to come up, like Speed Vamp or Jump Pack, but it just takes so long. Valentine's composition is way faster, and now is the ultimates to work with. Merge, we're so used to getting these Kitsune rushes up like they're nothing. It doesn't quite have it. AJ Amar can unleash this blue carpet early, and Valentine can win a fight off of that alone.
Valentine, 4 ultimates on the board. Let's see what they use here. Velvet actually done up for a little while here. Mari, though, takes care of Velvet, and this is going from bad to worse right now. Deadeye takes care of Missin. Missin's going to have to do a whole lot of work to even make this close. Primal Rage out just to try to help out the point and stall out. Santana can do all they want, but it's not going to amount to anything. It is a perfect 200-0 here, unless something else can happen. They invest the sound barrier again just to stall out, and hopefully the rest of the team comes up just in time. Meteor Strike does come down, not landing on anything. Keeps an air rush will also come out at the same token. Wicca and AGM are looking good for the rest of the kills here as they will force out the Echo. They will force out the Lucio. No one touches point. AGMR just to clean up house. And Valentine, perfection, the name of the game on Ilios.
Wow.
200% to nothing. They're off and running with a 1-0 lead.
I was hoping by looking at this series, we could get an inkling of what happened, how Valentine ended up in this situation in the first place. I have no clue. No clue. After this map, like, that was dang near perfection out of Valentine. And between Zoe, Wisp wiping the lobby 3 separate times, like, what went wrong? What has been going wrong for this team? I genuinely do not see it. And Inarizaki seemed caught by surprise by what Valentine had back at the punch there. Pun intended, with Mari pulling out the Doomfist. And Keegan, while it wasn't more traditional meta than what we're seeing, Ilios was, I'm not going to count it for too much because it's a map that plays specifically into Valentine's strength, and making that decision alone and coming out with this strong of a start, that hurts the mental game of Inarizaki at the very least.
Oh, absolutely. I think if you were for Inarizaki, right, you have that 3-0 win to go off of, but you run right from a 3-0 to last majors champions, and the wall seems to get a little bit bigger here as there is going to be a little bit of a swap going on. We'll get to in a little while. Kindred will go in for Mari in this case, so a little bit of a tank swap, if you will. But Valentine feeling pretty comfortable. They got a perfect map on Ilios, 200-0, both on the ruins as well as that well, but didn't really go to Lighthouse. Didn't need Lighthouse at all to prove a point as we go on to our next map, which is Inarizaki's pick, and this time around they will opt for King's Row.
Sticking with the King's Row guns, I don't actually hate it.
No.
Dive isn't it. I saw it twice now. I'm like, oh, maybe it was just a fluke. This isn't it. I don't want to see too much more of this Winston comp. It needs a lot more work to actually compete with some of these squads who have been playing at a similar level. And it's not to say anything bad about what Inarizaki have going on. It's just not their strength. Dive is one of the hardest compositions to be able to synergize, and Inarizaki genuinely haven't needed to workshop it just because of the way the meta has been shifting for a long time and just succeeding on their raw strengths in other heroes alone. So with what Santana was trying to do, it wasn't a terrible idea, but going back over to the Sigma ideally is gonna be the name of the game. Putting some more pressure out front, buying space for Neonza to hit, like, just really have space to see anybody on Valentine. Like, I don't think Neonza was able to get in the final blow throughout the entirety of Ilios. So much more needs to change and enabling for the damaged players, because the suffocation that Valentine are putting Inarizaki under is absolutely brutal. King's Row, they're hoping this comfort can bring them some sort of success.
Now, I'm very interested in King's Row as well, because for Inarizaki, right, let's go back to what we saw at the start of the day, right? Both teams from YP Pixies and Inarizaki, crazy enough as it was, had a 5.5-minute start after they capped the first point, and then all of a sudden it went down to 0 just as quickly, and yet Pixies were able to take that over. Again, Inarizaki had that little bit of a ledge to grab on, and unfortunately just could not get there, but this time around, it doesn't feel like that. Inarizaki had no momentum going into this map at all. They didn't win any fights because they didn't get a single percentage point at all. Not even that. Maybe they got, I don't even know what the elimination numbers were at the end of that game, but I think Inarizaki may have gotten like maybe 1 or 2 picks total by the end of that, and it felt like Valentine, it felt like that was such a harsh game for Inarizaki to go through. This is your time to mental reset. As we're talking here, this is a break for the players, right? Yes, you have the swaps coming in, but this is a time to reset, regather yourselves. This is a map you know, and yes, while it may be called Scrims Row, right, the other team will know it. This is a map that you can reset yourself on. Try to play different compositions, right? You don't necessarily have to play the dive. You talked about it, right? The Sigma, the Pharah, and the Cassidy combination works out really well here. And what we saw back against this YP Pixies Inarizaki team, they worked out well with their Cassidy and their Pharah combination. They just have to replicate that against, well, a bigger wall than what is normally here in the losers quarterfinal, which is last majors champions. And so if they can do that, they've got themselves an open door. Unfortunately, right now, Valentine's kind of just putting their pressure on the other side of the door, trying to shut it at all chances possible.
It's not great when someone's trying to slam the door on your fingers. Trust me, I know that hurts.
Yes.
Inarizaki are great when it comes to these defensive setups, like getting a 5.5-minute hold plus some change on that. That's pretty darn good. But struggling to break through when you don't have control. That's a constant wall that Inarizaki have hit all day long. And if they don't have that same sort of control in how they can take these fights, they just don't seem as comfortable. Inarizaki, this attack is where I'm really gonna look at. If you get full held here, I'm a little scared for your safety and your future in the remainder of this tournament. If Valentine can try to push through and hit a roadblock, Inarizaki can show that they can compete, but with how well Valentine just played that map and how angry they are after losing to Fable, like, can this team really do anything else? Inarizaki are gonna try their darndest, but a King's Row map isn't exactly one that Valentine are uncomfortable with either.
Yeah, and again, like I said, this is called the nickname Scrims Road. This is where you try to figure out your compositions, what works, what doesn't, what you think will happen. There's always different phases, right? The first point is a little hard to get through, right? That first choke point, but if you're able to push through, you have that streets phase and then a little bit more of an open second level feature known as that third point. So this is the map where for Inarizaki, this is your changing point. If you can reset, regroup, have that first point that you did back against the Pixies, against a team like Valentine, you are setting yourselves up for victory. You just have to make sure that that setup is completed. Right now, as we get into the game itself, Valentine having all the momentum, 200% to nothing as we get into the game and take a look at what matchup that they are going here and what team compositions they have. It looks like Valentine, I mean, they're on the defensive end to start. They are pulling out the Malga here.
Kindred is back in. That's another thing that did happen throughout the break, so Kindred is great at Brawl Heroes. Kindred loves to play the Mauga. Sometimes we'll see the Junker Queen and a tiny bit of Winston here and there, but this is where I start to get concerned. Mauga, while a good option, can be difficult on these attacking portions. Luckily for Valentine, they'll be the ones that are kind of setting this barricade down on the defense. Inarizaki, though, this is the fight that they want to take, is teams who want to fight face to face, and hopefully that can help them out a little bit as they start their early engage here, keeping these Cassidy Pharah lineups.
Yep, keeping the Cassidy Pharah, but the tanks on the either side, switching it up between the Sigma and the Malga, so Valentine want to go right at them. Santana's just trying to hold on for dear life here, seeing who can get the first pick. Big thing is cardiac overdrive can be such a hassle to you at the same time if you cannot kill that, and there is no Ana to try to stay that away anyway, so that's going to get a lot of value mid-fight. Here we go, and this just poke after poke here. Nobody's really getting any opportunity to do something. Nyanza falling oh so low, so is Wisp. They have to back up to the healers right away. There's the dash in. Here's the green light that Inarizaki wants. They've already got the first tick here. They're trying to surround everybody inside the Otherworld Hotel, which means that everybody is found out. Wicca's gone. Nyanza's also gone to the same token, but what's better, a support or a DPS in this case? The only healing you have left is a Baptiste and a Kiriko left to go. However, Wisp is still going to be hitting shots.
Wisp!
Defend this out. That is 3 headshots. What a blows for Wisp, and Valentine's gonna go hold on.
For the record, Inarizaki were winning that fight. Kindred was as good as cooked as soon as that cardiac overdrive came out. Almost all the team was dead. Then Wiz said, all right, if you can't do it, I'm gonna do it myself. Hits every single headshot that was humanly possible and is now almost built up to a deadeye. Nyanza's already down, and if you're Inarizaki, you just gotta reset here.
Inarizaki's gotta reset a little bit, and Nyanza's already gone, so Inarizaki 88% to a barrage. At the same time, Wisp and Zoe both coming up on their ultimates. Wisp is the first one to get to an ultimate on this team besides AJMR, so that is 3 ultimates online for Valentine already. Inarizaki will come up on 2, which is a barrage as well as a window, but you feel like right now, Inarizaki playing on the back, but they're already having to use the window just to force them out. Maybe they can get a second tick off of this, but nobody is touching right now. And look, Zoe, oh, the sneaky beaky, like going for it yet again. There's the overrun. Gonna find anything. Zoe in a little bit of trouble, but gets out for right now as the Kitsune Rush is used. The rocket rush as Merge is jumping up. That feels a little disrespectful, just jumping up, and you can't run away from it. You can only run into it, as it'll be the defensive hold again for Valentine.
I can't say I've seen a barrage used while looking up. That's a new one for me. You know what? Zoe got the elimination anyways, and it ended up working out in the end. Valentine are forcing Inarizaki to play this slow down pace and want to get these eliminations before the fight even starts, positioning Wisp behind them. If a Deadeye goes off here, they should at least for Immortality Field. If not, do even more. They have no idea she's there.
No idea at all. Far is gone. And now Wisp is going to keep this going. Green light is on. You can just ban the hammer in here for all it matters and get all these kills. Wisp finds 3 final blows. And yet again, another team kill here for Valentine. They're looking to full hold this, even if they've given up a tick so far. Man, this team looking strong.
The good thing for Inarizaki, though, is Wicca ended up using the sound barrier. So Santana has this gravitic flux almost for free, and Velvet even has this emergency button should anything bad happen. In this case would be a cage fight. That'll be an early gravitic flux, but doesn't grab it a much.
Doesn't grab anything, actually. The flux misses entirely, so now that's a go button. Sound barrier is up and about. Cage is also out at the same time. Barrage will be used for Misson. Is this going to find anything? It finds one onto Kindred. Also, the cage now down as well. They finally start hitting shots. They have found the progress. They have found the lights. And with 30 seconds left to go, a much different story than their very first game. They'll have 3 minutes to play with coming up.
It wasn't cheap, though, so it's everything that Inarizaki had to use. Still 3 minutes to work with as we enter this streets phase, and goal number 1 has been accomplished. Woohoo! You still have the most difficult choke in the game to go past, so good luck, Inarizaki. You're gonna need it. This amplification matrix from Merge, if this is used after Kindred burns cardiac overdrives and you burn down the tank here, that's the perfect way that you can get a good lead here on this first part.
Well, the archway is going to be one of the toughest ones to go through, especially against the conflict of Pharah and a Cassidy combination here. Window's going to try to get them out of this corner, but it might not happen. Zoe's already taking care of Merch. They push right past the window and say hello to Valentine and say hello to Inarizaki. But they get a trade 1-for-1, but in this case around, it is the better spawns coming from Inarizaki, so they could push through this if they wanted to. They know one's gone. They just have nothing right now. They have no responses, but here they go. They're going to go inside. Barrage from up top. Immortality Field saves them for the moment, but the Immortality Field not taken out quickly enough as they reset.
A bit more of a soft reset, and Zoe is the main target here. Again, you just don't have any sightlines unless it's Misson who can actually eliminate her. Kindred can just run in as she would like to. It's not good for Santana to get aggressive, especially with all these ultimates being unleashed.
Barrage and Kitsune Rush used simultaneously on either end. AJMR trying to use that to counteract what Misson already had, but Misson's already taken down the tank. That's not good news for you, because now the rest of the team can start to run down. The Lucio's the only one that can stall this point, but there's not much time left for you inside of this archway as they push through it, and Inarizaki finds themselves inside of the street phase, but only 90 seconds left to go.
That's not too bad, though. You exchanged the Barrage for the Kitsune Rush, and I managed to hold on to most everything else. You go ahead and take those if you're in Inarizaki. The sound barrier and even just the Deadeye are going to buy you some space and time as we approach that final battle on the streets phase here. I do wonder, though, Valentine are great at engaging, especially with Kindred and Zoe. Comboing up their bits of damage with both the Slam and the Rockets can spell quick disaster as Merge is already under pressure.
Yeah, already under a lot of pressure. Merge already has to use the Immortality Field. Sound Barrier is also going to be used just to help that out, just to keep this team alive. Wicca will use theirs at the same time. Cage is also used here for Santana just to help them out, and Misson and Santana will get a total of 3 final blows. Is this the fight they want? That's absolutely it. Now, is the cart going to make it in time is the question, and I believe, unless this fire can dash away, it does.
Yeah, Inarizaki is going to hold up close here. AJMR was the last to go down, so Valentine have no good reason to actually push this payload. Inarizaki, that's the second hurdle that they've now managed to cross. A much better look on King's Row in comparison to Elios, fighting into this Malga matchup that they wanted for so long, and now it's Valentine who has that ultimate advantage.
Cage almost available here for Kindred. Maybe decides to use it here, but won't get a chance.
Oh, no!
Actually, Kindred does. Kindred popped it, but it gets canceled out right away because of the barrage that came out from Zoe. Doesn't even get a chance to put it down. It is a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Inarizaki, and the spawn runs in favor of this Fox team. But right now, Valentine, oh my God, what a big ult gone.
That's best case scenario for Inarizaki right now. That was one of the main answers that Valentine had going into this fight, and Inarizaki just rounded the final corner. If AJMR can get a Kitsune rush up, sure, it's going to be something, but otherwise you're looking at Zoe Wisp, who's been silenced throughout the second point. Someone has to come back live, or Inarizaki, you're going to flip the tides completely.
Misson and Yanto both having their ultimates. They're going to use it simultaneously here. Deadeye as well as Barrage are out. Kitsune Rush is also going to be used here, but just the pressure is way too much. Inarizaki's going to go on a tear. What seemed like a really bad start turns into a great finish. They go uno, dos, adios, completing the entire map on King's Row. Inarizaki showing up. They're not quite done just yet.
All right, Inarizaki, we see you, we see you. This is a team that can compete, and it's the matchup that they want. If you have to play into a dive, Inarizaki have no idea how to respond to that, but a good old Malga on Malga comp, whoo, now you're speaking their language, especially with Nyanzan, who's just come alive. I mean, she was non-existent back in Ilios and has had these massive shoes to fill after the departure of Persona. So seeing her just shut down both Wisps and Zoe after this first objective was unlocked is a great performance from her and gives a lot of hope, because now Inarizaki are on this defensive spot where this is where they're comfortable. You can tempo these fights exactly how you would like to and put players in different positions just based on that. Nianza has full reign of the high ground. Misson will be on the Genji though, instead of the Pharah, which I will say is a little concerning, just because Misson was doing a decent job at just chucking rockets in Zoe's direction and keeping her off of Inarazaki's back. So we'll have to see what the Genji is actually able to accomplish in this lineup, and following up with Santana and this hopefully tempered aggression that we're about to see.
Let's see if Valentine can keep up with the aggression. It seemed like they had all the right gears in that first point, only up until the final 30 seconds left when Inarizaki took it over. But after that, it was all Inarizaki's game, and they get it with 50 seconds on the clock. And you love to see that they have time on the bank as well. Different situation than what they did last time around, where they didn't even get a chance to cap the entire points. Instead, they find themselves with 3 on their own, and this time around, holding up inside the Outer World Hotel for right now, making sure that this Cassidy is out-pressured, which they absolutely are. But Kindred able to take care of Mist on overruns just to get away for right now. But how much trouble is Santana? And in so much trouble, falling oh so low. Good thing you have the cardiac overdrive to keep you up only for a little while here. But that just means you're backing off already.
Uh-oh, Emerge going down here. You can't recontest without your Baptiste. It's simply not happening. If Valentine just stick 1 or 2 players on the objective, you're barely going to get Merge up for a third tick recontest, unless Kindred overstays her welcome, which kind of seems to be the case. Cardiac overdrive is out of both of these players, and Inarizaki just can't hit a recontest. Wonderful shots from AJMR to secure Valentine that objective.
That's a free objective. They're 5 minutes and 39 seconds. Bit of deja vu here. That's the third time we've had over 5 minutes on the start of a hybrid map here. So we are going to see more time being used. And how about shots? Even if it's from the Mauga himself. And is on to Misson, and that is not good news for you. You lose a big chunk of your damage, which is the far. They're going to try to hold them underneath the archway, but unlike what Valentine did to Inarizaki, Inarizaki cannot give it right back.
We've seen it before. Inarizaki have been faced with these massive time banks on the defense and managed to stabilize themselves. It won't be here on this first choke, though. They were starting to plan out how they were going to approach this point, and then suddenly, oh no, my Pharah's dead. What do I do? Panic mode, goodbye Merge, and the rest of Inarizaki topples over. Those kind of things can't be happening, particularly when Valentine now have these major abilities to work with. I mean, just a couple of these support ults alone, coupled with the cage fight for Raj. This is looking like a Valentine fight win, especially if they're going to take the initiative in the early part of this game before Inarizaki react.
Let's see what goes on here as AJMR does have the Kitsune Rush out and about. Kindred's already got one onto Merge at the same time. So this is going to be a good fight here for Valentine. They're going to try to run this down all the way through, not losing a single fight here on the attacking side so far, as Inarizaki falling one after another, and they're just making so much space to where they cannot even try to touch this point without taking too many risks. And speaking of risks, Kindred goes down, but that does not matter. 5:37 to get this all the way.
All right, Inarizaki, time to get your feet back up on the ground, because currently you've doubled over backwards, and this is a big issue. Something has to be done, and this ultimate fight is lost. I gotta say, this map is looking as good as over. Inarizaki has every single button to work with. Keegan, have fun with this one.
Thank you, Molly. Appreciate it. Here at Deadeye on either side, there's going to be the cages at the same time. Oh boy, this is a plethora of ultimates, but the better question is who's going to get more out of it. It is one on either side for the Deadeye as well as the Barrage. A total of 4 ultimates, or rather a total of 7 ultimates have been used thus far inside of this fight thus far. And right now, they just keep it going. 5 minutes left to go. Cage is going to be dropped. That is 4 people. That might be the entire team inside of that cage. And this Barrage just trying to help out and get anything further, but Santana traps them all. Is it enough of a defense? It might just be, because the only person left to go on this point is AGMR and Kindred. And now just the slight delay of the cage use means that Inarizaki's going to hold.
That was so smart from Santana, holding on to that cage fight. There's so many Malgas that would see Kindred ult and be like, oh, I can do that too. No, Santana held on to it, waited until Valentine didn't have any of their cooldowns, trapped them in, and let the rest of the team clean it up. Yes, it was expensive, and Valentine still have a Kitsune Rush to work with. Merge has been great with his amplification matrix responses, popping them early. Sticking the ends up behind one is a great answer.
Using the overrun to get out of dodge for right now, gets away to heal up with the rest of the team. Payload moves back into the home stretch scenario. Gates and a rush available for AJMR as well as a Deadeye. Inarizaki's coming up on a window as well as a sound barrier, but does not have the sound barrier for the initial start of it, which means that allows Wisp to go on in and just shoot away on the headshot of Misten, who gets Zoe beforehand. So with 3 minutes and 50 seconds, it is on the home stretch. There's the cage out. It gets one at the very least, but the headshot's away. Deadeye is activated, but the cage already going down, and Santana gets rid of Kindred at the same time, and they're just going to wipe this entire team out. They will hold yet again. Inarizaki puts up the fence.
And that was a great play, too. Valentine, Kindred more specifically, built up that cage fight so quickly. And the fact that Inarizaki were able to overwhelm it is massive, especially looking forwards. This is the stabilization, long defensive holds that, let's say, Inarizaki are well familiar with. After today's level of gameplays, they can keep doing it again here. Barrage cage fight on the horizon.
These sound barriers are already going to be used early on here from Valentine onto Wicca, but again, 1-for-1 trades. That's both of the tanks though, so it's straight up DPS and support gameplay here. Who's going to get the better of it? Barrage, custom blast used, but Barrage online here for Zoe if they decide to use it, but decides to go right up on over. Wisp actually takes care of Misten as well, but the spawn room still in favor of Inarizaki to hold on to this as well as he goes into the home stretch. Kindred's going to use the overrun just to get in with the rest of the team. It's just trying to land shots. Cage not available yet.
Oh,
and no! Santana will go ahead and use the cage, but it does capture one inside of there, which is Wicca, which is already big enough a pick anyways because that is a hero. That forces Valentine back.
Yeah, that's just as good as done. Inarizaki are pacing themselves great here. They're no longer panicking. They're no longer like, what the heck is happening? No, we can see them calm, cool, and collected. And when that can happen, Inarizaki can joust with the best in teams like Valentine, who have now themselves hit that brick wall that we've been discussing all day long. Deadeye on board for Wisps, and just a matter of buying time, or rather an angle to go ahead and use it. Valentine finally have those ultimates, been waiting to build them up, and are starting to identify the threat of Inarizaki. Or not that.
Now, well, maybe not yet. The threat of Inarizaki still not being identified just yet because it's everybody on this team. It is everybody, no matter where you look. Even Velvet gets in on the party, gets a boot kill. And now it's another team kill. And the big thing, too, this is probably going to go under a minute at this point now. That payload is so far back, it will fall under a minute. And the turnaround here, Valentine's feeling what Inarizaki felt like in the first game.
Inarizaki just needs to be down in the gutter, like sobbing with a whole tub of ice cream to actually do things well, unless you get a rocket barrage dumped on your face.
Barrage already dumped on to Santana, which is not good, but Santana didn't have a cage anyway, so they can overrun. Spawn rooms in favor of Inarizaki. Keeps in a run, going towards the spawn, but here comes the barrage and Misten. Down by the concussive blast at the same time. Somebody needs to touch here because they're forcing them back all the way to the spawn room. Somebody finally does. It's going to be the Deadeye out. Sound barrier used just to try to counteract that, but Wisp is going to get both of them, and just in the nick of time, Valentine goes uno, dos, adios, completing that of King's Row as well. The differential 16 seconds between these two teams as we head into the second half of attacks.
I didn't think Inarizaki had it in him. I didn't think they could do it, and yet here we are, round number 3 about to commence, and only 60 seconds separating these two teams. Inarizaki will attack again first. It did take them a lot longer to get through this first objective than it did Valentine, especially if these teams are going to stick on this Mauga style. I'm curious to see now that Inarizaki know what ended up working, if that adjustment can be made quicker and you can overwhelm. Wisps has to be the first one to go down. For Valentine, it's been merged. That's like, I see this guy, we're gonna make them a splat on the wall, where in this case, it needs to be Wisps. If Wisps is alive and able to see anything, it's an issue. People are going to fall over, and it's not great for Inarizaki. With this small time window, you're not going to get many ultimates on board. Maybe a couple like flex support ultimates and an amplification matrix, or a Kitsune rush. It's got to be fast. It's got to be within the neutral, which is why you need to be looking at these prime targets and get them out of the way first.
Let's see here for Valentine again. Like you were saying earlier, they were able to cap the point very quickly. Inarizaki, though, took 3.5 minutes to cap. They only got it with 30 seconds left to go. This is going to have to be a very different story for Inarizaki, who do not want to go down 2-0, especially in a situation like this. You've got past Majors champions on the ropes here. Got them down to only a 16-second differential. Can you take advantage of it? Can you fight them tooth and nail? Well, 20 seconds already gone. They don't want to overpace themselves. They don't want to put themselves in a bad position here, but Santana falling low. They both will use the cardiac overdrive just to keep up. Good thing right now that you've got good supports. AJMR right now, already 50% along the way to a Kitsune rush. But Wisp, you were talking about Wisp earlier, already gets the first pick and a second pick onto Merge as well. Time is running out.
What's noticed with Wisps is that they're never in the front line. It's always one of these flank goals, and it's coming to bite Inarizaki. Now you only have 10 seconds or so to get yourselves on this objective. You're going to have to walk through 5 angry Valentine players to do it. Can Velvet, ideally, is going to be the one to body herself to this point, but no, Santana will grab the touch instead.
It's the touch for right now. Overtime clock starts to run out, so at the very least, they give themselves one more fight for now. But Wisp hitting headshots on the will get a Deadeye already. Finds 2 more, and this is just the Wisp show, and we are just watching and being entertained with it right now. No percentages at all from Inarizaki. Welcome to the Wisp show. Valentine's got the attack with a minute 16.
Oh, Wisp is such a wonderful player. Such a wonderful player to watch and see, and if you're not watching them, I wish you luck, especially if you're playing them in the game of Overwatch. Inarizaki just could not mark where they were standing the entirety of that minute. In those 60 seconds, they just flash right by you, and suddenly we are on the verge of a lose or a draw. While a draw would be incredible, it ain't gonna be easy. Valentine are a team that explode out of the gates with so much power in their responses. All it takes is a headshot from Wisp starting on this Widowmaker, maybe a little bit of this dive coming back to life, but Inarizaki, knowing that the Genji is not the play this time, and will instead start missing on this Pharah, it makes me very, very happy, given the past occurrences of this first point defense.
Valentine, last time around, got it 5.5 minutes on the clock, meaning they only took just a couple of seconds to give themselves a win on the first point here. They have a minute 16 to do it this time around. And like you said, lose or draw situation. For Valentine, though, first points have been so good. And if they are to hold on to this Winston, this would be a really interesting situation going up against the Malga here. But let's find out. Bubble out to start. No, it'll be switched to the Malga instead, so no surprise whatsoever. Wisp is going to look for an opening pick here on the Widow. Nothing to start, but you do have enough time for that anyways. We'll drop down. Goes to the Cassidy instead. Minute 10 remaining on the clock. They try to find just their way in, and it's hard to find a way in onto King's Row at the same time too, because right, you can go up and about all the way through, but you still have the Autoworld Hotel to go right behind.
Huge!
Now Misson gets a huge pick onto Wisp. That could be the key to holding on to this for right now. The Cassidy's gone, and Valentine's like, nope, let's reset.
And they'll thankfully be able to get it. Oh, I spoke too soon. I'm so sorry, Kindred, that I did that. Valentine, as soon as you lose a player like that, they were already committed, and a further stagger means you only get one more swing at this point. Wisp, a nice attempt over on the Widowmaker, but doesn't end up catching the elimination that they want to. It's gonna have to be another round go, especially with Inarizaki now scouting out Wisp early.
See, 24 seconds left to go. Draw potential in the hands of Inarizaki right now, trying to hold on for dear life. Zoe at 70% to a barrage, which very well could be Queen Nilsson also at 80% to an ultimate at the same time. Merge will have the application matrix to play with. 7 seconds left. We will play overtime yet again. This match is so close. A very different story from what we saw back on Ilios. And Misson's already taking down Kindred on the concussive flash. Good thing, though, if you're Valentine, if you can last this overtime, you do have enough of a chance with Kindred coming back. If you're Inarizaki, lose one, this could be it. It's already halfway to the first stick. Wispo takes care of Misson. This could be the opening pick they want. Santana, Nyanza, Velvet falling oh so low. Everybody's there. Barrage out at the same time. Nyanza finds HMR. It's not going to be enough there. They will get the full take. There is no such thing as a draw inside of Valentine's hands. And Valentine on the cusp. They are on to match point.
Wow, I was totally ready to see that draw come through. Inarizaki did everything right. Kindred was gone. Wisp was being marked in the health bars. We're suffering. What fell apart? It was Zoe. Like, look at these shots that were thrown out, and Wisp continued to pop off. You just can't. You can't be losing those types of battles. Valentine, even if they lose their tank, they're so confident in their DPS line to get these eliminations that no fight is ever truly lost until there's not a single Valentine player left standing. Inarizaki just weren't ready for it. They got that surge of confidence after the elimination onto Kindred, and their entire team, some of them overextended, took a brunt of damage, and as soon it's just how it's quick. The tables can turn, and Valentine they're going to be breathing that sigh of relief. The draw ain't going to be happening. They may well be getting their first full sweep of the entire day.
Yeah, and it feels like for Valentine here, right, you know, you take that breath just a little bit as we go to the replay. tier of the entire map, but it feels like for Valentine, now you can breathe a little bit, right? That was as close as possible. And look, you were saying earlier, you've never seen a Pharah ult, right? You've never seen the barrage come and look up. Well, you know what they say, right? That you could say justice reigns from below, I guess, but but the rest of this map as well, right? This starting point was all Valentine, right? Valentine had control of this, but you felt like in the later stages too, Inarizaki gave themselves a well-off chance at doing this. And right, they completed the map with a minute and a minute left to go, or 50 seconds left to go on the clock, excuse me, because of their synergy towards the end. But I think Valentine, they weren't able to stop them on the first point, and they just got too much time on the clock.
And it just snowballed to so much. But if we've learned anything about Inarizaki, is it takes them being down in like the darkest time possible. Like, imagine the saddest, scariest thing that you could think of. That's when Inarizaki said, all right, hold up, people, we got to sit up in our gamer chairs here and pull out these holds, which they did for quite a long time, getting to the situation where there's only a 16-second difference between the time banks and holding for a sheer amount of time that actually happened. Inarizaki didn't look down and out of that map as much as they did on Ilios, and it shows that there is a fighting chance within this team to possibly pull this back together, but it ain't gonna be easy. Valentine heading on to the map of Push, Keegan, where you can put Mari back in if you really want to, and you pull out this Doomfist, Sigma, Winston, anything along those lines. Santana and the rest of Inarizaki don't look nearly as comfortable as they do on this current Mauga comp.
Yeah, especially now that we know our next map, and it's going to be New Queen Street. So this is exactly the map that Inarizaki feels comfortable on, at least on the push side for right now. So see if that translates out. But you're absolutely right about the Mauga, right? They had a little bit of trouble against it to start, but they did counteract it a couple of times, right? They did have that kind of highlight reel, right? Especially when you had that ultimate to stop the summoning of the cage was such a big play for you to hold on the rest of the fight at the same time. But again, it was just that first point pressure from Valentine that was just a bit too much. So now you go on to what it is a neutral moving point now on Push, where if you cannot win the neutral, it's going to be hard for you. And now Inarizaki right at the same time. It was close. They were it was very close to start off the push. Both sides got that checkpoint, and then all of a sudden, last 4 minutes of the game, it kind of snowballed at the end with that 40-meter differential for YFP Pixies for them to win against them in their first game of the day. So Inarizaki's got to find a way. Yes, they have their moments, but they got to have more of those moments to try to beat this team of Valentine right now.
And it will be a choice of New Queen Street from Inarizaki. It's where their series ended against YFP Pixies in their previous matchup. And I think this will be their best shot of continuing on forwards. This is we're either going to continue with some of this Mauga, or we're going to allow the transition for maybe a Mari to come back in and have the Sigma sort of gameplay. Everything else should be relatively the same across the board. The only difference is the map type and how you're actually taking these fights. Hard defensive positions, great for Inarizaki. Hard attacking positions, not so great for Inarizaki. Somewhere in the middle where a push or even like flashpoint game modes can allow, that's where we can see more of this back and forth, some laid down consistency, and where these games can actually get close.
Right, and you were talking about a swap on for tank as well. Well, guess what? You're absolutely right. Mari comes back in for Kindred, so this is going to be more interesting, right? Maybe the Sigma or maybe more of that flexibility, right? You kind of want the flexibility on push, especially in a back-and-forth game like this. It's not a matter of attack or defense. This time, you have to go for it. We saw it earlier on, right? If you can get that advantage, you can keep swapping all you want and win the rock, paper, scissors. That first fight then becomes oh so important. Not only that, once it ties up again, if it ties back up on that checkpoint, again, that next fight is going to make all the difference for you just to have that 40-meter. I would say if you have like at least a 30-meter advantage, you can start switching off should you need to, because they have to go all the way back around, and you have that fight just to recuperate and just to recover yourselves to regroup. So at this point right now, we're looking at a map where Inarizaki has to win. This is their tournament lives right here. This is the map you pick. You lose this, you are swept out of the tournament, and you are putting Valentine in another position to give themselves a run at the grand final, which will be interesting to say the least. But for right now, Inarizaki on the cusp of going out, Valentine on the cusp of the sweep.
It's a close game, at least in the minds of some people that want this game to be close, and in that mind, that's us. We've been having a 3-0 Overwatch curse all day long. Inarizaki have the potential to knock Valentine down a peg, and I wouldn't say it's impossible, Keegan, with Valentine being a bit inconsistent, dropping maps here and there throughout the Swiss stage, and it's nowhere near the flawless run that we saw from them back in Major 1, and what really ended up changing is the same team, the same players, and it just doesn't seem to be exactly what we were used to, and perhaps it's the change in the meta, having a bit of a different read. It's not the end of the world, though, for somebody like Inarizaki, who are used to these compositions, but Valentine, they gotta catch up with the new age of gameplay. That's a large reason for bringing Mari back into the mix, allowing for some Sigma gameplay. But I also want to point this out now that this is coming out of spawn. Last time I saw Valentine play New Queen Street, it was a final 2-minute swap that they went over to this Doomfist Genji Widowmaker composition and almost made the comeback of a lifetime, Keegan. If they end up starting on something that's relatively similar, or at least have it in the back pocket for later on, this is the kind of Overwatch that I'll be curious to watch with this variety in the meta.
Yeah, maybe not too much of variety this time because they did swap it around at the last second, but Wisp will go onto the Ashe instead. This is, I believe Ashe is still very powerful in itself too. You have the Dynamite burn and nothing to cleanse it on Inarizaki's side. Your only problem is now you gotta just land hits onto that bar. So, and you also have the shield to worry about as well. It's not like you can fan the hammer that at the same time. You just have to keep left clicking without aiming in to try to destroy that shield. But if Wisp can hit shots like we know Wisp can, then this is going to be very good, as well as having the just Empress skin as well. So this is good fun already, seeing the Mythic skin out and about at level 80, at level 84, the Mythic skin too. But already you can see just the pressure is on from Inarizaki. They are putting the pressure onto Wisp. They know that that is a win con, and also taking care of Zoe off the map as well from a concussive blast. That was a concussive direct blast onto Zoe as well, so that's huge. And now Inarizaki has the door wide open.
Perfect. You deal with Zoe and just not having those massive bursts of explosive damage. Inarizaki can walk forwards and just rely on Merge to keep everybody healed up, and that's how you're going to win the fight. Missin puts Zoe in her place and is almost doubling the ult charge towards that barrage. For Valentine, in order to engage, I honestly kind of want to see Wisp swap off of this Ashe. It doesn't feel like it's getting the same amount of value that it does out of a Cassidy, even with how good their aim is. You can hit all the shots you want, but the value that flashbang brings is unspoken of. Coming up with an AJMR Ant Matrix, though, with Wisp behind it. That's a win condition Valentine can work off of.
See, they have the application matrix already. Merge uses it, and Naz is going to go ahead and use that and say thank you very much for the damage. Takes care of Zoe in the skies. An immortality field already used. That is the checkpoint here for Inarizaki. They did not get past this point the last time they were on this map. They will do so this time around, getting at least 16 meters out of it, but they may even get more considering. Although Velvet does go down, so Wisp will get it. They'll use the Growth Flux already here for it to go for nothing because it got canceled. And now Wisp and Zoe are allowed to just walk right on in and get the shots off. Yes, they get the checkpoint, but Valentine strikes back.
And that's okay, though. Inarizaki, even if they lose that fight, you use a Gravitic Flux, alright, it gets canceled, sure, but you have the checkpoint, and Valentine have to win, like, an entire full team fight with pretty much every ultimate in the entire game in order to get it back themselves. Inarizaki can take this fight so much sooner if you have Merge. Merge has down been the main target of Valentine all game, and that just holds anything Inarizaki wanted to do.
Not too bad, though, if you lose Merge earlier on, because that does allow you to fight for the checkpoint again, should you want to here, but still, big loss, and that allows more meterage here. Zoe, though, playing on the side for right now, seeing if they can find at least one pick here, or at least one rocket to try to be sneaky, maybe, around the corner. Just try to find something. Does have Bob available as well. Hits the headshot, and we get another headshot as well. Trying to get the headshots on, getting blocked up by the tree. Gravitic Flux is up and about, but Nyanza still holds on to the Deadeye and finds out Wisp. Sound Barrier is used to get this team the advantage. They'll try to run right past the application matrix that is HAMR, but HAMR being pushed to the brink. It don't matter, though. Valentine's going to run this back. They will get the checkpoint and maybe even the lead.
Wow, all right. Valentine were just getting punched in the face, took a good old sucker punch to the nose, took themselves back, sat back up, like, all right, Inarizaki, I see what you got, taste this, and there you go. Valentine should be grabbing the lead just in a moment here, so Wisp has been hitting every single shot that they've had the opportunity to take, and that's going to be massive here. Inarizaki burned a lot in that previous fight. Both damage ultimates online for Valentine, which is on its own enough to buy space and deny this high ground from Inarazaki's DPS.
Take the 14-meter lead. Valentine is going to run alongside with this. However, Inazaki trying to be aggressive with them. They'll use the immortality field. The barrage will find at least one for now. Wisp, though, will use Bob to try to see if that makes any impact at all, which it will, at least on Nyanza and Misun. Wicca's going to go off, though, finally going down at that. It is a team kill on the hands of Inazaki to get it, but, man, did that cost them a lot.
It ain't cheap, that's for sure. It was an investment in the long run, but Inazaki, kudos to them, took the initiative, right? They didn't wait for Valentine to make a move first. Put the immortality field down low enough for it to hit Misun, and the merge Misun combo was perfect. Barrage did plenty, and you find yourselves back at this midpoint. Forward spawns are canceled, so these teams fighting on an even toe, with merge having this amplification matrix every single time has gotten at least 1 to 2 eliminations.
So he's got the barrage available to you. Merge also has the amp matrix at the same time. Dynamite goes up and blows up on the faces of 3 members of Inazaki at the same time. So Wisp causing a lot of trouble. Zoe going on an off angle as well, making this a whole lot of trouble. What's good news, though, you get rid of that one annoyance for you if you're Inazaki called Wicca, which means you don't have to worry about the Lucio going all over. And Zoe, though, with a concussive blast will run right up, and that's just disrespectful with the rocket barrage solely onto Misun to start. And now it's just a matter of the backup game here, and Inazaki's got to be the one to back up.
Oh, but they're not leaving. Santana went over by the Mega Pack room. Did Valentine start it? Well, yeah, now you do. Santana's poking at your back. It gets AGMR and Wisp. Keegan, this shouldn't be happening.
This shouldn't be happening whatsoever. Nyanza and Velvet get it. Mari will come back and take down Santana. There is going to be the kinetic grasp for right now just to hold on as long as they possibly can. But you're absolutely right. What just happened there? It shouldn't have happened in the first place. Inazaki get it back. Although, consequently, though, they will get ult off of it.
That's something, but Santana decided to retreat with Nyanza up into this Mega Pack room, had enough health, and the rest of the team was waiting in the wings that we just didn't see, and Valentine didn't either. So that's a wonderful change of pace from Inarazaki, maintaining only a couple meters difference between these two teams, and still about half this time bank to go. Nice room for you able to work with, especially with the support ultimates online. Inarazaki have to give us the same initiative that we've been seeing from them in these winning fights in order to overwhelm a Rabbinic Flux that Mars is holding on to.
Rabbinic Flux is being held onto by Mari for right now. AJMR and Wicca both have their support ultimates online as well. Deadeye's going to come out from Nyanza to start. Doesn't find anything for right now. Wisp falling oh so low. Good thing you have your sound barrier as well as the app matrix to help you out for right now. Sound barrier counters on either end. Rabbinic Flux will be used, and it finds at least one for right now. But Wisp and Mari are going to go ahead and pop off at the same time for these kills. At this Ashe is gonna just pop off for 2 more kills, making a 3rd final blow for Wisp as Valentine take the robot right back on the team kill.
Wisp at some point today has had to get one of those flooded deadlift carries with half the team's final blows, and it's just insane what they're able to do on any hit scan hero you allow them to set their hands on. And Valentine, they get this robot down. If they grab forward spawns here, that's just another step backwards for Inarazaki, even if they end up winning the fight. In the long term here, only a rocket barrage from Misun to work with, and it ain't gonna be easy to set up given the positioning of Valentine.
So they don't get the forward spawn checkpoint just yet. They're close to it, but Inarizaki decides they want to hold on and make sure they don't get it just yet, but they will get it in this case. But Wisp and Mari are going to go ahead and rip away this team thanks to the amplification matrix. And Wisp, I don't think has missed many shots in this game at all. This accuracy percentage has to be above 70 the way they're hitting shots right now. 80 meters and rolling. This is trouble for Inarizaki.
This is more of the problem. We're in this neutral phase and kind of going back and forth. No one really gaining meterage, but with Valentine on the move, we're looking at about 40 meters distancing between these teams, which equates about one fight. Wisp on another one of these flanks has 2 up in the air, coming up with Zoe! This might be a completion.
Yeah, this might just be a completion after all. Bob is right there to lift it up. Wisp playing is very sneaky, and Zoe takes care of Velvet inside near stun. So this is going to be a completed map here unless somebody has anything to touch about it here. It's going to have to use the forward dash just to get in there in time. It will force out a contest for a little while, but the final 2 meters are there. Nobody else touches except for the Sigma, who has to use the kinetic grasp just to find any way to stay alive. But that contest is no longer a contest at all. Valentine brings the brooms out of the closet. Inarizaki sent packing out of the tournament. Valentine with a sweep 3-0.
Wow. Valentine, we seem to be in this more neutral back and forth here, and they were respecting each other's shots, and then eventually got to the point like, all right, Narzaki, we are done messing around, and it was Whips who had that final statement, and just the sheer amount of shots that they were able to hit, the flanking plays, controlling these spaces that you're normally used to seeing from, like, a Tracer player, or somebody on Venture, for example. Wisps just does it so well, and Narzaki had no answer throughout the day. Even if they slowed down the pace enough to make it seem like less of an issue, the problem was never truly solved, and it was numbered days that Narazaki were playing on, and we will have to bid them goodbye as Valentine will continue their journey, a long grueling one, through the lower bracket.
Yeah, they will take on the winner of either YFP Pixies or Andromeda right now, which from our update right now, YP Pixies leading that matchup 1-0. So we could see Pixies versus Valentine in that lower bracket semifinal. Winners finals, though, Timeless versus Fable, and an interesting matchup there we'll talk about later on at the same time. But I mean, for this matchup between Valentine and Inadizaki, I mean, Inadizaki had their great match, right? They swept Blast off 3-0, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them in general. And yeah, they didn't win some of those neutral fights, but it is going to be, it's going to be just interesting to see, because this is only a minor, right? This is only a minor tournament. This is kind of adjustment period, and this is right before the patch as well. Who knows? Because Inadizaki could very well have this meta switch on them and then give them more of an advantage as we go to the replay series here from the last map of New Queen Street. And you saw it, right? Inadizaki did have themselves sort of a few highlights here, right? They had that barrage. They had Velvet trying to pop off at the same time too, but Valentine just seemed to be a little bit too much.
Inarizaki were really only a team that came to our attention at the tail end of the championship of 23-24 squad coming away in the LCQ as well, and now have become one of the staple names within Calling All Heroes. Yet Keegan, they can't break that curse. This 5th, 6th place finish has just been, had Inarizaki written all over it this year. Bringing in Neon Za has shown some real potential, just making those roster adjustments, and I think this is a squad that we can see more of as this continues to go forwards. This just isn't their patch, isn't their meta, and we'll have to go back to the drawing board and see what they have for us coming back in Major 2.
Yeah, and Major 2 right around the corner as well. So I guess this would be a great time to remind you guys that right now it is open for all of you. It is open for registrations, and of course enable push notifications for when the streams go live as well, and also follow all of the social medias, in fact, on OW_esports on X, as well as all the channels on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. But Major 2 registrations now open. Go sign up for that. Major points, major prize pool available for that too, so don't miss it. I'm sure Tiny will be there as well just to watch you guys go register up. So anyways though, but what a match. But again, Valentine does advance on, and you felt like, again, there was earlier on at the same time, we were talking about how they were maybe struggling to adapt to the meta and trying to figure out what was going on. In that match, yes, they kind of had a little bit of a scary moment, if you will, back on King's Row, but it felt like maps 1 and 3, they kind of adapted a little bit better.
It got better. It got better, and I love Kindred. She's great. It seems unfair to have both Kindred and Mari on the same team. Like, those are just some of the best tanks that you're gonna find out here. And between the two of them, they have almost every single base covered within the tank department, but I just don't know about that Mauga and where that's really going. I think we may be seeing more of Mari as the road continues to proceed for this team, as they'll have a lower semifinal match. Will be done for today, but we'll see them again bright and early tomorrow, at least for you, Keegan. For now, though, we'll take a little bit of a step back for both of these teams. We are going to get an interview with Wisps on the way, so stay tuned for that. We're gonna bring them on the desk and be here for you guys in just a little while. We've sent yet another wonderful team home today. We had to bid farewell to Inarizaki, but I gotta say, they weren't expecting to face off against Valentine for their lower round 2 match, and the same can be said about Valentine. We've continued on our 3 Overwatch streak throughout the day today, but I mean, Valentine had a lot of signs of light here that definitely show us that they are still a top contender.
Yeah, and you and I very well know that. I believe our friend Jesse's out there watching, so shout out to Twin Salty out there. But yeah, 3Ls have been here the entire day long, and so for us, at the very least, we might see something special as well, because we are going to the upper bracket next. But the team that wanted to be there in the first place, Valentine, they did have to drop down, but it looks like they want a vengeance run right now. They look clean. They look, as we go into the replay series right now, they look clean. They look entirely ready to go for this entire thing, and you can see it, right? Zoe with that insane barrage to start off. That, I think, in my mind, that barrage there set the tone for the rest of the game. You felt like if you couldn't get rid of Zoe, right, at the same time, too, with the rest of the team, how they were playing and Wisp hitting all the shots, you felt like that's the way that game started, and that's the tone that they set the rest of the way.
It was so oppressive, and Inarizaki had very few moments that they were allowed to shine, because Valentine just took the initiative time and time again. Just like, this entire highlight reel is Wisps. I want to point that out.
Yeah.
Like, so many of these, we're just like, here's another one, and they're just simply unstoppable with what they're able to provide for this team. And of course, it's not just Wisps, it's the entirety of the Valentine squad that is able to coordinate around this particular player and give them the room to succeed. And it is our pleasure to welcome that said player to the desk, the hit scan player that has the aim we can only dream of here. Wisps, welcome to your winning interview. And I gotta say, you guys had a little bit of a struggle throughout today, ended up in the lower bracket, but managed a 3-0, keeping yourselves in this tournament bracket. Walk me through, what are the emotions going on with the Valentine team right now?
I think we're just happy. Like, obviously we didn't want to go losers, but they played really well, and we were making some mistakes that we've already talked about, and they played really well. Also, Bad Pachimari typed, like, in my chat during that match that we would win,
no.
so
Oh no.
we can just blame Bad Pachimari, I think.
Bad Pachimari making the genuine prediction there. Wits, thanks so much for joining us again. I want to talk about that game that went in between, right? So that Valentine Fable match, you guys then had to drop down into the lower brackets, take on Inarizaki. What was communicated between you guys after that loss? How did you guys get that reset on so that you guys could play like you have been in that match?
Personally for me, and I know Molly did too, but I always wash my hands after, like, any bad map. It's like a mental reset, and, like, it's OP. I love washing my hands after maps. You just gotta, like, step away. I know we all kind of just, like, stepped away and, like, took a minute, but we talked a little bit about, like, obviously mistakes and stuff, but the main thing was just, like, choosing to, like, stay on certain comps if we, like, lose against a certain one, or, like, you know, like, just adaptability and what else we can try.
Yeah, and let me go back to that map number 2 as well, because it did seem like you guys kind of had a little bit maybe of a, I shouldn't say scare, but it was a really close match that almost had a draw, but you guys pulled it out in overtime as well, and that was King's Row. Go back to that and talk to me about what you guys had to do, at least adjust, and in your minds, what you had to adjust in King's Row to make sure that you guys secured that 4-3 victory at the end.
On King's Row, we're pretty confident in Mauga v Mauga. Obviously, we struggle a little versus the Sigma, but we know how to play versus it. It's just, the matchup is just pretty difficult. The Mauga team, like, obviously can win. It just, I think they have to play better. Like, because the Sig, like, you know, on paper is pretty good against it. You know, you can, like, you have the shield, you have, like, Sigma's kit, where this, like, Mauga can't get resources, like the health back from shield or E and stuff like that. But in the Mauga v Mauga Mia, we're pretty confident on, and we kind of just focused up and played our game and trusted each other.
And we could really start to see those changes come through, particularly when we got down to map number 3 in New Queen Street. There weren't really any moments of struggle. It was like a bit slower of a pace, but it never felt like the wheels fell off the bus and like, I should be concerned here. Valentine looked calm, cool, and collected throughout the entirety of this series. And, you know, you drop down to this lower bracket, even though it's not where Valentine expected nor wants to be. And that's kind of the reality of the situation. And now you have a couple more matches ahead of you in order to reach yourselves to these grand finals. finals. Being the defending champions, I understand that that can come with a lot of pressure on your shoulders in order to perform. What are some things that Valentine are going to do to ensure you guys can reach that same point that you did back in Major 1?
I think everyone's gonna put in like work tonight and go over like their own gameplay. Like I know I always do. Like every call, I'll like watch VODs, like OBS Sojourn videos or replay codes or like our own gameplay and stuff, and just talk amongst each other like about things we could have done differently or different ways to approach things or stuff like that. We're just gonna prep and give it our all.
And we hope this isn't the last that we will see of you guys as well, because Valentine has been a great name and great face to be able to follow around throughout the Calling All Heroes circuit so far, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow within the lower finals. But for now, we'll let you go ahead, get some sleep, get some rest, do some review, whatever it may need to be is yours time to prepare. Whis, thank you so much for joining us on the desk, and we look forward to seeing your journey continue.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. It's such an honest and humble player. I mean, if there's somebody that's behind a team that you're expecting to be level-headed and always striving to improve, it has to be Whis, another player that I've had the honor of meeting in person, and it's just an overall great person to go ahead and know. And genuinely, Keegan, I say this with my heart, Valentine, I don't think they're going anywhere.
Well, they're not going anywhere tomorrow. They are already into day number 2, right? Win the game here in the losers quarterfinal. They're in the losers bracket semifinal. They get to see day number 2, and at the same time as well, Whis keeps hitting shots like that. I mean, I was a little doubtful the Ashe to start just because it's not the Cassidy, right? It doesn't have that quick aim like the Cass does, but proved me completely wrong. Just hitting every single shot. I think the accuracy number was probably over 70% if we're going to be completely honest. Just maybe not the start, the finish at the end. Look, just hitting every single shot possible. But I'm just thinking that Valentine is still going to make a run at it. Be careful because they get the reset now. They are into day number 2. They're done for the day. We may still have one more match to go, but Valentine's done. They're into day number 2. Now we get to see who's going into the grand final this time around as we go to the upper bracket next, right?
Yep, upper finals are on the horizon, so one of the matches that we've been anticipating the most, and the mystery of Fable is finally going to be solved and put to the test against the timeless team that doesn't look like they're going to be breaking. So, speaking of breaking, that's what we're gonna do, and we'll see you on the other side of that in order to resume our gameplay. Winners finals on the rise. only 2 teams remain undefeated in our Calling All Heroes bracket today, and that's the only match that remains for our broadcast lineup on our lovely Saturday before we move to our top 4 squads tomorrow. Keegan, we have our 2 teams. The one is pretty expected. We saw that coming. The other, rather a dark horse in my eyes, which we'll get to a little bit later. Before we kind of delve into that, I want to take a look at where the rest of our bracket has really gone. Is unfortunately how brackets work. We got to say goodbye to some teams, and so far, it's 4 of them that have been sent home.
Yeah, so the first squads to be taken off the board has been Blastoff and Exo Azathoth. And then in the next round of matches, you see there Valentine. We just watched that match beat Inarizaki 3-0. And then YFP Pixies getting the win over Andromeda 3-0 as well. So put it this way, folks. In day number 1, we have only seen 3-3 runs in this entire series, in this entire day thus far, of total of 10 matches. So all the rest have been 3-0s. That's what we've been seeing so far. So Valentine versus YFP Pixies will be your lower bracket. That goes into tomorrow. That'll be, I believe, one of our first match tomorrow, actually, tomorrow here. But now we go to the upper bracket, and this is where it stands right now. Of course, like you said, the last 2 teams undefeated, Timeless and Fable, are in. Timeless, last majors runners-up, looking to see if they can book the first spot into the grand finals. But the dark horse, the number 3 seed overall, the number 3 seed here, their 4-2 record gave them the 3rd seed, although last time they played against Timeless, they went 0-2 in the first of 2 matchups. It's the first of 3 now. Maybe something will change, but here for Fable, they're looking to see if they can make the dark horse and the upset against the team of Timeless right now.
It ain't gonna be easy, I can tell you that. And Keegan, the rest of the people that are watching the stream, you got a good idea of what Timeless has been up to today. But if you weren't here, you're just joining us now, well, let us paint you a lovely picture. Timeless, don't get me wrong, they love Mercy, pretty dang cool. But that player right there, Senna, is just incredible. She's hitting every single shot that you could ask, is getting all the support from Halo Z's, is a win condition by simply existing on her own. Partner that up with Saul Hill, who's come off the bench and taken the shoes of Sniper in the Sigma as they weren't available to play today, has looked great there. The dive is at the highest level that we've ever seen it from this Timeless squad. Keegan, if there's any team that is left to knock them down, it's either Valentine or Fable.
It's going to have to be one of those 2 teams, right? And YFP Pixies could also come up as the dark horse at the same time. But when we saw that match between YFP Pixies and Timeless, well, YFP Pixies probably aren't it, because you have Timeless just absolutely turning on a hill. Yes, Saw Hill is in, but Saw Hill proved that even if you're going to go Winston versus Winston against this Pixies team, Saw can go right back at you with that Winston at the same time. So it's not like that they are unprepared, and they are very flexible at the same time. For this Fable team, though, as we look at their roster, they're going to have an uphill battle to work against. They are going to have a challenge against them. But here comes the entire roster here for this for Fable right now. Kuna, Mickman, Avery, Fiery, and Kia at the same time. So this lineup right here, and yes, there's 3 supports. It's kind of this thing where it's like the first line is support, even though it's a DPS role. We saw the Baptiste earlier. We've seen all Mercies, and now the Mercies in the DPS role. Look, it's not a bug. We promise it's not a bug. It's not a production thing or anything. That's just what the players put. But Kia on the Kiriko as their favorite character. Yes, Kiriko is in technically meta right now. Just sometimes it's the Baptiste Lucio. Sometimes it's the Kiriko Lucio. And we've seen Ana Brigida at the same time too. So Fiery might have some fun here at the same time.
This is different, though, because there's one name you didn't mention the entire time there, and Keegan, I think it's the most important name on this entire team.
I left it for you.
You left it for me, and I appreciate that. I have been an Avery enthusiast since day number 1. I've always thought that Avery has been this underhyped, underrepresented, underrated tank in the Calling All Heroes scene, or just in general, watching them compete in collegiate, has one of the best dang Sigmas that you're going to find out there. And in a meta where Sigma can shine, you partner that with somebody like Kuna, who formerly part of Inarizaki, has come over and played part of the Pharah. This is great. The only thing that I was concerned about heading into this, Fable, 3rd seed, sure, but last event, Major 1, disappointing results. Went out in 5th and 6th, and it just wasn't it. we tried to force this kind of Mauga meta that wasn't as comfortable for Avery and some Sigma in places that maybe it shouldn't have been. But Keegan, the time has come. If Fable are going to win a Calling All Heroes event, it feels like that it is now. Every single player can play to their highest possible strengths and unlocking new skill ceilings that we haven't even seen yet. And Oasis is they're gonna be their playground to do so.
Yeah, Oasis starts us off as it did start us off the day at the same time too, and we were talking about Avery. I believe if my memory serves me right, shout out Bellevue for Avery too. So one of the collegiate players here showing up as well. So it's not just collegiate; it's Calling All Heroes, and Avery making a team here into a third-seeded team that's looking to run the table against this team of Timeless right now. As we go into the map here. And looking at the teams here and going all together, you're absolutely right. Look at Avery on the Sigma already. Sawhill's going to opt for the Winston to start. That might be counteractive here, but we'll see. And I'm Timeless. I know this is probably just a joke pick here. Yep, that's exactly what is going to go. They're going to go Kiriko Lucio at the same time. Love, though, by the way, is Kia on the starting lineup, so we'll call him as such. But right now, they're going to go fast. They're going to go steady. But the Sigma versus the Winston tank combo is the interesting picks that I'm watching out for.
And this is likely what we're going to be seeing for this entire series. Avery will not switch off this Sigma unless there is much of a need to. Sawhill is a bit more flexible of a player, but Fable, if there's not really any reason to do anything, they're not gonna do it. Having control of this high ground for both Kuna and Mickman is going to be massive at the start of this match. And the problem is someone has to drop down eventually to contest the point. In this case, it was Avery, forces the jump out of Sawhill under a ton of pressure. They managed to leap out towards this mega health pack, but Senna uncontested. We saw how wild she can be on this cowboy and already put a nail in Fable's plans.
Yeah, and they've already taken control of the point for right now, though Timeless is going to take this right back. And now it's just hitting shots over and over. Center has one. Both of these teams took a game break here from that last one. They watched the stream for a little while, maybe warmed up for a little too, but Timeless, now they get their mojo back. Senna's hitting more shots over and over. Z's, by the way, already 90% to a Kitsune rush. So that is your key to winning this. You only need one ultimate, but that first fight ultimate is so impressive to think about that they could pop here.
And it'll be good too. Avery actually ended up swapping over to the Winston, which is interesting. But what's not interesting is Love did not look both ways before crossing the streets, leaving the rest of the team high and dry when it came to this barrage that Mickman had cooking. So a series of unfortunate events for Fable.
Folks, there's a bunch of crazy people out on these Oasis streets. Please look left and right. Please look to your left and right and make sure that there is no incoming traffic or oncoming traffic. Thank you very much for your cooperation as we go to 40% along the way here. Halo does have a sound barrier to work with. They're going to have a Deadeye to start here, so that could force them all the way back. And already Fire takes out Sawhill. I think that was into the traffic too.
People, respect traffic. You are not going to win a 1v1 against an oncoming vehicle. Fable, are they okay to take their own risks? I guess. That'll be the points now occupied, and wonderful, wonderful setup, and taking out Sawhill early. Those are things we need to see again and again.
Yeah, so Avery now giving themselves a little bit more of a chance here. They're able to push them as long as Sawhill goes down. That might be the key. And again, Sawhill going down so early thanks to the help of the Cassidy at the same time. Senna also using the or rather, Senna used the Deadeye earlier for nothing. Kuno used the Deadeye just to force him back. Oh, but in spawn, Senna's just dirty with it.
It's rare that it happens, but when it does, oh boy, does that hurt. And you don't have a Cassidy right now. No one's going to be shooting at Bun. Senna's less contention. Overall, Fable, you just fall back to the far side of this objective and hope you can tangle with the sheer amount of damage Timeless is about to chuck in your direction. But the Kitsune rush from Love now to open this one up. This one actually will manage to land. A plethora of ultimates to follow. Yet only elimination to kill feed for now is going to be Mickman, courtesy of Bun. So Timeless Ethereal have a little bit more of an advantage in this fight and need to push more aggressive to actually close it out. Instead, it's Avery who gets desperate and turn this around. Has the Primal Rage unleashed, looking for targets, but that health bar shrinks a lot faster than they were expecting. Fable have control of this objective still, so all the time that they can just keep a body on this point is the better for them. So it's Timeless instead that have to work in overdrive, committing to get Kitsune Rush just to push Fable back.
Yeah, how about this? Timeless there gets the point back, but 8 total ultimates were used in that entire sequence just for Timeless to get back the point. So if you're Fable, you're okay with it because Kuna's going to have a Deadeye to work with at the same time. Timeless has nothing on the board. No sound barrier to work with, so unless you're diving this Cassidy and get the first pick onto Kuna, Kuna's just going to have free reign to use the Deadeye. And so Fable's got the advantage here, but can they do it within Final Fight territory?
Look how low Avery is. They got stuck out in a little island just looking at the sports like, help me. And there was just no help to come for the amount of damage that Timeless had pushed into the tank's direction. So this is final fight territory, assuming a touch can go through, which Fury does it, but it's too early to trigger an overtime.
They triggers it now though, but it's gonna fall down, runs off the wall, can't even get there in time. So I think the overtime clock is just gonna run out, and in fact it will. And Justice reigns from below this time again, but it's a good thing the fire went over and it didn't even matter to touch the point. That doesn't count, by the way, folks. That elimination at the end, no, it does not count for your score. But anyways, Timeless, though, making sure that they can secure it. And look, that 8 ultimate sequence gives them back the fight, and that allowed them to make sure that Fable's only ultimate on the board was going to be a Deadeye, if that, and even then it wasn't effective. So now we go on to a Gardens map here, and this Sigma is being countered, or was being countered earlier on. Fable had good control earlier on. They just weren't able to stop the plethora of ultimates. And Timeless is going to take this any day of the week. As the more ultimates they use, the more likely Timeless is going to win, just because of the stability that they have with the Winston Primal Rage, with the Sound Barrier, with the Kitsune Rush to keep healing, speed healing at the same time. But they're going to change. It's going to be a Sigma v Sigma to start this off.
And this is more the matchup that is Avery's speed. Timeless would typically be putting Sniper into this situation just because they're more comfortable on the Sigma, but from what we saw earlier, Sawhill isn't unfamiliar with a good old space ramp either. So it's a vying for this high ground where the Pharahs and Cassidys will have most of the say of what happens. It is a boop off the edge, though. It does appear that Senna is still alive somehow. Can't say the same for Halo, though. So much less mobility for the remainder of Timeless to work with here, and are just going to opt for a retreat.
Yeah, Senna had a combat roll to get out of that, so Senna comes back into play and does hit a few more shots. Kuna and Mickman, though, already getting up to 40%, but the big thing now, again, Z's is just doing so much work. This is how you know you got a good support. First fight nearing an ultimate already. Z's getting bloodthirsty, too, taking care of Kuna.
That shouldn't have happened. That's a definite uh-oh moment from Kuna and Fable. They're just fighting a losing battle. They know it and are willing to accept their fate here. Timeless, take what they're given. I'll get some capture percentage going.
Don't even need the application matrix to work off of either. Z's has a good point to hold on to it. Good discipline. Sawhill and Bun. Oh, boy, let's not keep fighting this, guys. Let's stay away. Get your health up. There you go. Okay, get your healing back up. And Halo's already almost to a sound barrier. If they can, McMahon and Kuna can get their DPSs before Senna and Bun can, their DPS ultimates are going to make a big difference, especially against this app matrix.
The App Matrix just comes out a little bit too early, though, so Fable aren't really peaking it, and it's just a little bit more of a time buy for Timeless instead of actually forcing an elimination. Fable are able to regroup, still have these couple ultimates of their own to work with. Mickman getting a little bit more aggressive, doesn't have to pull the barrage, instead spots Bun from behind, goes to take that duel, and instead allowing the rest of their team to push on forwards, and the Grudic Clutch from Sawhill goes wide. The Sound Barrier is still an unleashed out of Fieri, whether that's a mistake or not, it seems to be alright for the time being. Senna zooming on forward, spots the support players, and the backline is in utter shambles for Timeless. Oh, that was wonderful split play, sandwiching Fable in between a wall of rockets and a Deadeye.
If you're Cassidy player right now, you're loving the change along with a little bit of a speed boost. Yes, it's a damage reduction, but if the attention is not on you, guess what? You get free. You get the Deadeye kill. It may have been just to secure it, but still a good Deadeye to help out. And now Fable, though, having 3 ultimates on the board. Timeless will have another App Matrix coming up here. Bun falling also low, but Z's will have it. Halo will also have a Sound Barrier to counter what both Kuna and Mickman are about to pull out.
Have to find a room to do it, though. Kuna's Deadeye is met with an accretion. Wonderful timing from Sawhill, but look how low they are. No cooldowns available. Halo is a bit the savior of the day, but the Sound Barrier doesn't hit the tank. Somehow manages to grab the Mega Health Pack and trying to keep them in. Halo gets way too aggressive, though. I'm assuming it was intent to allow Sawhill to get back to the fight, which, sure, they can go ahead and do that, but at what cost? Timeless know that this is final fight territory and we're willing to commit into it, yet it's not going to be an easy battle to close out, and one that you're likely not going to close out for now either.
Oh, Fabo, you're lucky. Deadeye got stunned down. Mickman didn't even get the chance to use the barrage, but that's okay. You hold on to it for right now. Halo having to use the Sound Barrier is big for you as well, which means this barrage gets a little bit more free reign. If you can get rid of the immortality field early on enough, that barrage is going to make such a key difference for you. And at the same time, Avery's got to protect Mickman too. Fiery also coming up on a Sound Barrier. So Fable, this is Fable's fight to lose at this point.
Oh, but the barrage out onto Senna's Deadeye said, nah, not today, Senna. Great timing from Mickman. That's an ult that had to be shut down, and Timeless, you know, that's one down. Nothing really left to say from that. Fable, though, low on resources, low on stability, trying to find a stagger, but Timeless aren't playing too silly.
Yeah, Avery and Kia, aka Loved, playing Protect the President, investing the shield, investing the immortality field, just so that McMahon's Barrage comes out. Yes, it's one pick, but it's a big pick in general. Timeless now using Runic Flux. Is that good? Yeah, it's good for one at least.
And yeah, does a decent amount of damage. Where's Senna? Well, Senna exploded. I hate to say that if you're a Timeless fan. Fable know that they're getting close to this final fight. A little bit of an overcommitment, you have to say, and they don't back off. Bun wins out the duel against Mixman with a sliver of HP remaining. Uses the Barrage Lash to actually stay alive, and it doesn't come up with all of that much. It does but give Timeless a little bit of a window of re-entry. Fable have an actual window, though, at their backs thanks to Loved. Avery close to a Gravitic Flux. Should they manage to survive, and that's just the tool that Fable need to actually close out this fight. Finally has it, knows that there's no accretion for Sawhill, and that's going to be devastation in that room right there. Timeless don't have a tank, even if the point is in their controls. Kuna, Deadeye, zoning out any last players, daring them to peek their heads around the corner, resulting in a small standstill. And Fable, while they're back on this objective, they're far, far from stable.
You gotta stabilize right now, though. This is final fight territory. No ultimates on the board for anybody. This is dry fight. It's gonna depend on Halo right now to try to get a sound barrier up if this is gonna last for a long time. First pick is gonna be key here.
Yeah, it's gonna be Kuna, though, onto Halo, so close to the sound barrier, yet so far away. That's a second, that's a third for Kuna! Fable looking to their Cassidy player to come alive. We thought that Senna couldn't be matched. Well, Kuna has done just that.
Kuna comes up big at the end there. 3 picks, final blows, especially on the Tracer that could stall you out for a little while. They get off the point. And that flashbang at the end as well. Just so nice to see it back. And yes, it doesn't do a stun anymore, but it does do a hinder enough to catch the Tracer out. Does good damage at the same time. And Kuna's trying to make sure that the difference here between the Cassidys are working out well. And the Dark Horse kind of making some noise here. They're galloping along, and they're not going to end this quietly. They're not going away against the #1 seed here quietly. If they win this, for those that don't know, Timeless has not dropped a single the minor one so far. If Fable wins this, they could break the streak, and right now they've got momentum advantage because we're going Sigma v Sigma yet again.
The same exact battle. I mean, if you give Fable this matchup, they just look so good, and it is risky take off the edge, and in fact, it'll be Kuna that rolls to their own demise with a little assistance of Bun there. So Timeless winning that first initial fight on the high ground. It's such a risky play with how many environmental eliminations are possible. So Fable took the risk, and unfortunately, it did not end well.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate situation. You were trying to roll out of the way of the concussive blast. You saw it, but you rolled the wrong way for it. That's F's in chats for Kuna at the end of the day. But now you've got percentages, right? Z's, again, you talk about the amount of percentages, already up to 60%, just healing this team and using their utility all so well. We'll have the application matrix start, but this is where the ball gets rolling, right? If they use that matrix first, it's great, but Mickman getting rid of Senna means that it looks like a fight win here for Fable.
So speaking of rolling, Senna just rolled straight into Mickman's rocket. That's a much more valuable pick, though, from Bun. If Fable don't close this out early, there's just no healing on the docket, which is why Timeless are willing to stay around. And Avery walked into an amplification matrix with the hopes of, I don't know, maybe finding an elimination. It didn't end well. Bun trying to win this 1v1 on the duel, has a little bit of assistance from the team, and Timeless straight back in control.
Halo disrupted our fun. Halo disrupted our fun a little bit. We could have had the 1v1, but Halo's like, nah, we're just going to end this. We want this point. So 33% now. Timeless does have Bun coming up on a Overwatch. Senna not there. Kuna 80% along the way. Fable's been matching good on the DPS ultimates and trying to utilize them to their full advantage, though. But Z's already using the Matrix. Huge pick, though. Kuna takes care of Halo.
Kuna has opened up every single one of these fights for Fable. Almost got the elimination onto the Pharah and gets it eventually after they switch to the Immortality field. Wonderful play from the Cassidy, but one player can only do so much, especially when Senna is on the same counteracting hero. A small push in. It doesn't seem Fable are too willing to commit right now.
They're not committing it just yet, but they still have Love having the amplification matrix. Sawhill will have the grab flux at the same time. So basically for Timeless, this is Fable's fight to win. If they can utilize their ultimates in the correct manner here, Kuna especially having that data up in the air.
Oh, but that was the accretion, actually, that took Sawhill out of the skies. This is why you don't mess with Avery when it comes to the Sigma gameplay. They only won at the top of the leaderboard, and even that play alone was enough for Timeless to give up the point. Senna trying to buy them back in, followed with a pickoff on Bun. Both DPS counterparts are disposed of quite quickly, and Fable just can't seem to get more than 12 to 15% on the board every time they cap.
Yeah, it feels like they're capping the point, sure, but Timeless will take that any day. That means they have to walk into them. And so Fable just has to try to utilize the space that they're making. They're not doing that. You have 3 ultimates on the board for Fable. You've got 1 of each role now. Timeless is only going to come up with both support ults. Bun's not going to have a barrage in time. Final fight territory. Fable's got to make something happen. You're hoping not to use a lot of ultimates to do so, though.
They might not have a choice. It's final fight now or never. McMahon laid down the rocket barrage. Immortality field from downtown will keep them on their feet, but support ultimates plentiful on the side of Timeless. Can't say the same for Avery. Got burned through the amplification matrix. Sawhill to follow it all up. While it was much closer than anticipated, it will be Timeless standing on top of the hill when all the dust settles and giving them that first lead in our upper finals.
Timeless found a way to recover right at the end. It's third map. It always seems like for the 2-1 maps, right? First game, it's always really good. Second map, though, you kind of feel like it falls away. Third map, teams finally recover. Z's getting your play, and why not? The support line from this team of Timeless have been so good. Z's and Halo, right, have just been absolutely dominating, getting their ultimates up over and over yet again. Z's always had, no matter what, in the first fight, all 3 maps of Oasis had ultimate after the first fight. That is so big for you. That forces you out, gives you more time to work with, especially because no one in your right mind wants to peek an application matrix if it's far back. And against the team like a team like Timeless that of Senna that can hit shots behind that matrix, Z's is coming up big on the support line here for Timeless.
Z's just looks so dang good when it comes to this Baptiste, and while it's not quite the same on the Kiriko, there's a good reason why Timeless will pick the Baptiste over our Kunai chucking Ninja any other day. So it just is a huge asset to Timeless and a lot of the adventures that they take, and we can see that a little bit more in the replays through this map, especially Keegan. When we started to see Timeless, they started off really strong, had control of this positioning, and overall Senna was popping off doing great things, but then we transitioned over to Gardens here, where Fable started to put themselves back together, bring the broken pieces, and it was Kuna that stood on top of the pile at the end of it.
Yeah, Kuna stays on top there and right at the end as well, making sure that the picks fall. And you can see it right there. 2 picks, both on the stalk tactics of on the Doomfist as well as the Lucio, forcing the Tracer off. And at the same time now, too, you go to this final map right here, and it's just unfortunate for the fact that Kuna rolled off the map on their own devices here and won an immortality field there, but still hitting shots. And Senna at the same time coming up big, but watch Z's again having another application matrix. That's only what was the 3rd fight of that entire map, and had 2 ultimates by that point, only needing to use 2 that entire map. At matrix plays perfectly for them to win the map, and just no doubt about it at the end. You had some doubts on the second point because Fable looked like they were creeping back, looked like they found their mojo, momentum and all. But on the University, things can get a little slippery if you're not able to kill the Baptiste. They couldn't do that if you're Fable, so that's your key right now. If you can make sure that Fable's not, or you can make sure that Z's isn't getting that much percentage off the first fight, you're going to win a lot more, considering that you're going to have more time to work with.
We've seen teams just attempt to crumple Baptiste players, knowing that that's the strong foundation of a team. You take out the Baptiste, nothing's happening. You don't have support. You don't have that healing to actually sustain in a fight. So that's been the main goal of a lot of teams. It's harder to do on a Sigma composition because the Baptiste players are playing so safe, far back, and have plenty of teammates surrounding them. In a case like this, though, when Z's is having as much value as they are, it needs to be moved up on the priority docket a little bit more. I will agree with you there. I do have to say, though, Keegan, this is the most beatable that Timeless have looked all day, and if that says something in 2 ways, is that Fable have really stepped it up since the last time we saw them in Major 1, but also Timeless are still pretty dang strong in comparison to the other opponents we've seen them against.
Yeah, Timeless, though, is able to kind of flex a little bit, right? And as we go into our next map, as Numbani is the pick here, you're going to see that flexibility, right? And this is the map that they took down YFP Pixies on. They kind of drew it away from them during that entire sweep. The Ana Brigida is what you're expecting to see here, but the big thing is the flexibility of this team, right? Sawhill went onto the Winston, was absolutely pushing everybody around, getting that bully on. in that Winston form, in that Primal Rage form, and of course the DPSs are the DPSs. What more do you want to say about Senna and Bun as a combination? So everything was working out here, but now that Fable is the one picking it, I'm interested to see what will happen on if they can take care of at least one of these synergies, because if Timeless plays exactly what they played the last map, Fable's gonna have a tough time pushing through this.
I would say I'm shocked that Fable picked this map just because of what we saw with Timeless playing, but one, I don't think they saw that because they were playing a match of their own. And two, this is also a great spot for Sigma to be played. Maybe a Midtown would have been your other option, but Numbani is well up there too. How is this going to fare against a Winston when you're trying to contest high ground? That's more of my concern. Fable's composition much stronger in a defensive format than it will be on the attacking side, and it will be Fable picking up the holding portion, at least for now. Is that's
Wait,
not
let this
real.
be true.
Is
Let
it?
this be true.
Is that real? It hasn't changed yet.
Well, 36.
Okay.
Dang.
Yeah, there we
Okay,
go.
look, I was hoping for it. Okay, I was hoping to see something else other than the Sigma or the Winston or the Manga. Roadhog would have been fun, but I guess knowing that
Sure.
there probably is an Ana on the other end, then if you're gonna play on a break, you might as well just play not the Hog.
Yeah. And I don't hate this. I don't hate this at all. Having loved Fear, we've seen the power that the Brigitte Ana backlines can have. My only fear is just with Avery. Courting this on a defense is very difficult to do, and especially with how much pressure Fiery and Loves are about to be under. We've seen Timeless do this before. How's it going to fare against Fable?
Let's see here, because now they're gonna Mickman already up to 24%. These Spars are just hitting shots around the corner. Mickman's getting so much free space because no one's shooting at Mickman right now, so the defensive end looking very good, and Bun's not able to get in at all because she's just being staved off by the Winston for right now, although the Bionade will take out Sawhill for a moment. But you can see, if this is a pole composition right now, Timeless is winning it for the moment just because of the way they're not able to enter in, but finally I think they got the go button.
Okay. What was that, Senna? Holy crosshair placement. Yeah, that's a Hanzo moment for you. You hate to see it unless you're the Hanzo yourself or a fan of Timeless. Wonderful play on a rather niche hero that many have talked about getting buffed. Well, if this is how Senna's gonna play it, no need to buff it at all.
Yeah, projectile size increase was already a buff in itself, and now that, well, though the Hanzo doesn't do as much damage anymore, but a headshot still kills, still one hits a Tracer, mind you. Still one hits a Tracer, maybe not one hitting the 250 characters anymore, but still doing a lot of damage, and again, takes care of the Tracer, which is big for you. Kuna's got to think about switching here, because if this Hanzo is just going to keep popping off and the Winston's just going to keep diving you, this is not good news for you.
I need Kuna to bring this Cassidy back out. The Tracer just ain't it here. Like, what are you trying to do? Follow up on the dives? That's fine. You want to full commit into that. But you didn't have the Cassidy. You have more support for Fury and Loves, and you can still support the antics of Mickman and Avery from afar. But seems like Kuna's going to be sitting on the Tracer, at least for the time being. Another contest is in order, but as second new point Numbani goes, it sometimes feels like it's invisible in the long scale of the game, especially with how much snowballed from the attack. That's another shot from Senna that hits its mark, and combined with that, the Pharah playing in a closed quarters, it's just Senna needs to be stopped. Like, Kuna's trying, but the recall forced on out. The Nano and Winston in the backline, Fable are scattered. They're looking every which way. Timeless have absolutely overwhelmed them.
I want to point out where that payload was the entire wave. That was not final fight on the second point, by the way. That cart was halfway through streets, and they're already pushing them up to their third spawn and to their back spawn at this point. Sahu getting off again and already moving away. This is a great break play here from Halo as well, just to protect it. And they have, Molly, they have 5.5 minutes to push this up on Numbani of all maps.
If there's any other teams that are watching this map, please do not pick Numbani against Timeless. This is what happens to you, and it is not fun to play against. This is the playground that this dive composition likes. This is their fave. Then it does get a little bit overprotected, but with how good the supports are, you're not too worried for the Hanzo's life, and can't say the same for Hanzo, though. Like, what am I watching right now? This should not be a push, yet Timeless are still hanging around.
How does Senna even have a pulse? Like, how is this Hanzo alive? Like, I don't understand. You're down to 16 health and you get out. That just shows you how good the supports are. But now Primal Rage Nano Boost, that's going to push away both of the supports.
Yeah, both the supports are back. Senna is still getting healed throughout all of that.
Oh my
Fable
God.
should have gotten elimination through it, but it's still only Senna in the kill feed with the Primal Rage. They just divided and conquered and didn't have enough damage to overwhelm either one of the targets they were going after. And it's coming back to hurt the worst ways possible. Sawhill, Primal Rage of their own scapes, so getting down to 70 HP there. Quite close, but Halo and Z's are carrying this team right now.
Senna should have been dead twice. I don't want to be like that, but Senna should have been dead twice in this entire series, and yet didn't, because you have such goated supports like Halo and Z's right now doing absolute work. Has another nano boost in hand. Halo will have the rally, but that's a great bio nade, and Sawhill doesn't have a Primal Rage. Finally, though, it wears off and the nano boost is on.
And the nano boost is there. It's a leap on into the back line. At least retreat from Avery. Love for the nano boost of their own, and that's going to be much needed for Fable to stabilize here. Kind of finding the head of Kuna yet again, just turning everyone on Timeless into pin cushions. Another barrage from below. Well, you should have looked even further below where Senna was sitting. I don't think she misses. I genuinely don't think that she is able to miss on this Hanzo hero. Another final blow to be added to her name. Dragon Strike in the spawn, making sure there's no recontest of the type, and Timeless are making record time throughout Numbani with another 3.5 minute completion of this map. Please stop picking this into them, please.
Do the math, folks, on that entire map. You have 8 minutes total on this map, 4 to start up, 2.5, and then 1.5. That means they completed this map in 4 minutes and 33 seconds. That is an insane run to think about. Senna wasn't missing, Senna wasn't dying. Sawhill dives in, Halo Z's were protecting the president. This is an insane game from Timeless right now. Look, their game against YP Pixies back, I believe it was Kings Row, was, or no, it wasn't Kings Row. It was actually Numbani too. We saw earlier on. I thought that game wasn't insane by itself, but I think Timeless might have just beat their own record on this map too. This is just insane to think about right now that they're speed running this.
This is a yikes. This is a yikes and a half. And for Fable right now, what you cooking? What you trying to do? Keep the same strat? I think Kuna needs to get off this Tracer. That just is not working. The head has been found by Senna too many times. It is better here if Senna is actually sticking on this Tracer, which is a bit of a change, but she's just as good as that hero as she is all of the other hit scans we've seen her on.
What do you asked the question, what do you cook? You have to cook a 5-star Michelin meal for this to work, because
that ain't happening.
That you have to find some way, somehow. Gordon Ramsay is going to have to come out of this kitchen and do absolutely everything, because right now Timeless is having everything on the board go their way. They're going to go back to the standard Cassidy and Farah combination and Avery on the Winston, but this isn't Avery's strength, right? We talk about the Sigma strength, but on a map like Numbani, where if you're trying to play Sigma here against a team like Timeless, they're going to take rightful advantage of this. So this dive is going to have to work perfectly, because you cannot lose a single fight if you want to even try to match Timeless's bank.
No, and just look at that. Halo just hits every single whip shot. Avery can't get to the high ground, and in fact will lose their life as an attempt. And we don't really talk about Brigida players and the impact they have enough, because not everyone is built different like Halo.
No, not at all. And so Z's already getting up to 50%. Love will also do that at the same token too, but this is just a poke battle. Bun is winning this out though right now, having more percentages on 70%. And right now, again, you can see the dive just attempting by Fable, but Fable's getting nowhere at this point.
They literally can't. They're getting either CC'd or can't find an opening. Timeless are covering both of the high ground, so you have to look at one way or another, but one of them will always be poking you in the back. Now it's Timeless that decided to take the initiative into their own hands. It's a sleep onto Mickman. Wonderfully timed out of Z's. Guess it's unexpensive with Z's in their name, and the rest is just history from there. Timeless giving us a run back and show us why they are the experts of Numbani.
Yeah, now you can't even dream of matching the time banks. Now your dream has to be even getting a tick on this team right now, because they are just tearing away. Senna will already have a pulse bomb. Bun will have the barrage. Z's coming up on the nano boost. It's a flurry of ultimates. Fable is nowhere, or rather I should say Fable only has two ultimates on the board, I should say, with Kuna and Love having it, and yet they're repositioning everywhere. The pulse bomb onto the far, what?
It's Senna. She's gonna go for it, and she'll hit those 10 times out of 10. Put a barrage, a little cherry on top. Not really even needed, honestly, but Timeless are gonna take the opportunity while they still can and save about half the time bank away from Fable's attack.
The
Time back just keeps dwindling away. I feel like Fable's looking at the clock and being like, we got to do something. It's now or never at this point. They're going to hold on to ultimates as much as they can. Timeless are going to keep staggering their ultimates as much as they want. Senna and Bun both using their ult. Halo Z's, Sawhill, they're going to be waiting for an opportunity just to use only one, and they feel confident enough to where they can keep doing that because the time back's already wasted away.
You just nano the Winston, you go into the backline, add some pressure. Avery has to retreat in order to keep the team alive, but the Bionade from down is going to prevent much of that from going through. Kuna turned to a pancake, and Fable just hoping the rest of their team can stay on their feet enough for this huge ult type of a fight that they're banking on.
Yeah, and again, they're going for the all-in situation. That's the only thing I can think of at this point. Timeless, again, using the nano boost, winning it out. If you're Timeless, you're happy with this already. You're happy with putting them under a minute. You can force out any more ultimates here, and what a Bionade from Z's!
Oh my gosh, Z's! It's just crazy. When it comes to these nades, you don't even need to commit anything in that. It's a simple ability and a follow-up. All that's required, maybe pull out the Primal Rage just to keep Sawhill alive, and we're finally in that final fight territory, Keegan.
Jeez, man, what else do you want to say about this support character? Good Baptiste, good Ana, and just could play any support character and could make a master out of it. It's just unbelievable. Now, 5 ultimates on the board. Oh, Z's, you're sneaky? What?
Bionade.
Bionade again? The sneaky Bionade?
I'm gonna try to go for it. Both the supports are right around the corner, trying to find it. It hits onto 2. The rest of the team collapses in the back, and it's a perfect gameplay. The ultimate fight they were banking on, it works out. There's 3, that's 4 from Mickman, but it's gonna have to be the 5-piece. The entire rest of the team is down and dead without Avery, so they'll be getting capture this objective, but Timeless should be able to get another contest on.
Yeah, you're okay with that. Mickman got 4, and then it's a 2v1 situation. Avery and Mickman are still on point. They have to pop the Primal Rage out. This is final fight territory still, but they're catching Bun out at the same time. This is their opportunity.
There's a chance here. Fable can start to make this work. Fury, though, stays way over their welcome. Senna on the punish and is still looking for more. She clutched it up last time, and it's going to look to do the same here again. Kuna, the last ultimate on board, but it's not going to mean anything. Senna has wiped the floor clean of any existence of Fable in the first place, and that is a 2-0 full hold for Timeless.
Deja vu, right?
Oh my gosh.
Deja vu from what we saw in Timeless' second game in the upper semifinal, where they win 3-0 on here. They speed ran that first point. Mickman getting played, but this doesn't tell you the story. If you're just looking at Pachi alone, this Rocket Barrage is indeed huge. And this last pick as well, that opened up the door of opportunity. The problem was you didn't have a tick or 2 to work with. You had nothing on the board to that point. And in a 2v1 scenario where the basically the spawn points are neutral on either side, you are looking at a win for the defending side most of the time. And you saw it at the end there, Senna popping off for what I would believe on my count was 3 final blows in that last sequence. An insane thing. Again, Deja Vu, Senna ended it back in map number 2 on Nimbani in their second game. We saw here on the stream. Hey, why not do it again? Why not do it again? This time on a Tracer. It wasn't a Cassidy. It was a Tracer this time around, but Senna's just doing Senna things. Let's just put it simply.
Oh my gosh. I love calling all heroes. This is just the kind of gameplay it comes alive, and Timeless are that squad that it always impress us, and we can look back and relive the glory that was Timeless and Senna, who both opened and closed this map, first on the Archer and then on the Time Traveler, and it was got to be one of the fastest completions that we saw, breaking their own record, as you said, Keegan, and it was just all uphill from there for both Timeless, climbing up even higher, reaching new peaks, whereas Fable, we're trying to find a way up the mountain.
If you're gonna pick this, map against Timeless, you're going to need at least 4 minutes if you're going to complete all 3 points. That's all I'm saying. You need to play immensely perfectly, stagger out everybody you can, and make sure that card does not stop moving. That's insane. And look at the Bionades again. Firing Love going down by the hands of Z's. It's just this Bionade overall. And this last fight you're going to watch here in just a second, it's just the craziest fight overall. And yet, Timeless still pops out of this. Again, the starting point of that was both of the supports going down. Z's is insane. Senna's insane. This team is insane. Timeless going for the golden stage, and they are 1 more map win away from taking it golden into the grand finals.
I said at the start of this map that Fable, this is the most beatable that Timeless has looked. I would like to retract.
Yeah, I was about to say, you want to take that back, maybe?
Yeah, this ain't looking good for you. The dive matchup, it just ain't it. There's so many things that Timeless just have down in their arsenal that we haven't seen from other teams in calling all heroes. They just seem to be one step ahead of every single competitor we've seen them face off against. And are they truly beatable? This golden stage looks more and more plausible every time this team takes the battlefield.
If Numbani is any indication of it, that golden stage is right within their sights. Now all they need to do is win one more map and then 4-0 whatever their opponent is in the grand finals is. It'll be either Valentine, Pixies, or even Fable. Maybe we do get the rematch if Fable and Valentine or Fable and Pixies go at each other. Maybe we do get the rematch. Who knows? Timeless, though, is just kind of cruising a little bit, right? And we heard it in the interview earlier on with Senna. She said that if there's no stress at all, they're just hitting shots. And, well, that's what's happening here. No stress at all for this team whatsoever. A speed run. And the Hanzo pick, I thought on Senna was very interesting because we saw that earlier on as well, where maybe the Hanzo didn't work out for the player that was on and had to switch to the Cassidy. On the attacking side, that was not the case whatsoever. That Hanzo stayed alive over and over again. Should have been dead at least 2 times in that entire sequence. And yet got pocketed by both of these, Brigitte and the Ana, which the double pocket there to keep the Hanzo alive. You knew who your DPS carry was, and it is great. So now we go on to what could be our final map. We head to Portugal inside of the map of Esperança. And I think this map right here is exactly the same map we ended on between Timeless and Pixies 2. So this is going to be a very, very uphill battle for Fable at the same time. They're trying to match the maps, but can they match the pace that Timeless is putting on right now? If they're going to break the golden stage, it has to be here.
This is the highest that the Fable squad has made it in history in terms of their placements. Right here, if I get to the winners finals, the first time that's actually happened, and they wanted to run with the opportunity, but met with an unstoppable Titan in Timeless right now. Is this really going to be that map pick to slow it down? Timeless did roll out with a Sigma composition last time we saw them compete on this map, and if that's the case, I feel a little bit better in terms of Fable's chances here. But if we're going back to this dive on dive mirror, there's no doubt in my mind that Fable is going to struggle. Timeless can run away with this series handily and keep that golden stage alive.
They're gonna need. They don't need a lot to keep the golden stage alive as well. If Timeless can keep just flexing their muscles, doing what they have been doing the last 2 maps, that's all you got to do. Fable's got to break it though. Some way, somehow, they got to find a way to challenge Senna, to challenge Z's. Z's has been golden. If we're done talking about golden, Z's has been the golden support this entire tournament. Has been absolutely dominating. Well off on the Baptiste, well off on the Ana at the same time too. And for Timeless, perfection, the name of the game. They keep this there. They're great. But now Senna's going to move on over to the Ashe. This time around, this Ashe is going to be very good. I mean, Senna's been hitting shots so far. Why not go back to that Ashe we saw earlier on?
I've seen it in the hands of Wisps and Senna, and now back to Senna once more. But the Kuna on the Cassidy, just posing the only real difference in terms of compositions yet. It's not all that different from what we've seen before. The Ashe is a lot more diveable. Mickman can kind of chunk in these rockets wherever is needed, and that's going to be the end of Senna. Timeless, and they're not really giving up too much ground though, mainly because Fable aren't attempting to take it, waiting for that speed amp cooldown to come online before hopefully overwhelming onto Sawhill over here, who seems to have never-ending health pool thanks to Halo and Z's.
Yeah, but look at the difference here. Fairy and Halo are both going to have their ultimates close to each other, 20%, but Z's taking out Kuna through all the chaos there. It's such an impressive pick, and now Timeless are just going to start to run them down.
Fable were so scared. They had the golden ticket to take Timeless down and just opted not to. They were afraid of falling over themselves, and that's what ended up happening in the long run. Timeless got a full regroup in order, and an opportunity, a free one at that, completely missed.
And now the opportunity hands it on over to Timeless to push this up 20 meters, already winning first fight. Yes, Fable got 9 meters, but or you can really talk about, you don't have the advantage after that. They played back, they played a little less aggressively, and that costed them that fight. So now Timeless coming in with an app matrix probably here just to stave them off.
The amplification matrix on both sides. One on the high ground though, it just does so much better. Senna, what a shot, just one-tapping Kuna. Never a feel good. Don't have a tank though, so now I need to see Fable actually hit the gas pedal here as Fable set it reverse.
Yeah, and right now,
Fable at least sets their sights on trying to get the lead back. If they can get one early pick and one early stagger here, they'll have it. Fortunately, though, the team's good enough that they will kite back and regroup with this. So it won't be the lead just yet. It'll be a differential of maybe 10 meters, 10, 15 meters before this gets started. But Barrage is online, Sound Barrier is online, Bun and Senna will have the bomb and Barrage too. Sawhill, though, having the Grid Flux could start off with that.
Yeah, it's definitely an option here. The sound barriers, though, Gravitic Flux never really does too much other than force cooldowns, which is going to be the exact scenario for both Fable and Timeless's ultimate exchange. And everyone's still on their feet, relatively healthy, except for if your name is Mickman. It will be Bun on an actually precarious flank here. Is get spotted out by Kuna, so it's a little bit more of a soft reset, at least on the Forest part, before deploying the robot Buckler, making this a 6v5 event. That's a perfectly timed sound barrier, keeping Senna on her feet, allowing Kuna to hit the deck a little bit, and Timeless use their resources so well, particularly in the timing of that, to overwhelm Fable.
Yeah, good discipline from Bun as well. Bun had the opportunity to get the pot G right there and just absolutely take down 3 or 4 with the Barrage. Instead, holds on to it, knowing that they've got another fight to play with it now. Fable does have their own Gravitic Flux, but Sawhill building up to one of their own. That is 30% along the way to another one. Timeless looking to see if they can get this checkpoint. If you're Fable, you want to contest this to make sure they don't get the forward spawns, but I don't know if you have enough time to do so right now. They do just in the nick of time.
They're going to sneak it through, but if someone steps a toe off this objective, yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. That was a boot backwards thanks to Halo, and look at that checkpoint, and potentially even the fight win. Avery doesn't want to let it go this easily, commits the Gravitic Flux, and doesn't get an inch of a response out of Timeless. They know they've already won the fight. No need to be overzealous.
Yeah, Bun's already going to get 2 kills, and that's going to stagger them out yet again. Forward spawns, and you feel like this one's starting to slip away from Fable. They got to find a way to mesh something together. Avery using the Gravitic Flux for absolutely nothing means this situation is dire. Yes, you have the App Matrix. Yes, you have the Barrage, but Z's also having that App Matrix means that you either have to kite off of it, or Senna might just take off your head.
Senna has been devastatingly accurate so far today, and these shots are coming easy, even easier if you have the application matrix in front of you. With a boulder, though, facing both Sawhill and Avery. No tanks on the board. It's about to get chaotic to show off the DPS, and Senna and Bun won those almost instantaneously as we say it. So, as scrappy as it may be, it's Timeless still firmly in control of this robot.
That was Mickman using the Barrage, by the way, too, for absolutely nothing. Died with it, so died immediately after using it. So they're not going to have a Barrage here to use in this next fight. The only ultimate they're going to get, if anything, is going to be Fairy with the Sound Barrier, and maybe even Kuna with the Deadeye. But other than that, Fable's got nothing on the board. Timeless is going to have at least 3 ults to use if they can elongate this fight.
They're going to have to do it in a timely manner, if you know what I mean.
Well, they got all the time in the world right now, considering their lead.
Well, that's what I mean, though. You want to be able to stall this out for the next 5 minutes and not give Fable too much ground to work with. So, playing slow, right? Not being overly aggressive if there's not a reason to do so. Fable will happily just kind of play this corner and kind of poke in and out. Bun hasn't really faced too much contention throughout this game. Even if she's been a little bit on the quieter side, it's more or less been their job punishing the over-aggressive Mickman. As a matter of fact, it'll be the Sound Barrier, but only lands onto Fieri. Oh, that's a fumble of all time, and Fable are going to want that one back. It's just the moment that Timeless are waiting for to strike, and they'll get even more meteorage after this.
Yeah, the Sound Barrier doesn't come up in time, and Avery pays dearly for it, as well as Fury not having it anymore for this next fight. So Timeless is going to come in with a great bang to use. They're going to have the Ant Matrix, they're going to have the Sound Barrier, and the Barrage to work with. And here comes Bun off the side. Do they know they know?
They don't know! Kuna explodes into a pile of limbs. Oh, this ain't looking good. Fable, Timeless are knocking on their door, and it's not the pleasant kind of knock. They're about to bust their way in and book their ticket to the grand final. Somebody has to get out there and contest, but there's just a layer of bodies across the floor of Esports. It'll be Timeless booking their ticket to the Minor 1 grand finals for the 2nd event in a row.
And they guarantee themselves a good amount of points here in this bracket, 750 at the very least, which is such a good standing for you going into championship rounds. Yes, this is only the 2nd tournament. Reminder, there are 4 total tournaments, 3 minus 3 majors, but a 750 guarantee for you inside of the circuit points is so good. And Timeless is well on their way to a 900 finish as long as they can keep this going. The golden stage, though, I know was the goal, and that is right in their sights after another sweep.
it's not entirely impossible. The only top team that we have not seen, or rather the only remaining team we haven't seen them play against is Valentine.
Yep.
And if we take anything from the Swiss stage, that didn't end too hot. 2-0 for Timeless, and even then, Timeless feel that Valentine don't have a full grasp on the meta. It seems a lot shakier than the last time that these teams met in that grand finals, and with Valentine already deep within that lower bracket, we may not even see them in that spot. Timeless, if we look back on this matchup today, there's just very few points of struggle. Having that map of Numbani essentially secured them Esperanza. Just from a mental point, Fable had to be boomed going into this map, gave it their all, yet Timeless showed us how brutally unstoppable they are.
Yeah, and if I'm Fable right now, I'm just watching this back later on just to get the replay code and get the VOD review out right now, because this is one you want to look back on. This is the map that you had a chance to win. It would look so even at the beginning of the map, and then all of a sudden it starts to just run away from you. And that's where Timeless shines, right? As soon as they get that open door, as soon as the glints on the window, as soon as there's sunshine out that window, they open it. They take rightful advantage of it, and overall, Timeless is just an unstoppable force when that happens. You cannot allow them to get any momentum, because as soon as they get an inkling of momentum, they're running out the gates for it.
The level of discipline and macro understanding
Yeah.
that Timeless have of how to play around these fights, play around objectives, and the overall timing and tempo of these fights taking place, it's incredible, and it's far and above any team that we've seen compete within this Calling All Heroes Minor 1 event so far, and I don't know if they're stoppable. We may be in for a 4-0 Grand Finals. Is this the trend that Timeless keeps going on, Keegan?
If this is the trend, man, they're going into Minor 1 with a championship run and championship glint in their eye, and they're going to go into Major number 2 with a lot. Even though there's a little bit of a break, there's still Major 2 to worry about as well. If this Timeless team is going to stick together for that Major as well, you might want to get ready. You might want to watch what the patch notes say in this mid-season patch coming up, because that is going to be very well key to trying to take down this Timeless squad.
I don't want to count Fable out by any means. This was a tough match.
Yeah.
They've still managed to reach a higher mark than they have before, guaranteed a third place finish, as well as a share of those third place circuit points, which is a lot better than what we've seen from them in previous events. So already the achievement of Fable is well and above that what a lot of people expected, and it's not impossible that we see them again, given that they are waiting for either YFP Pixies or Valentine in those lower finals, which we'll have more to come from that tomorrow.
Yeah, I also misspoke as well, but it's still, for this team from Timeless, 350 at least guaranteed for them getting into second place. The 450 rather. Sorry, I did misspeak about that. That's my apologies. But first place, that 450, still good amount of points there, and maybe half of the majors, but still, that is a good amount of points to get you in there. And already they have 750 under their belt because they were runners up from last major. So already they're off to a running start. They're guaranteed a total of 1,100 points for the first 2 tournaments. And if you can keep that momentum going, Timeless is looking at running the championship board maybe within the first 3 or 4 tournaments. And we're not even halfway done with all the tournaments. This is just Minor 1. We still have that Minor 2 and then Major 2 left to go as well. And Major 2 right now, well, speaking of Major 2, registration is now open, so go check that out and check out all the social media as well. Might as well lead into it, right? And check out all of the social media at the same time, too, with OW_esports, and check out all that is happening with notifications. Enable those notifications, too, so that you can get when the streams go live. And speaking of which, that is it for us for day number 1, Molly. So day number 2 gets a little bit more exciting, right? So, I mean, we're going to see an interview in just a second, but we're going to get some Timeless on. I'm ready to ask them some questions about how they feel going into day number 2.
Me too. This team has been looking incredible, and they're just one step away from claiming that title. We'll have that interview on the way, so don't go anymore. One more break before we close out our wonderful Saturday of action. this shall go ahead and conclude our final, or really our first day of the playoffs for our Calling All Heroes Minor 1 operated by Esports U. It was a day of 3 Overwatch, but an entertaining one, and one that we got to follow a lot of our initial storylines that we set amongst the beginning of the day. So overall, it made for a wonderful story, and sets things up wonderfully as we look ahead into tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, tomorrow's matches are going to be really good, and we'll talk about this later on as well. But I think that Timeless right now is just the unstoppable force that somebody's got to stop. It's like the runaway train, right? Somebody's got to put the brakes on, then you just do not know if you can or not. And not only that, this is a golden train heading for that light at the end of the tunnel that they are playing perfectly so far as we go into the replays right now of their matchup against Fable. And again, Senna pulling off all the shots here, and for Sawhill doing what they did on the Sigma, trying to beat out Avery. And then, of course, look, I mean, Senna's hitting shots on Hanzo, and Halo and Z's doing excellent work on the support sides. The glue is meshed together, but can anybody break them apart? It looks like Gorilla Glue right now, because this is almost impossible to break.
The synergy of Timeless is not to be understated. Their ability to capture any of these new compositions, I mean, I say new, the Winston dive is, it might as well be as old as Overwatch itself, and the pure coordination between these bionades from Z, Senna having these pop-off plays, and Sawhill being exactly where they needed to be at almost every point. Like, this is just a Timeless that is on a playing level that we haven't seen anyone face up to. That's a change from Major 1, where we had all of these 4-map, 5-map series, and just to see Timeless sweep every single opponent that they have faced thus far, and now find themselves in that grand finals. And, you know, Keegan, it takes a lot for one team to be able to synergize themselves and work on these new styles of gameplay, integrating the new pieces that they have. And a big part of that is the coaching staff, which makes us even happier to have a assistant coach of Timeless up here. You may know him from Collegiate or OWCS, but it'll be CJ that will be joining us on the desk for the interview, the great mind behind the Timeless composition. So CJ, I gotta say, your team made a perfect run all the way into the grand finals. Only one more match, a best of 7 to come tomorrow before a potential perfect sweep. How does it really feel to be at the top, that voice behind the team today?
Oh, I mean, it feels amazing. After their fall in Major 1, I believe, getting second, they needed some extra firepower in the brain department, because some of them, they lack that area a little bit. So I gotta get them in shape, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, I'm proud of them. They're doing really well. So I don't expect them to lose tomorrow.
Sorry about that, Coach. Now let me ask you this, because I know some coaches like to do this where they kind of give their players sort of a grade, if you will, just on their performance. But watching this team so far, it doesn't feel like anybody's underneath an A, or at least at the very worst an A- so far. So what would you give each of your individual players sort of a grade, if you will, for their performance here today?
Honestly, everyone gets a C. I'm not very particularly proud of what they did today. Honestly, I know they could do better. So yeah, they all get a C.
Wow. Okay. So that's that. Okay. So there you go, guys. On the Timeless roster, CJ's expecting you guys to bump up that grade a little bit more when you get into the grand finals. But your team now guaranteed at least 1,100 points, but can even advance that further when you get into the circuit points overall. This team, it looks just unbreakable. Their synergy is so good. What do you attribute that success to so far?
I mean, like, for synergy, like, we do some team building exercises after that. Like, we play Valorant, we flame each other. Like, it's just some like really good team bonding that we have. Like, we don't just play Overwatch and scrim for 4 hours a day. We also do Valorant. Sometimes we play Roblox. Like, we play like Chain Together, which is like a new game that came out that everyone's playing. Like, we just do like other games to help our synergy, and it's been helping out a lot.
And we've seen the massive improvements that Timeless Ethereal had. Like, we've said it a little bit earlier that Major 1, very close between all these teams. You couldn't really put one above the rest on every given day, but this time it's Timeless that's far and above anything else that we've been seeing so far. And, you know, you have that last match to play. Is there any doubt in your mind? Is there any way that you can see Timeless facing a true challenge within these grand finals and starting to drop some of these matches and be at risk of losing this title?
I don't think there's any like risk. I think maybe the hardest would be Valentine, because I think they slipped up a little bit today. But yeah, so I expect them to see in the finals tomorrow, but I think we're gonna win either way.
Love the confidence. I love the confidence from a coach, and I see that you're more of a tough love, the C grade especially. I mean, that'll keep him motivated for sure, and we're expecting even better from them tomorrow. We'll help you with that one, and we'll be tough on him too. But as we get to look forward to that grand finals matchup, you guys will have the rest of the day to go ahead, review, rest up, and we'll see you for our Calling All Heroes Minor 1 tomorrow. CJ, thank you so much for joining us on the desk.
All right, thank you for having me.
Tough love guy.
Yep.
There you go. I can see it. It's paid off, Keegan.
Oh yeah, I mean, a C grade is not what I would say, but hey, maybe that's motivation, I guess, to try to get an A grade at the end of the day, right? And you talk about the CJ talked about the synergies as well. He said that they played Valorant, and it's good to have that kind of team synergy, right? All these team bonding activities, because it makes the communication stronger, right? You see how much communication this team has just solely based on their performance alone. Ana and Brigida working well together, just not alone on that bonding ramp, right? Ana and Brigida working well together, keeping each other up, as well as Senna at the same time, Bun doing their thing, and keeping Sawhill up at the same time too, making sure that Sigma and that Winston had a lot of ground to work with. That is really, really nice to see. So obviously, this team from Timeless, they're going to keep their bond strong. Even if it's a C grade from CJ, then it's got to be an A grade soon enough if they can win this whole thing in Minor number 1.
We did question a little bit at the beginning, too, how well Senna would fit into this roster, given that she didn't play in Major 1, it was on another team, and was integrated here and now, and it was great to see that inside look of how CJ has been putting them to work and making sure that we're staying on it. And even Senna herself was, earlier in the day in her interview, was saying, unless we're really stressed out, we're feeling really good about how they're playing, and it really came to light here in these upper finals. So I want to go ahead and take a look back at our journey today, because we had a lot. We talk about Timeless, and of course that is the main storyline.
Yep.
We started this day with 8 teams, and now there's only 4.
Yeah, we're down to 4, but the way this started off is everybody getting sweeps except for Fable, who got one map taken off of them from Exo Azathoth. But other than that, the semifinals were Timeless, YFP Pixies, Valentine, and Fable, all the higher seeds. It was 1 versus 4, and then 2 versus 3. But the big thing there in the semifinal was that Fable beat Valentine. That's the slip up that everybody keeps talking about with this Valentine team. That one match against Fable, and you felt like maybe Fable had the door wide open on them, but instead, Timeless comes through, sweeps YP Pixies, gets a little bit of a break, then sweeps Fable at the same time. They're in the grand final. They're chilling out for the first half of the stream tomorrow, just watching who's going to get there. And in the lower bracket side, here's how this lined up, because there wasn't anybody that would make a grand run, maybe except for YP Pixies and Valentine, because nobody makes it out from the lower bracket round number 1 of Blastoff, Inarizaki, Andromeda, and Exo Azathoth. Instead, Valentine and YFP Pixies will square off in that loser semifinal overall, which I think should be a really interesting match overall, just because Valentine does have that little chip on their shoulder, knowing they might have slipped up once, but they want to face Fable again to get that vengeance match and put themselves in a rematch against Timeless for that grand final.
It's the top 4 teams in terms of seeding, and the top 4 teams that currently remain within our bracket in contention, vying for some higher amounts of both circuit points and cash prize to go along with it. A real stacked docket of matches to come through tomorrow as we begin to close out our Minor 1 show. And as we got to see it a little bit there, having Fable being in that lower bracket, again, so proud of them for how much they've been able to accomplish. I want to see how far that they can push it against like a Valentine or even YFP, if they can manage to take out Valentine, who even Timeless haven't felt like they've been in the same form lately.
Yeah, I feel like today we saw 3 Overwatch, unfortunately, the entire way through, but tomorrow I think it cook up something interesting, right? That match between YP Pixies and Valentine, we'll see if anything happens there. But if Valentine goes up against Fable again, that grudge match is going to be really interesting to see, considering they did go 4 maps. If Valentine has a chip on their shoulder and Fable wants to get that rematch against Timeless, they know that if Fable wins that, they can get that rematch against the number 1 seed. They can win, and both teams are back in another grudge match here. 1 inside of the minor, 1 outside, back in the majors. So who knows? Tomorrow's schedule is looking great for something other than 3 Overwatch, I would say. Because look, 3-0s, I was hoping for not a single one today because it is top 8 overall, but there's only so much you can do while watching this.
Here's the thing. There really can only technically be 2 3-0s
yes,
tomorrow.
2 3-0s and 2 first to fours, right?
Yes, we'll have 2 first of 4s being played on stream. So, of course, our Challengers Grand Finals will be a first of 4 or best of 7. But we're also going to have our Rising Division, which is our Diamond rank and below, on stream, and another best of 7 in between our lower bracket finals and our grand finals for challengers. So I'm so glad that we are going to give those players a chance to shine on the broadcast as well. There's just so much to look forward to within this circuit, and everything that it's had today, the games only get better from here.
Yeah, games only get better, and everything starts off same time it did today, so 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so you don't want to miss out on that. And of course, we always want to say shout out to all of our social media. Check out the X account on OW_esports, as well as enable notifications on both Twitch and YouTube, because that'll be streaming there tomorrow. Link's already up for day number 2 on YouTube as well, so if you want to be waiting and ready to go tomorrow, hey, I'm already prepped for it. I have the link waiting for me as well. I'm just waiting right there just to see all the action, even though I'll be here as well. But it's still good to check out all the notifications. And yeah, Molly, I'm ready for tomorrow already. I cannot wait for tomorrow to kick off, especially that lower bracket, the semifinals and the lower finals. That's gonna, I think those matches are going to be spicy to start off our day at 2 p.m. ET.
There's so much more to come from these matches, and 2 p.m. EST. I hope to see you guys all back here ready to watch. Shout out to Esports U for operating this event, both in terms of tournament organization as well as our lovely production today. And we're looking forward to returning to you guys tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern. I believe that is 11 a.m. Pacific.
Yep.
And we'll go ahead and catch us Sunday for the continuation of the Calling All Heroes Minor 1 playoffs.